Everything started one specific night when a woman who was traveling with a young child arrived at the Tungtoon shelter, asking for a safe place to stay. However, the owner refused to let them inside, claiming that they were already caring for too many people. At that moment, the woman offered the man a bribe of a single silver coin, which was more than enough money for the greedy man to decide to make an exception for them. Once they were safely inside the shelter, he showed them to the room where they were meant to stay for the night. Since it was late at night, he decided he would explain the shelter's rules and any fees the next day. After he finished explaining that, the owner left the room. The woman, whose name was Helen, helped the child sit on the bed. She felt a deep sorrow for this poor soul, who had experienced so much hardship at such a young age. The small child wanted to know where his mother and father were, but it seemed something terrible had happened to them, and Helen was too distressed to tell him the truth, so she gave him false hope, telling him he would be able to see his parents again very soon. She added that he should get some sleep and wait for morning. The innocent young child accepted what she said, and a short time later he was sound asleep. Meanwhile, Helen began to cough violently. She quickly realized that she was about to die, as blood started coming out with every cough she made. After a final goodbye to the little boy, she died right there. The child, Rowan, woke up from his sleep a short time later in the night, only to discover the bed sheets were now covered in blood, and he saw that Helen was already dead. Later, the shelter's owner arrived with his mistress. They were both very annoyed to find the woman had died inside their shelter. The mistress observed that the boy had the same light-colored hair as Pauline, a woman who had been living there for some time. Just then Pauline herself appeared, and it was clear she looked very similar to the Rowan. The mistress quickly ordered that the boy would be placed in Pauline's care. From that moment on, because the shelter was not a charity, Pauline and Rowan were forced to beg for money together on the streets. Now let me tell you about this Tongtong shelter. It was supposed to be funded by charity and government aid, a safe place for the homeless. In reality, it was an evil place that exploited children by charging responsibility fees to make a profit. Pauline properly introduced herself to the Rowan, and then she asked him what his name was. Rowan did not answer. He was still thinking about Helen, the woman who had just died. Pauline could clearly see the worry written all over his face, so she decided to sit down next to him, and she gave him some words of encouragement. She did not know his full story, but she said the past was behind him and he needed to be strong to survive. If he remained positive, she believed happiness would eventually find him. She held out her hand and encouraged him to work hard to improve his own life. The Rowan took her hand immediately, and with that a new part of his life started. From then on, he pretended to be Pauline's son, and they begged together. Although their mother-son relationship began as a necessity, Pauline always cared for him as if he were her own son. She made sure to protect him from bullies and other people on the street. With all the care she provided, the boy never felt lonely, not even for a moment. In this way, 5 years went by very quickly like a soft breeze. Now the boy was 8 years old. His name, as you know, is Rowan. As they were sitting together one evening, they expressed appreciation for each other's hard work over the years. That morning, Rowan had heard a rumor that Pauline would be leaving soon, and he wanted to talk to her about it. Pauline did not look happy as she confirmed the rumor was true. She explained she had been offered a job as a maid in a noble's house. Rowan was truly happy for her new opportunity. He was sure she would be an excellent maid. Pauline teased him for being so worried about her, particularly when he already had so many of his own problems. The boy, meanwhile, was very grateful for all she did for him. Over 5 years, when Helen died, when other kids bullied him, or when street people fought him, Pauline was always there for support. Before he even realized what was happening, tears began to fall down his face. He knew he should be happy for her, but the idea of her leaving was breaking his heart. First it was his parents, then Helen, and now Pauline was about to leave him. The thought of being abandoned again tormented him. Pauline quickly helped him to stop feeling so sad. She reminded him that, even if someone is not physically with him, it does not mean he is truly alone. He is only alone if his heart feels empty. If he keeps the memory of those who left and looks inside himself, he will see how much they loved him. So whenever he starts to feel lonely, she told him to just close his eyes and listen to his heart, because she would always be right there with him. In spirit, the days passed. The sun set and another night came. While he was standing deep inside the woods, Rowan remembered Pauline's final words to him. Feeling lonely, he decided to close his eyes, placed his hand over his heart, and tried to feel the presence of the people who mattered to him. As soon as he did this simple action, mana began to swirl all around him. Even though his eyes were closed, he could suddenly see through everything around him. almost as if the whole world had become visible to him. All at once, it was not just the world, he could also feel the presence of his parents, Helen and Pauline. Every single person that he cared about felt much closer to him in his heart. Many years passed quickly since Pauline had left the shelter. During all of this time, she had not contacted Rowan even once, which made him think that she was still very busy, getting used to her new life. All he could do was pray for her safety. In the meantime, he had been begging alone like the other children. The director assigned him to Zone 1, the best area, because he earned a lot of money. He was treated better than other kids. Then there was this man, who acted very friendly toward Rowan. His name was Blake, and he was the supervisor for Zone 1. He had been acting very friendly and nice to Rowan since he heard about the boy's sad past. He was also the person who helped Rowan understand that the cluster of light he saw with his eyes closed was mana. Because Blake was so helpful and kind to him, Rowan had no reason at all to dislike the man. This man had condensed light inside his body, and was a skilled swordsman who used mana. Since Rowan could see mana, he noticed Blake's mana had a strangely dark and murky glow. Here is some information on how mana works. Mana is the key element that forms the world. People take in mana by breathing, which unconsciously affects the world's natural flow. Out of all the people in the world, a few individuals like Blake can use the power of mana through different training methods, known as mana cultivation. Blake had clearly instructed Rowan not to attempt mana cultivation without the right knowledge, as it could be very dangerous if done incorrectly. As a few people passing by tossed some coins into his bucket, Rowan sincerely showed his gratitude to them, just as any beggar should. Some ladies who were passing by found Rowan to be very cute and adorable. They were unable to resist his charm. Meanwhile, Ron was lost in his own thoughts, trying to improve his control over his mana abilities. First, he was trying to get accustomed to seeing both real objects and mana at the same time, and he finally succeeded. This small accomplishment brought a faint, victorious smile to his face. It had been difficult to see both at once, but now he was getting used to it. However, this victory came with challenges, as seeing both physical objects and mana at the same time still made him feel dizzy and tired. Blake suddenly appeared, seeming fascinated by how much money Rowan had already collected in his bucket. Rowan humbly dismissed his own charm, saying that it was all because of the kindness of so many good-hearted people. Blake advised him to remain aware of any potential danger. He warned that Rowan's success might make other people feel jealous, so if Rowan noticed anything strange or unusual, Blake told him that he should report it to him immediately. After giving that advice, Blake started to walk away, but not before he waved goodbye one final time. It seemed that Rowan had already noticed something strange, but he did not really want to tell Blake about it. He had seen strangers in the crowd, people with strong bright mana, who seemed to have condensed it inside their bodies. Just like Blake, but what made them different from other mana users was that the mana of the two strangers he saw yesterday had an unusually bright glow. What concerned Rowan more was that those men were watching him closely. They had disappeared instantly by jumping over buildings. They did not seem threatening, and Rowan wanted to keep his ability to see mana a secret. As a man dropped another coin into his collection bin, Rowan noticed that the container was already completely full, so he started walking toward the base camp to get it replaced with an empty one. But as he was walking down the street, he saw some men hiding in the shadows, who had the same strong colored mana inside them. He was sure they were the same men from yesterday. It was not just one man, but several of them, and they were all continuously following him. From a close distance behind him, Rowan had no idea what these suspicious men were planning to do. He felt especially scared, because this was the first time they had followed him so closely. One man was behind him and another was to his side. All he had to do was somehow get back to the safety of the base camp. His growing anxiety began to overwhelm his thoughts and his impulses as those suspicious men continued to close the distance between him and them. At one particular moment, as they drew nearer, he thought that he was in serious trouble. But thankfully, at the very last second, Rowan heard the voice of someone he knew, and that familiar person was, of course, his friend Blake, who was running toward him with an incredible and almost godlike speed. Once Blake finally caught up to him, he quickly cradled Rowan in his arms and then jumped so high into the air that he landed on the rooftop of a nearby building. The suspicious men had also managed to catch up to them, so Blake started moving even faster than before, while warning Rowan to hold on tightly and not drop a single coin. Otherwise they might go to bed hungry that night. Meanwhile, Rowan's mind was already completely lost in his own thoughts, which made Blake feel very confused by his behavior. When they finally arrived at the shelter, Blake put the boy back down on the ground. But Rowan was still totally lost in his thoughts and unresponsive. Blake assumed the boy had been so frightened that he froze up completely. Now that they were safe, he assured Rowan the danger was over and told him to go inside. Once the boy was safely inside the building, we learned he was not unresponsive because he was scared into silence. It was actually because he was amazed by a major breakthrough he had just experienced. It happened back when he and Blake were escaping from the man. He was able to clearly see how mana flows through a person's body. During movement, he even saw how condensed mana moves when strength is concentrated in the arms and legs. In fact, he could identify the exact number of bursts it takes to jump from a rooftop, so he decided to try it again. To confirm the full capabilities of what he just discovered, he drew in mana as he breathed, circulated it throughout his entire body, and began to condense it, getting ready to release the power when he needed it. It seems the little boy had finally understood how to use his mana correctly. The next step for him to take was, all that remained was to actually test his new ability. Meanwhile, the other children who had been at their begging post started to arrive completely unaware of why they were all being called back. That is when Rowan's senior arrived. He knew that all of the children were desperate to know what was happening, but he told them not to worry because it was nothing serious, so they should not feel stressed about the situation. Once the zone leaders completed their inspection, everyone could return to their duties. He was not sure how long it would take, so he told them to stay quiet in their rooms, all except for one child who was Rowan. He was instructed to pack his belongings because he was being moved to a new location. A little later, the quiet boy followed his senior, making sure to walk just a few steps behind him. At one point, Rowan was asked to stand to the side while his senior talked with the big guy. Naturally, the boy was very curious to know what they were discussing with each other, but he was standing too far away to hear their conversation, so Rowan began to circulate his mana through his body and then concentrated the energy on his ears to enhance them, and just like that, it worked perfectly because he could hear their conversation loudly and clearly from far away. It seemed they were talking about Rowan, who was being moved into the main building and away from the dormitory. Even his senior did not know the reason, since the orders came from the director. He guessed the director simply liked Rowan. He couldn't blame him, since the boy was very good looking. Also, considering what happened in Zone 1, it made sense to prioritize his safety. Those suspicious men Rowan encountered might be from the Union. We do not know what this Union is yet. Rowan realized they must be talking about the men who were following him earlier today. The big guy then called the boy over and motioned for him to follow along with him. After a short walk through the shelter, they made their way across the main building of the shelter and finally met a woman named Amy who was standing at the front counter. The big guy told Rowan to greet her because she would be responsible for his well-being from now on. After the introductions between them were finally finished, the big guy left, and the two of them were left alone in a short, awkward silence. Amy broke the silence by asking his age. The boy quickly answered that he was 10 years old. He also confessed that he could not read or write because he never had the chance to learn. Amy said she had expected that, since he was from the dormitory. She told him that starting tomorrow, she would teach him everything, so he could call her teacher in a less formal setting. He was also welcome to call her big sister. Now that she looked at him more closely, she noticed his face was very handsome. For a boy from the dorms, the quiet boy simply asked her why he needed to learn how to read at all. Amy seemed a little annoyed that he did not even know the reason why he was there. She explained that a reading event is when someone reads a book aloud to a group for a special occasion. Sometimes the author of a new book hosts it, or it might be hosted by nobles, as part of a social event. Reading well is very important among the upper class, and this time Rowan was going to perform by reading in front of the shelter's important patron. If he performs well, he could even be chosen to do a special private reading. You see, children who read very well are often adopted. The ones selected for adoption typically read privately for their sponsor. But for someone like Rowan, who cannot read at all, it will be a major challenge. After hearing all this information, the boy did not even react. He did not look confused or overwhelmed in any way, which left Amy feeling both intrigued and very puzzled by him. She just gave him a kind and affectionate pat on his head before she then instructed him to follow her again. She brought him to the new room he would be staying in, and she introduced him to the other children living there. After she finished the introductions and left the room, Rowan began to put his things away inside his own personal closet, something he never had in the dormitories. It was then that one of the other boys approached him, looking at him with disbelief, as if he could not believe Rowan came from the dorms. Although the boy was in disbelief, he also seemed very fascinated. He admitted he had never met anyone from the dorms before. As a friendly gesture, he introduced himself as Theo. He said the blonde girl is named Noah. The boy in the middle is Hayden, and the quiet girl to their left is Lily. Theo then explained the benefits of living in this part of the shelter. No one would bully him here, and he would no longer have to go out begging. The children who take part in reading events assist in the library, work in the reception hall, and help guests. The kids in this specific room manage the library, organizing books and handling daily tasks. Since Rowan was a new addition to their group, they gave him a very warm welcome, and said they were grateful to have him join them. As it grew later into the night, Rowan lay down in his bed. He could not stop thinking about reading books. To him it felt like books held all of the knowledge in the entire world. Pauline had always believed that books were the greatest gift for a curious child like Rowan. Just the thought of her made his heart swell with deep gratitude. Back in the library in a section marked Zone 1, Rowan had just finished reading a book. As part of his practice for the events, Amy then instructed him to bring her all of the books he had read that day. Once he put the large stack of books down on the table, Amy began to write down the titles of all the books. After she had finished her examination of the list, she noticed something very striking. It turned out all the books Rowan had been reading were fairy tales, so she wanted him to start reading novels from Zone 2. She also gave him praise for the excellent work he was doing. Rowan was very happy that he could now read the books from Zone 2. After all, Zone 2 is the section where the books for adults were kept. He was so excited that he wanted to read a little more. Before going back to his room, Amy gave him permission, so he walked straight to Zone 2. The Rowan was having a wonderful time looking at all the different books, and no matter which one he chose, he wanted to read it immediately. But then one specific book in the collection caught his full attention. The book was titled The Birth of Crafting Kingdom in the Union. The mention of a union sounded familiar to him, like something he had heard adults discuss. When he opened the book, the very first thing that he saw was a map of the continent where he lived. One of the regions, named Grafton, had won a very long war, and after that, the world was reorganized into a system with one kingdom and 6 self-governing regions. Afterwards, to stop more wars and to protect public safety, the king created an organization that was known as the Union. This group has operated for over 200 years to keep peace. Its members are meant to be good people. So Rowan could not understand why Blake ran away from them. He concluded the Union might stop begging, and Blake feared punishment. But then again, Blake seemed to have a good relationship with the local supervisor, so that explanation did not make sense. There was another possibility. He considered the shelter and the Union might not have a friendly relationship with one another, and for some reason, the shelter was hiding the events of that day when he was chased by members of the Union. It had to be something terrible for the shelter to hide it. The thought made him feel very uneasy. A few more days passed by very quickly. Like a soft breeze, Rowan could be seen in the library, cleaning the bookshelves and tidying up, using his control of mana to help make the physical workload much lighter. He was still not an expert at moving around while he was circulating mana, but the process had become much more manageable for him. Back when he was begging on the street, he had to sit still and quietly breathe in mana, but things were very different for him now. He had practiced enough that he could circulate mana while walking or even while reading. Still, his mana concentration had not improved. It always scattered instead of gathering correctly. This was frustrating, but he believed that taking it one step at a time would eventually get him to his goal. On one particular day, all of the children were gathered together in the main hallway. Standing in front of all of them were the vice director and Amy. Without wasting any time, the vice director started to call out the names of the children participating in the next reading event. Fortunately, his friends Theo, Lily, and Noah were all chosen for the event. But when the time came to announce Rowan's name, the vice director hesitated. She was against him joining this time, because he had only just finished reading the fairy tales. Still, she could not deny the boy was very handsome. His presence alone would improve the event. So instead of participating, he was told to just observe and experience the atmosphere. Rowan, being the polite boy that he is, expressed his genuine gratitude just for being considered for the event. After the selection was finished, Amy stepped forward to guide the chosen children. She told all 10 of them to change into nice clothes and meet in the reception hall. Meanwhile, the children who were not chosen complained among themselves. It seemed unfair that someone like Rowan was picked when he had only just finished the fairy tales. Later, Rowan appeared wearing his new clothes, looking adorable, elegant, and very charming. Theo gave him a compliment, and Rowan returned the kind gesture with a compliment. For Theo, Amy then guided Rowan to the seat that was assigned to him for the event. Once all of the children had settled into their assigned seats, A knock at the door announced the arrival of all the special guests. Soon after, all of the important guests began to make their way into the room. One of the women happened to be someone who had seen Ron on the streets before, back when he was begging for money to survive. I remember her as well back then. She was completely charmed by the sight of such a handsome Rowan. Even Rowan seemed to remember her, and he quickly expressed his gratitude for her kindness in giving him money. The lady's name was Caroline, and she had become his biggest fan. She was so excited that she started talking about him to the vice director, telling her that she had seen the boy begging at an intersection last winter. He looked very handsome back then, and now he looked even better than he did before. To add to all of the excitement, the vice director then revealed that Rowan had also learned how to read. When she heard this, Caroline became even more excited and insisted that Rowan must read a passage from a book today. The vice director politely explained that Rowan was only there to observe. This was disappointing for Caroline, who really wanted to hear him read. Seeing the guests' enthusiasm, the vice director decided to let him try reading the last chapter. A little while later, the guests were all completely amazed and shocked when they heard Rowan's rhythmic and very pleasant-sounding voice. It seemed as if his voice was hypnotizing everyone in the entire room, filling the air with love and affection. That made the women feel overwhelmed with powerful emotions bubbling up inside them. The incredible intensity of the emotions in Rowan's voice caused the guests to sigh, their eyes filling with tears. The suspense made the ladies bite their lips as their heartbeats quickened. Once he had finished reading the passage, the women in the audience could not stop giving him compliments, saying every kind and sweet word they could possibly think of. Rowan remained humble and gave all the credit to the vice director, who helped him and gave him the opportunity. Caroline said she wanted to hear him read again tomorrow, and the vice director accepted her request. A little while later that same day, we find Rowan back in the library, looking through all of the books on the shelves. This time he was looking for books that could help him use his mana and combine it with his body's movements more efficiently. As he picked up a particular book from the shelf, Blake snuck up behind him and saw that the book Rowan was holding was about life's pleasures, specifically about sex. Rowan turned around and pretended to be scared by Blake's sudden arrival, but in reality, he already knew he was approaching from behind. It appeared Blake was there to praise Rowan for performing so well at the reading event. He was a little disappointed he missed hearing him read, so he came to the library to listen. Rowan did not blame Blake for missing the reading event, as he understood that Blake had many important responsibilities to take care of. Rowan asked if Blake had any new information. Blake revealed that the men from the Union who chased Rowan were causing trouble again, so Blake planned to handle them with the administrators. Rowan felt completely certain that with Blake's help, the men from the Union would be defeated and finally learn the lesson that they deserve. Hearing these very encouraging words from the boy made Blake feel even more confident. As much as Blake wanted to attend a reading event tomorrow, he was afraid he would have to miss that one too. While Blake seemed brave for facing the Union, this made him the real villain, since the Union exists for peace. But because Blake was so kind to Rowan, he was a good person in the boys' eyes. Continuing on with their conversation in the library, Rowan assured Blake that he would hopefully have another opportunity to hear him read, since he would be reading aloud often. Rowan was more concerned for Blake's safety, wishing him luck in dealing with the Union men. Blake also wished the boy good luck for his future. He then pointed to the book Rowan was holding and insisted that he should read it. After his reading sessions were over, with that Blake left to do his work, leaving Rowan alone to think about the situation between him and the Union. He was very curious to see what a fight would look like between two people who had mastered mana control. More importantly than anything else, however, he wanted to understand his own current level of strength, and he wondered if he could even compare to Blake's level of power. He began to condense and flow mana throughout his own body, and then completely by accident and without meaning to, he ripped the book he was holding directly into two separate pieces, because the mana had greatly amplified the physical strength in his hands. After knocking on the door, the boy was told he could come inside the room. Rowan did not know why the vice director had asked to see him. She seemed to be having trouble finding the right words to say. It turned out the boy had become the favorite reader for all the noble women. They only wanted to hear his voice and did not care if he read alone. The demanding women had ended up giving the poor vice director a major headache, so she tried her best to fulfill their nearly impossible requests. Now she was reluctant to ask the boy if he could do it. Rowan had no problem with it, and was willing to try for the vice director. In the next scene, the vice director officially announced the name of the special reader for that day, but to the complete shock and surprise of everyone, Theo's name was called instead of Rowan's. This made Theo stutter, because he could not believe that he had been chosen. The vice director congratulated him, along with the other children. Even Theo felt that it should have been Rowan instead. The blue-haired boy said that Rowan's reading was so elegant and good that he would surely end up in a great place as the chosen special reader. Theo then left for his next destination. Watching him walk away into the distance, even Rowan felt a little sad that Theo had to leave. However, this feeling of loss only stayed with him for a very short time, because immediately after, Rowan continued his reading and amazed the noble women with his poetic voice. He had no time to feel sad or think about the loss, as he was busy with his duties. Since the boy now had a heavy schedule, the vice director reminded him he would attend both the morning and afternoon sessions, meaning he would be doing double shifts. Even the vice director felt sorry for putting so much pressure on him, but he was just in very high demand. Instead of seeing it as a burden, Ron viewed it as an opportunity, and felt grateful that people enjoyed his reading. At the same time, the boy confessed that he always felt emotionally drained after reading sessions, so he requested a break after each one to calm his mind. Of course, the vice director could not refuse the boy's sincere request, but she told him not to go past the backyard. Rowan agreed to this and was happy to get that much. Staring out at the garden, the boy found himself alone in a quiet place. Here he was able to practice his mana circulation, once again concentrating his mana on specific areas like his muscles, joints, and bones. Rowan was experimenting based on a book's instructions. After that initial concentration, he could then channel the mana throughout his entire body. The key factor for success in this process is pure willpower, because mana needs more than just the thought to move. It also requires a strong desire and a command to act. Rowan's entire body was illuminated, with the bright mana flowing throughout him. At the end of the process, he was back in a normal state. The only issue was his mana concentration. He could not tell if the problem was his body or his skill, but for now, the boy did not want to rush it, believing it was more important to fix his weaknesses so he would not end up like others. Back when Blake carried the boy to the shelter, he had been unable to even walk on his own. Ryan suspected the Union members probably got tired of chasing him, which was a relief. He also observed that even people who use mana could become weakened and exhausted from overusing their power. Rowan wanted to figure out how to use stored mana and considered the possibility of using external mana as if it were his own. After all, he had already tested this theory by putting mana into his voice and sending it out as an audible output. This created the possibility of changing external mana, as long as it had a particular shape or form to it. Rowan continued to experiment with this new possibility, and then made an amazing discovery when he caused a single leaf to levitate in the air. In the next scene, the special reader was chosen once again, and this time it was Lily. Of course, just like Theo, she received applause and was told to be safe on her journey, but for a strange reason Lily became flustered and was speechless in front of Rowan. Much to his confusion, the girl stuttered as she tried to confess that she was in love with the boy, but unfortunately she was interrupted when the other kids started discussing their confusion. Knowing Rowan was the best reader, they couldn't believe he was skipped twice. At this point, they were sure the vice director was involved, believing that Rowan was a golden goose for the shelter, because he brought in so much profit. Poor Lily's confession was completely ruined by the interruption, especially after Rowan asked her to repeat herself, because he had missed it. But still, Lily went away crying, having lost her only chance to confess her love. As for Rowan, the boy was busy thinking, remembering how the special readers were all supposed to go to a good family. This meant if he had the chance, he could experience a new world with more life experiences. This might help him learn about mana storage faster. The boy's curiosity continued to grow stronger. The very next day, while he was taking one of his scheduled breaks, he was experimenting with the same levitation technique as before. Rowan found it easy to do because he had repeated it. All of a sudden, he then sensed a purple trail of mana nearby, and noticed a man trying to sneak into the shelter's grounds. He recognized this man as the big guy who had brought him to the main building. The big guy fell down with a heavy thud, and to the boy's surprise, he saw that his mana was fading away suddenly. Another man quickly ran over to him and immediately began to check on the injured man's condition. They discussed what happened, and the word union was mentioned in their conversation. Rowan overheard their conversation about the incident and was then told to go back inside quietly. and to pretend that this never happened. The boy was still frozen in shock, having no idea what was actually going on. What was more, the afternoon reading session was suddenly cancelled without any prior notice, and the children were strictly instructed to return to their rooms immediately. Nothing like this had ever happened before at the shelter, so the children were confused. Amy focused her attention on Rowan and strongly urged the boy to get himself ready, because this time he was going to be the special reader. While he was preparing himself for the very important event, the boy looked sad about what was happening around him. He remembered Amy's serious tone, which was missing the usual kindness she showed him. Thinking about what happened earlier with the two men, he wondered if they were the reason for the afternoon reading session's cancellation. Although the boy felt uncertain about the situation, he stepped forward and found Amy, who was also waiting for him. She was dressed up and ready to go to the sponsor. But deep inside he knew that something very strange was happening at the shelter. Seeing the boy's well-prepared outfit, she seemed dazzled for just a moment, but she did not say anything to him and just instructed the boy to follow her. Rowan asked if he was being adopted by Caroline, which would have been a good outcome. But to his shock, it was someone else. But once again, Amy did not say a single word in response. The two of them made their way to a different relief, a shelter known as the Annex, which looked much darker and gloomier than the places he knew. Even Rowan could sense that the building was full of evil people inside of it, all of them holding a suspicious kind of mana. The big guy took the boy inside, believing it was very important for them to hurry up. While leaving the big guy, Rowan gave one last look at Amy's face, which seemed to appear neutral. Inside he noticed the building had no windows and was gloomier than he expected. The boy decided not to let his guard down in case something happened. Inside the building, he heard the voice of the vice director. They entered the strange hall that looked like a ritual altar. Immediately Rowan was told to sit and read. He wondered if these people were hiding from the Union because of what happened earlier, but he had no idea what the ritual's purpose was. Rowan saw the specific book that he was supposed to be reading, but the boy looked very shaken and extremely worried about the situation and for what was about to happen next. He was very curious about the strange deep pit descending far below, wondering what was inside it. Then a realization struck him. It was a large pit of mana, unlike anything he had ever seen before. Rowan was instructed to begin his reading immediately, without any delay, so the boy poetically began reading a passage about a gloomy story related to the dark pit. He could sense the dark mana gathering inside it. Rowan continued to keep on reading the strange text, feeling himself being hit with uncontrollable emotion. His reading style became darker, and he finally realized what was happening to him. It was the pit of mana in itself. That was his one and only audience. As the boy continued on with his reading, he felt his own mana being drained from him. His body grew weaker with each word, and he knew it was dangerous. However, he also knew that if he stopped now, it would be too late. The shelter would be in trouble, and the forces of the Union would finally catch up with them. Concentrating even harder than before, the boy endured the difficult hardship. His new plan was to absorb the mana around him and adjust its flow for his own protection. And with that new plan now in motion, tendrils of white mana separated from and swirled away from his body, surrounding him in the shape of a protective barrier. His complete control over the mana flow was a total success. Now the boy was happy, because he no longer had to worry about the effects of reading. He planned to delay for a little while. He could tell if the Union members arrived by using his mana detection. Rowan continued to read the words from the book aloud, but he was taking too long. The people who planned his death expected the ritual would be finished by now. Realizing they needed to check on what was happening, they decided it was time to make a move. But Rowan was already completely prepared for their arrival. He sensed they were coming and wondered if he had successfully bought himself enough time for his plan. But his focus was suddenly broken when he saw the people from the shelter bursting into the room. One of the men was shouting angrily as he made his way inside, but to the boy's great shock, they were actually going underground. Instead of coming toward him, dismayed in wonder what exactly was being fed to the dark pit below. The scene changes to the housemaster, who was getting slapped hard across the face. The vice director grabbed him. The big guy in charge of the ritual believed they had deceived him by trying to escape. Meanwhile, Rowan calmly and quietly made his way down into the pit and focused all of his attention on a horrifying tree that was made of lost souls. Rowan's entire world shattered before his eyes when he saw that many people had been sacrificed for this ritual. His feeling of despair took an even darker turn when he suddenly recognized that Paulin was one of the people in the tree. Just then, the angry man from earlier noticed and caught the Rowan. At the same time, Blake came rushing into the room. demanding to know what happened and why the director and vice director had been killed. Blake learned that the director tried to run away, and that is when they found a strange fruit on the tree. Rowan had been brought here so they could create one more fruit. But the process failed unexpectedly, so they do not know what is going on. Blake expressed his frustration about the situation, and then he pulled a sharp sword out from Pauline's dead body. This terrible scene immediately reminded the boy of a conversation he had with the man he considered a brother. He had asked Blake why he never carried a sword, and Blake told him his weapon was being used somewhere else. This was the dark and terrible truth. Blake was the one responsible for murdering Pauline. This dark side transformed Ronan into an entirely unrecognizable force of nature. The very first thing he did was kill the man instantly while Blake was busy pulling his sword from the tree. He completely failed to notice what was happening right behind him. The very next thing that he knew was that the boy was surrounded by a powerful and dark aura of energy. He had not expected Rowan to be so powerful at such a very young age, but before Blake could even finish his arrogant speech to the boy, Rowan moved with incredible speed and attacked him with overwhelming force. His full attention was now focused on the lives of those who were no longer living. Tears filled his eyes as the boy wept for the mother figure who was now gone. He put his own mana inside the terrible dead tree. He then dived deep into the collective memories of all the sacrificed people. Rowan saw tragic and horrifying memories of helpless children crying out in fear, and all of the people who were now dead. In front of him he saw himself as a grown man. It was a mature version of Rowan. That looked exactly like him, but only much older in age. Before the boy was able to see any more of the memories, the memory sequence was suddenly broken and it ended, much to his regret. And even though he did not know what was happening, something inside of him had changed. It felt as if he had reconnected with the familiar man he once lost. He remembered the feeling of Pauline hugging the Roan with great affection. Pauline's voice told him he is only alone when his heart is empty. If he continues to hold on to the memories of the people he loved, then he would never be truly alone. That is why he must look deep inside his heart and search for their love. It is not something that can be seen, but only felt. Pauline's voice echoed in his mind, telling him to listen to his heart. This familiar manner instructed the boy not to forget what is important, and though his memories and the love he shared with his mother figure were gone, they would still remain inside of his heart now, and would be there forever. And with the end of their emotional and heartfelt reunion, he snapped back to reality. Blake had his sword pressed against the boy's neck. He revealed he waited for Rowan's sake, or he would have ended things sooner. But he always knew the boy was very clever. His subordinates had ended up ruining their original plan, but now he was curious and wanted to ask Rowan a question. Blake asked the boy to come along with him, or else to die a quiet death alone. Breaking his silence, the boy coldly asked where they would be going. Blake explained they would probably go to another farm, where Rowan would take care of trees like the one here. Blake would be his manager. In other words, he would officially become a member of the secret group known as the Rebel. What is the Rebel? It is the group of a cult leader who wants to change the world with dark magic. Blake is just a servant to this leader. This led to a chilling question from Rowan. His eyes now lifeless, he wanted to know if Blake was responsible for creating the tree. To that the swordsman said that he did not have that kind of power. So that was not the case. He only observes the creations of the high priests who can make such things anyway. Blake had no more time to talk and demanded the boy's answer. Rowan declared his decision maturely, completely rejecting the offer. In that case, Blake was very dissatisfied with Rowan's answer, and he swung his blade at the Rowan. This man was the same one who treated him like a little brother. I expected some hesitation, but no, he really tried to kill him. Luckily Rowan was able to stop the blade. Much to the complete and utter shock of the man, the boy easily stopped the sword with 2 fingers using his external mana control. Rowan then asked if Blake was the one who killed Pauline. The arrogant swordsman wondered if the boy would want revenge. If he said yes in response, the boy broke the sword with his powerful mana, declaring that Blake would not live to see another day. Now, that is an incredibly cold statement, and it is also sad if you really think about it. Blake was hit with a powerful strike that made him drop to his knees in pain. The boy had even warned him to dodge, but he could not. Before Blake could even speak his curses, Rowan coldly ended his life by slicing him in 2. The boy coldly stated that people like Blake should not be spared, or feel that they had been wronged by others. After all, this was just a direct result of their own terrible actions, and from now on, Rowan will ensure he delivers justice to people like him. By the end of his declaration, the lake was sliced in half. However, Rowan's problems were not quite finished yet for the day, as he detected more than a few people coming down to the lower levels of the annex. The group arrived, and their leader commanded them to search the entire area thoroughly. This man was the Union's 5th Division Vice Captain, named Oscar, who noticed the boy's talent and asked him if he could use telekinetic powers. The boy was confused, so Oscar changed his question and asked if he learned magic from the rebel group. In response, Rowan denied this and said he never formally learned magic, but was self-taught. This came across as a completely ridiculous claim from a boy who was only 10 years old, but Oscar could tell that the boy was not lying. The vice captain introduced himself and learned about the boy. Rowan impressed the vice captain with his sharp observation, showing his knowledge of the 5th Division's reconnaissance missions and swordsmanship. He even identified Oscar's rank from his badge. The vice captain was truly amazed by the boy's clever and careful observation skills. He thought it was a good time to talk outside and told Rowan to get the sword. Using his power, Rowan showed his telekinetic abilities, shocking the vice captain, who could not believe a 10-year-old could be so skilled at such a young age. One of his subordinates quickly told Oscar about the tree's origin. They believed it was created less than 2 years ago, and the binding spell appeared to be undone. But even so, Oscar thought any high priest would have left mana traces if they undid the spell, unless it had been Father Xian. Of course, if for Rowan, he was still lost in his own thoughts, staring at the poor sacrificed children. The children, who were called special readers, were used as sacrifices. Theo and Lily were both gone, and Rowan felt extreme guilt for not being kinder to them. He then asked Oscar if he had seen many trees like this one on his missions, which would mean the Union would investigate more farms to stop the rebel group. Although Oscar answered the boy, he made a notable observation about Rowan. Normally, a child his age would be overwhelmed with sadness, but this kid was different. He seemed determined, with a clear resolve and a noticeable anger inside him. Rowan then requested to be taken in and to join the 5th Division. Oscar gathered his thoughts, believing the boy was clearly affected by the shock of his trauma, but he was hiding it like an expert. For now, he told the boy they would conduct a special investigation before they made a decision about his future. He was then instructed to follow Oscar and his men, and as he was walking away from the tragic scene, he spotted a single coin lying on the deceased vice director's body. The boy quickly snatched it and then left the area with Oscar. According to their official observations, there was no noticeable damage to the quote pillar of faith. 13 casualties were from the evil organization, while 3 people were found dead from the shelter. 2 main culprits are suspected, and one of them appears to be Amy. Also, the high priests and main executives of the rebel group apparently only created the initial ritual area. They still need to find the true cause of its collapse, which is why more investigations are happening. With the initial report now concluded for the moment, the vice captain turned to Rowan, asking him where the boy felt the most comfortable. Rowan replied that he liked the library. So, respecting the boy's preference, the considerate Oscar decided it would be best to talk there. He told the boy to lead the way for them, and in the very next scene, they were sitting inside the library, discussing their plans. Oscar expressed how even in the library, he found no books on mana cultivation, so he was very eager to know how the boy managed to learn magic all by himself. Rowan's simple answer was that he just figured it out, which is a clear sign of his genius. Talented people often cannot easily explain their intuitive skills, so this reaction is common. Anyway, back to the story. Rowan then called himself smart, which I personally find to be really cute. Even the vice captain believed the boy was telling the truth. While he might be very talented, still he wanted to hear the boy's side of the story about the events that had just happened. The boy then started to talk about the very first time he had arrived at the shelter. They continued their conversation for a very long time, and he eventually concluded his thought that Pauline was likely the one responsible for giving her special powers to him. After hearing Rome's story, the vice captain was still confused by many parts of what happened. For instance, the boy had never received any training from Nana, but he still managed to kill 2 men from the rebel group, including Blake, a skilled swordsman. Furthermore, he also managed to break the high priest's powerful ritual conditions, which is not a simple accomplishment for anyone to achieve currently. The boy seems to use telekinesis without saying any magic words, which is also very unusual. Additionally, he does not even seem tired from using his powers. Rowan is like a hidden treasure that nobody ever tried to find. The boy was very curious and wanted to learn more specific details about the strange tree. Oscar provided a long explanation in simple terms. It is a special device for rituals that the rebel created to take human life. The organization's main goal is to create a fruit made from consumed life energy. This fruit is just a very concentrated form of mana that has become a physical object, making it very valuable. Oscar then showed Rowan the actual fruit that was made. As a result of his mana being consumed, the fruit is then consumed, which allows a person to increase their own mana supply. It is a very costly item sold on the black market. Regarding the reason they use reading, it is because specific conditions must be met. For the ritual, the act of reading helps to stabilize the tree, and it also improves the final fruit's quality. After hearing this, Rowan thought about how the tree seemed very interested in his story, almost like he was reading aloud to another person. This means the tree's activity became stable. The boy now understands that before they were trees, they were once living, breathing human beings. Oscar was very impressed by his sharp thinking and realized that they both thought about it similarly. The boy had more questions and now wanted to learn about the meaning of the word telekinesis. The vice captain explained to him that it is simply a type of magic that allows someone to move objects using mana without touching them. Rowan showed the same power and finally understood that he had been using magic this entire time. He lacks knowledge about his own abilities or how magic works. Even though Rowan shows the beginning stage of telekinesis, Oscar believes he is very special for someone so young. Remembering that Rowan wants to join the Faith Division, Oscar became curious about his reasons. He had just gone through a very traumatic experience, having been betrayed by the people he loved and trusted, so Oscar wondered why Rowan would want to join their group. After all that had happened, the Faith Division and the Union are the same organization, just with different names. Rowan admitted openly that he does not completely trust the Faith Division, yet his gut feeling told him that Oscar is a good person based on his mana. Oscar was a little confused to hear a 10-year-old boy call him pure, and he claimed the boy's intuition could get him killed in different circumstances. Rowan insisted that he is good at understanding people, but Oscar said it would be difficult to let a child join them or get involved in their missions. This led Rowan to wonder if he was too inexperienced or weak for their standards. However, the vice captain interrupted him and told the boy to listen very carefully. He said that in life, some things are much more important than only having a special talent. Oscar's serious tone quickly ruined the boy's happy mood, so Rowan sulked sadly. This made Oscar clarify that there was nothing wrong with Ron. It is simply that making a special exception for an outsider is difficult and he is very young. Then the young smart boy asked if someone's age is more important than their actual skill. This powerful question made the vice captain pause and think it is a fact that Ron shows genius level talent for his age, which was proven by his power to defeat 2 adult men. But talent is not everything, regrettably Oscar admitted. The Union measures a person's experience by their age, not by talent. Rowan then asked if he was too immature for their group. The vice captain then decided to give the boy a chance, treating their talk like a practice interview instead of just a conversation. He first asked why Rowan killed Eder, since Eder was not a direct threat to him initially. To this, Rowan cleverly answered that Eder had also killed the shelter owner and his wife. It seemed obvious he would be killed next, so any hesitation would have led to his own death. Oscar pointed out that the boy still killed 2 individuals, so other things could have affected his judgment. Perhaps his anger influenced the decision he made. At that moment, Rowan agreed that his emotions were certainly an important factor, and he was not afraid to admit it. However, he also believes that human emotions do not always confuse judgment. Sometimes they help make a decision clearer. Regarding the foundation of his judgment, he had decided that the terrible men before him had taken many innocent lives. Therefore, there was no reason to spare men who had no chance of being redeemed. In the end, the young boy also felt he had no right to allow them to keep on living. In response to this statement, Oscar asked if the boy had the right to kill them. Rowan replied that it was the only fair outcome considering all the previous factors. It was just that at that crucial time, he had the power to deliver justice. However, he did not want to run away from the truth that he is responsible for killing someone. That is why he offers no excuse. So the vice captain then asked him if it was really necessary to kill those men. To Oscar's shock, Rowan admitted that ultimately, certain people are given the job of carrying out executions. Then was a very cold and intense look. He also stated the Union existed for that same purpose. In that short moment, the vice captain saw something special in him. It is true that the Union's purpose is to act upon its core values, but more importantly, their ideal is creating a world that is filled with happiness and laughter everywhere. They want a world that is completely safe from any harm. They want it to be as stable and peaceful as possible for all future generations. Even though this perfect ideal can never be fully reached, it remains the impossible goal the organization always works toward. This is the Union's true purpose. The vice captain thought to himself that this was their main purpose. He was impressed by Rowan's calm response and also surprised that the boy could express such profound ideas so well. Oscar decided to tell him about an organization called the Grave, which is said to be a powerful evil group that threatens the entire kingdom's existence. The retail faction is just one part of that larger organization. The Union's first division is working hard to destroy their evil groups. Although the process will be difficult, he believes Rowan's help could be the final push they need to succeed. The boy was confused by Oscar's comment, so the vice captain explained that Rowan will go to the Union to demonstrate his skills, and after he proves himself, they will accept him as a member. For the time being, he wants Rowan to live up to his own high expectations. The meeting ended outside. Oscar and his team gathered together. He announced the Tung-Tin Shelter's evil deeds to aid Richu's dark plans, but fortunately the Union has succeeded once more and destroyed the darkness that was in this area. The Tung-Tin Shelter will now resume its normal operations. After that, he gave the signal for the division to leave. Finally, he called over to Sienna, one of his team members, and gave her instructions. At first glance, the young boy saw that she was glowing with ripples of blue mana. Oscar wants the boy to be taken safely to the Union, so Sienna will be his escort. Sienna introduced herself as a member of the Pillar of Faith and explained it will take 2 weeks to reach the Union because the journey is very long. She told him to quickly pack any important belongings he might have. Luckily, the boy had nothing of importance to take with him. Sienna told him this was his only chance to pack and said he could ask any questions. Rowan directly asked about her race and discovered she is a dark elf. Rowan was shocked by her bright aura and said that he believed dark elves were supposed to have a much darker aura. The girl seemed a little confused by his comment. Rowan apologized for being too forward. He is simply curious about her. Sienna responded that his own bloodline is likely the reason he is acting this way, but she did not explain her comment any further and got on the horse so they could depart. Oscar said farewell to the boy. The kind and thoughtful boy also told the other members of the group to be careful, impressing them all with his genuine sincerity, and so their long journey to the Union began. Moving forward to the next scene, we see Rowan and Sienna setting up their camp. She handed the boy a small sheath made for his blade. The boy had wondered for some time what she had been so busy making. It turned out that she was making a small gift for him. Rowan was very happy and spoke to her formally. She did not like being addressed that way, but calling her big sister also felt awkward. So instead the boy chose to call her Sunbi, because they would soon be working together as colleagues. Seeing the boy's playful and cute behavior, the dark elf turned away looking slightly flustered. He then began to play with his telekinetic power, making the broken blade spin around in the air. Sienna noticed his special talents. The boy remembered how the vice captain had called his abilities telekinetic magic. Sienna agreed with the term, but only because it was the nearest possible description for the boy's unique magic. Confused, Rowan asked what term best defined his power. She answered that it is hard to say, since his magic seems to be completely unique. His power allows him to directly control mana without needing to use any special words or formal spells. It is a type of divine power that only the ancient elves possessed, who were the first elf race before they eventually separated into many different races, such as the dark elves. Just by looking at the boy's eye color, she could tell that Rowan's parents were not ordinary people. Hearing the word parents made the boy think about his own. The next day, Rowan and Sienna finally arrived at the Union, a place that looked like a town. As they walked inside, she explained that it was divided into 2 kinds of areas, the residential and the commercial zones. But one thing was absolutely certain: every race comes here to get supplies. It is the most reliable and powerful location on the whole continent. This is not only due to its buildings, but because the strongest people in the world come here. This is the reason the Union is called the Sword and Book of the Continent. Warriors and mages all come together here to guard the citizens from evil groups. Like the Grave, Rowan was learning many new things and absorbing all the information, while Sienna showed him his new home. Walking ahead, they were greeted by Lazarus, who is the director of the Union's management department. He was very interested in the boy and asked to speak with him privately, so they went to speak inside of a very bright room. It was so bright that the boy made a mental note of it. Now, based on what Sienna said he had learned, this place is where military groups gather. What was noticeable about the man before him was that Lazarus seemed to have the most radiant and well-controlled aura he had ever seen. This made Rowan wonder about the amount of strength this man held inside him. The director politely asked for the boy's hand and then held it within both of his. Suddenly the boy felt an intense sensation. He realized Lazarus was attempting to control mana with much more skill. It was the final result of the same thing Rowan had been doing, but much better. It made the young boy very happy to learn there were people who could handle mana with such an incredible level of mastery and skill. Lazarus's eyes quickly moved to the small coin the boy had taken from the deputy director. Rowan clarified that he did not steal it. Instead, he took it back because it was his grandmother's. It was simply the act of taking back an item that was already his. The director wanted to see the emblem and asked the boy to give it to him, but after trying his absolute hardest, Rowan could not seem to pull his hand away or move his body. It was as if both of their bodies had become connected and joined together. Lazarus's incredible control over mana was amazing to see. Rowan thought that if he could just endure the pressure of both the gravity and the mana simultaneously, then he might be able to break free. And he actually did break free by using a technique which impressed the director very much. He had always hoped to learn if this type of power was real, and seeing Rowan's ability in person surprised him even more. However, something about what happened bothered the little boy because he thought he could have performed better. All he really did was copy the director's mana control, but the director was able to notice. Inspecting the emblem, the director's mana wavered for the very first time, a change that the young boy noticed almost immediately. He thanked the boy for showing him something that was so valuable, but Rowan was curious and wanted to ask him a question. He wanted to know if Lazarus was actually the strongest person in the Union. In response, the director laughed and denied it, saying he is just an old man assisting the younger generation. He also called himself a raccoon, but the boy, focusing on the details, completely missed the figurative meaning of the word. To answer his question honestly, Lazarus explained the 17 captains are incredibly powerful, and there is also the commander who is a true master. There is also the governor and the top leadership of a union. So when compared to those powerful people, he is just a raccoon, as he said. With his questions answered, Rowan asked to visit again to make more inquiries about the organization. Lazarus was very happy to give the boy his time, as long as he made an appointment with him first. From first impressions alone, the boy had developed a liking for the director, categorizing him with the words good and strong. He thought about the director and felt satisfied with his decision to come to the Union anyway. The boy was shown his new home. His new home is the Union School, also called the Union Academy. Usually whenever a team member must leave for a mission, they will send their children here. This is the ideal place for the boy to improve his skills, because he could become a very powerful member in the next 5 years. However, Sienna reminded him that this academy does not specialize in one area. It is a mix of all different skills, such as swordsmanship, magic, and martial arts. They are mainly responsible for improving the students' talents, using basic theories and essential fundamentals. The thought of attending a real school filled the boy's heart with happiness, and even Sienna was happy for him. The next section of the story will focus on the Union Academy. Our favorite young genius looks majestic in his new uniform and asks the woman if she is a teacher, realizing she had forgotten to introduce herself correctly. Daphne told him she is the head of academic affairs, and that she also teaches languages. Daphne gave him the first-year class schedule and a list of subjects he could choose from. The available subjects covered a wide range of topics like mana, swordsmanship, and even astronomy. Everything on the list looked so interesting to him that he checked every single box. When Daphne got the list back, she was very shocked. She explained to him that it would be extremely difficult for a boy to handle so much. If he attended all those classes, it would be a major problem if he failed any of them. But the boy's curiosity had no limits. He truly wanted to learn it all. Daphne stressed that there would be far too much homework for him to complete. Also, studying is not very easy for the majority of students, but this kind of idea was unfamiliar to the boy, who did not understand why studying is difficult. After hearing his question, Daphne understood that she was talking to a very unique child, since most children do not like to study. In any case, she decided to accept his original list and suggested they go to the first class. In the next scene, the boy followed Daphne all the way into the classroom. His eyes moved around quickly to observe his new surroundings. It was not any different from what he expected. The children in this room have much denser mana than he has. This confirms that his own body is the primary problem, just as he had first guessed anyway. Daphne introduced the late new student to everyone in the class. Rowan was given the spotlight to introduce himself to the class, and he remembered his experiences during the reading sessions, which made the feelings seem familiar. The boy politely introduced himself and said he hoped to get along well with everyone. His voice was so moving that it even touched the teacher's heart. This boy is unstoppable. He does not need anything more than his voice. Anyway, he quickly went to find his seat. Daphne started the class and explained they would be learning from page 24. First, Rowan was asked to read for them, since he learned how at the shelter. The teacher was happy for him to read, but when he opened the book, he remembered that it was the same one Amy had tested him with back at the shelter. Rowan spoke beautifully with an elegant tone, which impressed his classmates with his very distinct voice. For a moment he felt a little annoyed to connect the book with a girl who had betrayed him. After all, Amy turned out to be a member of the rebel group. Still, he wanted to give her another chance and hear an explanation from Amy's side, because he does not yet know how she truly felt about him. Even at his young age, the boy thought the people are much more complicated to understand than any textbook. By the time he finished reading the passage, his entire class was roaring with praise for him. Even the teacher was extremely impressed with the boy and applauded the school for enrolling such a talented student. By the end of that class, Rowan found that he had new fans who told him that Daphne is not the type of teacher who is easily impressed by students, but the boy's words had been so lifelike and full of real emotion in contrast to his new fans. There was also a girl who had short hair and green eyes. From the very first glance, he recognized her as the person from the vision he saw before. Sophie Polbel introduced herself as the class president and the student representative. They shook hands and Sophie asked what elective class the boy had chosen. He told her that he was interested in swordsmanship, but she noted that he only had a small dagger, so perhaps he was also trying to become a union member. Well, that might be true. Rowan remembered that he was not thinking about that when he chose his subjects. He simply wanted to study all of them, but now he is curious and wants to know if swordsmanship is required to join the union. Finding it to be a strange question, she gave the boy a weird look. This made him wonder if he had said something strange. In the next scene, all the students arrived at the training grounds, where the instructor was waiting for them. Suddenly they all started to run toward the instructor, which confused the boy very much. They told Rowan that they were going ahead, but that was not the surprising part. The most surprising part was their use of Manhwa, which gave him more than enough reason to do the same thing. The boy happily sped past all of his classmates, even though he had a late start. It was shocking even for the student president. Sophie could tell that his speed was extremely unnatural, because he passed every student so easily. Taking the lead, the boy happily challenged them all to chase after him. Seeing the students making a commotion about the new kit put the instructor on edge. I could not believe the boy was able to run so fast. With such a small body, it made him curious enough that he wanted to observe the kid more closely. The students were all very tired after the race, because our boy completely beat them anyway. They quickly gathered together in an assembly. Rowan was still happy about his new friends, who could use mana like he does. Sophie, however, was wondering if the kid was actually human. The way he accelerated and beat them all was amazing. The fact he even lapped them was crazy to her. And after running so much, the boy seemed fine and was not exhausted at all. Seeing her glare at him, Rowan asked if she enjoyed the race. Sophie was startled and thought to herself that he must be a demon anyway. After the kids had received enough rest, the instructor introduced himself as Diego Sanchez, a master of swordsmanship and their teacher. The boy was very happy to be learning from him. First, the lesson began with every student picking up a wooden sword, and it is safe to say they were not very happy, since they were already exhausted. But strangely, Rowan had not moved yet. Diego told the kid to get moving, but Rowan seemed hesitant and afraid of the sword, because of his memories involving Blake. Seeing the boy's unusual behavior, Diego noticed his fear immediately, and assured the boy that, although a sword can be a very dangerous tool, it is just a tool in the end. The sword's intentions do not matter, rather it reveals the character of the person who is holding it. That is the reason he wants the kid to face his fears. That well-spoken description of a sword being just a tool really connected with the boy. He came to the realization that if Blake had used a staff instead of a sword, then he would just be afraid of staffs. He concluded that swords were not the problem, so he walked up and grabbed the blade, thinking to himself that he did not hope to become a sword master. At the same time, that did not mean he should run away from it. At first glance, Diego judged that the way Rowan held the sword revealed his talent, but the downside was his lack of strong willpower. the instructor announced that they would now be dueling in pairs while any method is acceptable. Their main goal is to defeat the other opponent first. Rowan was assigned to pair up with Sophie, as the instructor believed it was the right decision. Their dual pairing was a surprise to both of them. The other kids guessed that Sophie would win the match because of her family's background and her own talent with swords. Anyway, their teacher gave them the signal to prepare for the battle. The fight began with Sophie taking a wide stance with her sword eyeing down her opponent. Come to think of it, this was the boy's first time seeing real swordsmanship. He found her control over the weapon impressive, and thought it felt very different from the terrifying feeling he had experienced before. Adjusting his own blade, he wondered what good swordsmanship truly meant, so the boy got into a stance, hoping to learn with this new opportunity. The boy's stance by itself shocked both the instructor and Sophie, because he was using a perfect neutral stance. It was a miracle to see the boy master the stance so naturally on his very first try. Still, Sophie refused to lose a sword fight, because her family's pride was on the line. Armed with that strong determination, she met the first attack from her opponent. Rowan missed, but it surprised her a little bit. It felt as if the boy already knew where she was planning to attack. Knowing that Sophie was aiming for his chest, he dodged her swing not just one time, but again and again, until she was being blocked and forced backward. Sophie found herself getting discouraged during the fight because her cautious opponent had read her every single move. It was as if the boy was seeing the future right before it even happened. She admitted her defeat and asked for another match. Rowan smiled at her and agreed to her request. After the match, they talked for a long time about how well he had performed. She was very impressed by his natural talent for holding a sword. It turns out they fought 4 times in total, and they each won 2 matches and lost 2. Sophie was now happy to fight him more often, besides that the other students were happy. The next class was about learning magic, so they could finally rest a little. But Rowan was confused, because he thought it was likely one of the most important classes for becoming a union member. But the boy's question caused his classmates to show their shock. One student told them that sadly, their teacher is so far beyond their skill level that it is impossible to learn magic from him. Rowan agreed that learning magic is not easy, but he was curious about the teacher. At this point, the other students were really beginning to notice the boy's lack of general knowledge. The man who will teach them basic magic is a former commander, and also the magic dean of the academy. That man is the respected Professor Arthur. It was surprising to see a character with that name appear. In this story, the magic class was now in session. Professor Arthur is the man who was formerly a respected commander. From the looks of it, Rohan was impressed to see his mana was even denser than the director's. This made him curious about who the strongest person in the union was. Arthur learned about the new student and explained that he teaches basic magic. Of course, he also clarified that almost all of the students find his class to be annoying, but Rohan seemed different, as the boy intended to become a mage and join the union. This confession made the old professor very happy, and he praised the boy for his great spirit. At the same time, he reminded him that he was moving away from the path of swordsmanship. This made Rowan wonder if that was the reason his classmates had looked at him strangely before, so he asked why that was the case. In response, Arthur allowed young Sophie to answer his question. The girl explained that to achieve complete mastery of magic, a person must learn a huge amount of knowledge, which is a heavy burden for the body and mind. This means that even if a very talented person existed with a gift for magic, they would not be recognized as a mage without at least 10 years of training. Arthur confirmed this and also explained that it is hard to become a member of the union after graduation. After hearing this information, the boy was disappointed, realizing a first-class mage is not reliable enough to become an active member. One must reach at least the 2nd class of skill. Because of that, Rowan set a goal to reach 3rd class magic before he graduates. It was such an ambitious goal that it even shocked the professor, because the boy probably did not even understand what 3rd class magic actually meant yet. Arthur helped him understand by writing on the board that swordsmanship is the union's main focus, while magic is used to pursue wisdom and knowledge. He wrote a very complex formula on the board that is used to create a basic fire arrow, but something was wrong with it. Based only on his memory, the boy remembered that he had seen this formula before near the ritual pit. Arthur said it was understandable that the students did not see the problem with the formula. It looks complicated. Although the fire arrow is considered an easy and basic spell, the more advanced spells are much more difficult to replicate. Professor Arthur skillfully demonstrates a beautiful recreation of the fire arrow spell for his students. However, Rowan notices a small but important detail. The professor's arrow appears slightly unstable. It looks as if it is about to vanish at any moment. The professor explains that magic formulas are very precise. Even after using a lot of mana, one tiny mistake in the formula can destroy the entire spell. But then Professor Arthur carefully adds one last component to the magical formula. The burning arrow suddenly becomes even larger and much more powerful than it was before. Just looking at the powerful display deeply impresses all the students watching. Arthur says that mages must memorize these formulas and ensure they are always perfect. Digesting a spell requires an incredible amount of patience and skill. For example, changing a fire arrow into a ball uses more mana and puts extra strain on both the mind and the body. In addition to that, magic often has more inherent limitations compared to swordsmanship. Sophie explains this is because channeling mana directly into a weapon is typically easier and more efficient than casting and controlling a complex spell. The instructor adds that using mana is very draining, so a mage's power depends on their personal mana reserves. Rowan now has a much better understanding of how magic works. He understands that a mage's skills are directly limited by the size of their mana pool. If that is true, then Rowan's naturally low mana concentration will be a major obstacle for his ability to produce magic. Still, he believes that by carefully studying the principles of magic, he might find a solution to his problems, though it seems uncertain for now. Professor Arthur asks Rowan an interesting question, wanting to see if he knows what is needed to cast a specific spell. Rowan correctly answers that a formula is necessary, but he adds that these formulas would be extremely difficult for mages to remember during a fight. For this reason, the system of formulas was eventually developed into magic circle, which perfectly represent the principles of the formulas. Rowan now realizes that the tattoos he saw on the shelter director's arm were in fact a magic circle. He learns that some mages prefer to engrave magic circles on their bodies to adapt to using magic more quickly. The magic circle acts like a powerful symbol, and if the formula can be thought of as the equation, then the magic circle is its symbolic representation. Following this line of thought, Ryan then asks if chanting is the method for the verbal conversion of the formula. Startled by Ryan's sharp observation, the professor wonders how he was able to reach that specific conclusion. Rowan explains that the formula Professor Arthur wrote on the board seemed to serve as a blueprint for creating a fireball. If one considers the magic circle to be a symbol, it means that chanting is simply the linguistic conversion of that same spell. This comment makes the professor smile with pride. Although it was Rowan's first day, he showed a thoughtful grasp of a concept that many mages still study deeply. Professor Arthur is truly impressed by how quickly Rowan is understanding these complex ideas. He confirms that chanting is just saying the correct words, and infusing mana into each word creates the incantation for a spell. To prove his point, Professor casts a powerful fireball spell, this time using only his incantation. He also explains that things like speed and tone affect the spell, as does the caster's emotional state, making it similar to a recitation. Yet no recitation in Rowan's entire life had ever fascinated him as much as this one. The professor worries he might have scared Rowan by explaining the complex details of magic. He wonders if Rowan still wants to achieve his big goal. Surprisingly, Rowan is more interested now. The professor is pleased by this and decides to start the class by teaching ancient languages. Each student receives a book to decode the language, and they are already dreading the difficult tests. By the end of the difficult class, Sophie feels completely exhausted from all the new homework. She now regrets enrolling in so many different classes this semester at the same time. Rowan seems completely unaffected. He filled his entire schedule with classes, leaving no time for breaks. His curiosity is so intense that it even annoys Sophie. Anyway, Sophie finds out Rowan's roommate is Lucas, a name he does not seem to recognize. She says goodbye to him and then leaves for the evening. Back inside his dorm room, Rowan is already working hard. He tries to understand the spell based on the formula. Since he lacked the mana reserves to use powerful magic in the usual way, he needed a new approach. He wonders if he should try to create a new kind of magic that is better suited to his own unique abilities. To his complete shock, he ends up successfully creating an actual, functional spell. This is an incredible accomplishment, but it comes with a significant drawback. Although he successfully cast the spell, the physical toll it took on his body was immense. It caused him to lose consciousness completely. When he returns to their room, Lucas is shocked to discover an unconscious Rowan lying on the floor. He is left wondering what on earth could have happened to him. While unconscious, Rowan begins to hear a very familiar voice calling to him. It's the voice of Sienna, who feels she and his other teachers burden him with too much. Thinking he was extraordinary and could handle more than was fair for his age, finally Rowan's eyes slowly open. and he sees Lucas looking down at him. Lucas is incredibly relieved and happy to see that he is okay. Lucas is a kind person who cares for Rowan and was worried that something terrible had happened to him. He formally introduces himself as Lucas von Parcel, confirming that he is Rowan's new roommate. Lucas is just glad to see him awake after he passed out. Rowan is surprised to hear that he was unconscious, but it seems to be nothing serious. However, Rowan does not understand why Lucas was so extremely worried about him. It turns out that Lucas was specifically tasked by his father to look after Rowan, which is an interesting plot development. Lucas reveals that his father is none other than the vice captain, Oscar. He is also really hoping that Rowan will say good things about him to his father based on his friendly manner. Rowan feels he can trust him. It is also easy to mistake Lucas for someone older or an upperclassman due to his tall stature, but in reality he is just Rowan's classmate. Though he is 2 years older than him, this is not because of a late admission, but rather because he has failed to meet the attendance requirements twice before. He seems to be an expert at failing. In addition, he is not the type who enjoys studying, but that is a detail for later. He is very curious if Rowan passed out while practicing magic, which seems likely given the chaotic state of the room. It is true that Rowan was trying to cast a fireball, but everything that happened after that is a complete blur to him. Furthermore, his roommate is quite skilled with a sword and regrets that Rowan isn't focused on improving his own obvious talent in swordsmanship. Lucas is mainly following in his father's footsteps. Additionally, Rowan makes another interesting observation. Even though Lucas was 2 years older, he possessed a much more powerful and dense mana signature compared to the other students. His physical stature is also quite impressive. In a way, Rowan really admires him for all the effort he has put into his training. Rowan feels a little sad that he is falling behind. He wants to go to class, even though he just passed out from exhaustion. Lucas is somehow able to convince him to skip up class for the day to get some fresh air outside and eat some good food. In the end, Rowan agrees, and he finally points out that this attitude is probably why Lucas has failed twice. He jokes that Lucas would skip class for any minor reason. Fast forwarding to their session of skipping class, together they find a place to eat. Lucas insists that Rowan should eat a large amount of food to regain his energy. Strangely, however, Rowan detects a faint trace of mana coming from a location nearby. He insists that they should go check the place out, and Lucas agrees that it's fine, so the two of them head off to explore the nearby magic shop inside. Rowan's first observation is that most of the items on display are imbued with mana. Meanwhile, the vice captain's son is busy sneezing uncontrollably from all the dust. At that moment, Rowan has a sudden and unfortunate realization. He is completely broke and has absolutely no money to spend on anything. He regrets not being able to keep some money from the shelter, but Lucas then offers to treat him. He promises to buy Rowan whatever he needs, saying it is an extension of his father's request. Lucas is proving to be a true friend, but Rowan is hilariously mischievous, as he jokingly asks Lucas to buy everything inside the magic shop for him. Lucas shows him a handful of coins, which is clearly not enough money to buy many things. However, it should be enough for them to purchase at least one item. Rowan begins to explore the shop more carefully. Now he is searching for an item that is reasonably within his roommate's limited budget. Suddenly, a particular object completely captures his full attention. This is mostly due to its sharp and murky mana signature. It's an egg with a strange magic circle carved on it. But fortunately for them, the price on the item is quite low. The shop owner approaches and explains that he is holding the Stone of Galatia. He says that it is mostly used as a nice decoration for one's home. Everybody believes the egg is unhatchable and therefore completely useless beyond being a simple showpiece. Rowan asks what is inside, but that is something not even the shop owner knows for certain. According to lore, the stone acts as a cage for an unknown creature. The shop owner acquired it thinking it was useful, but no one cared since it never hatched. The stone is just one of many magical items, so Rowan is curious if something will actually happen if the seal is broken. The shop owner advises him to keep his expectations low, as it's a long shot that would require a very unique spell to open. However, Rowan is now extremely intrigued by the mysterious object from its appearance. He can tell the magic circle is expert level, at least a dozen times more complex than a simple fireball spell. Turning his attention back to his friend, Rowan asks Lucas for his opinion. Lucas thinks it is much better than a boring book and jokes that it could also be used to crack someone's skull open. In the end, Rowan decides to purchase the stone and happily leaves the shop with his new magical item. It is already evening, but Lucas wants their day of skipping class to end on a high note. He suggests They should go visit the most impressive place in the entire Union. They arrive at the majestic clock tower, a sight that leaves Rowan completely speechless. This clock tower serves as the main headquarters for both the governor and the commander. Lucas can only remember seeing the former commander once in his life when he was a child. Intrigued, Rowan asks for more details. He learns that the man was wearing a very impressive white suit. Any other details besides that are difficult for him to describe. The best way to describe the commander would be as a white swan with his subordinates being by contrasting black crows. This is another detail that Rowan did not know. He knows about the existence of rankings, but nothing more than that. Even an expert at the 7th rank among the captains is powerful enough to defend an entire city by themselves. Then there is the commander, their leader, a man so incredibly powerful that he could challenge an entire nation by himself. That is the true definition of power. Finally, there is the governor, who is the highest authority on the whole continent and holds a rank equivalent to a king. From this distance, Rowan reflects on the long path ahead of him to reach the level of such great people. He has a strong ambition to stand alongside those figures. One day, Rowan and Lucas remain at arguably the most impressive place in the Union, until the sun finally set and the night sky appeared. The young man was captivated by the sight of the watchtower and its incredible height. It is visible from almost anywhere inside the Union, and some parts are visible from the academy. Struck by curiosity, he asked Lucas what the red hands on the clock were meant to indicate. He wanted to know how to read what the clock face says. Lucas scratched his head and squinted his eyes, pretending to think very hard about the question. He tried his best to remember. He finally remembered that the characters written on the outer red band of the clock indicate the current year. Upon closer look, Rowan saw the symbols were from ancient languages. Giving up, Lucas admitted he never learned how to read these types of clocks. Rowan processed the context clues and read the year 262 on the watchtower. That seemed correct, as they are currently in Kingdom Year 262. Working from his first guess, Rowan read the other dials, which likely indicated the month and day. The time was 7:20 p.m. on June 14th, 262. Rowan only needed a moment of thought to figure it out. Yet Lucas, who grew up here, had never bothered to learn to read the clock. The reason the young prodigy was so fascinated with the tower was that he had seen it before. In a grim vision, the illusion from the tree showed the clock tower as a centerpiece of destruction. If Rowan remembers correctly, the clock in his vision was pointing to June 14th, 272. This is exactly 10 years from today. After staying for a little while longer, the two roommates finally decided it was time to head back to their dorm. Once he was certain Rowan was safe, Lucas picked up his wooden sword and headed for the door. He may skip classes, but he never misses a day of training. If he skips even a single day of his physical training, he feels his body becoming sluggish, and so the young prodigy was left all alone to think about his chaotic thoughts. The apocalyptic vision that the mysterious tree showed to him is very hard to ignore. There is a strong possibility that it was not just a simple illusion. It could have been a precognitive dream, giving him a glimpse of the future. If that is the case, he must try to change the future. To gather his thoughts, Rowan closed his eyes and entered his mind palace. First, he needs to collect as much information as he can from the memories he has stored in his mind. With his incredible ability for perfect recall, he reviewed the snapshots of the clock tower he saw earlier piece by piece. He reconstructed every small detail with perfect accuracy. Once he was satisfied with the amount of data he had, he moved to the next step. He began to fill in the gaps between his memories, blind spots in their correct chronological order. Rowan identified specific things that appeared in the past that would later cause deaths in the possible future. He witnessed the buildings, their roofs and their structures were all accounted for. He recalls seeing the corpse of a person who died from a collapsed roof. The young prodigy meticulously overlapped what he knew of reality. With his dark vision, he carefully stitched together what happens in each scene. Once he finished filtering everything down to the most important details, he moved on. He pulled up the memory of the truly dreadful illusion he had experienced before. He recreated the scene that was shared with him by the mysterious tree and enhanced the areas where he could add more detail. For a brief moment he hesitated, not wanting to replay that sorrowful scene again. In his mind, thinking about that terrible vision. Now he remembered more of the bodies on the ground. Looked like the friends he had just recently made. Sophie, Lucas, and Sienna were there. All lifeless and slightly older. That is the kind of future he does not want to live in. It puts into perspective how weak he is now and what a failure he will be. For the moment he wants to know what rank he managed to reach in that vision. From all the fragmented pieces of the vision, only one of them contained an image of his future self. After searching through the vast amounts of data stored inside of his mind, he found it. He finally found that single, lingering scene that showed his future self. From the vision's default angle, his rank badge was not visible on his side profile. Refusing to give up, Rowan's analytical mind developed a method to change the viewing angle of the memory. This new method required him to immerse himself much deeper into the shared vision of the burning Union. After confirming that all of the details in the vision were in order, he proceeded. Rowan turned his full attention to the image of his supposed future self from inside this memory. He should be able to reconstruct what truly happened during this terrible vision. When he focused on his future self's chest to see the rank badge, he noticed something horrifying. Young Rowan felt his blood run cold. It was difficult to see at first, but as his future self looked bloodied and beaten, in a place where his rank badge should have been, his chest was a massive empty wound. Exposing his insides, it appears his friends are not the only ones who will suffer a terrible fate. Rowan himself is destined to die a gruesome death. After he forced himself to go through that very traumatic process, he withdrew. Young Rowan pulled his consciousness back out of the nightmarish vision. He slowly opened his eyes and sat there, alone with his troubling thoughts. He wondered if the vision was intended to be some kind of warning from the tree. The fall of the Union means the death of the kingdom, and the continent it would be the end of the world, and the complete extinction of humanity. As far as he understands, the tree is a creation of black magic, made from human mana molded by sacrificial victims, who were between life and death. Besides all the horrible scenes, a mysterious hooded figure was also present in the vision. Maybe that person holds the key to understanding the full story. Rowan maintained a healthy dose of skepticism about the validity of the illusion he had witnessed, but to ensure that the depicted scene does not happen, he must create a different future. Using the little information he has, the most effective method for him to do this would be to start by changing himself, since his future looked bleak. Knowing his rank is a lost cause. He was wearing the Union's black suit, so perhaps not becoming a member could change history enough. Perhaps he could take an official role within the management bureau instead, since they wear red suits. Or he could do the unprecedented and aim for the white suit that only the commander wears, achieving it before the vision comes true in 10 years. The next day, the roommates got ready for their academic pursuits. After skipping school, Lucas reminded Rowan that Professor Daphne had asked him to visit the faculty office before class. After delivering the message to his new roommate, Lucas cheerfully went on his way toward the campus by himself. Rowan wondered why Professor Daphne would have asked to meet with him privately. After putting on his uniform, he went straight to the faculty office. There, Daphne politely asked about his condition. After the health scare from the previous day, Rowan had heard from Lucas that the kind professor had processed his incident as a medical leave, so it would not cause him any trouble. Professor Daphne was concerned that Rowan had taken on too many elective classes and was overwhelmed by the workload. She asked him to reconsider making some adjustments, but he remained firm in his decision to attend every class. In fact, he was excited for classes he had not yet been to. Professor Daphne felt partly responsible for Rowan's collapse, but the cheerful boy assured her that an incident like that would never happen again. One final time, she reminded him to reach out if he ever needed help, and Rowan gave her his most sincere thanks. After the conclusion of the meeting, the young man headed off to his first class period. These days he can practice mana cultivation as naturally as he breathes, so his training doesn't take up too much of his time. More importantly, he had found a new purpose. He wanted to guide his friends to grow stronger alongside him. As soon as Rowan entered the room, things happened. All of his classmates immediately turned to look at him with different degrees of concern. They had all heard about what happened to him and were worried that something bad had occurred. Rowan appreciated that they kept him in their thoughts, which strengthened his resolve to accelerate their growth. If he can successfully help them reach the pinnacle of power, then perhaps they will all survive. So Rowan asked for everyone's attention, because he wanted to ask the entire class for a favor. First he addressed Isidore, Larissa, Leon, and the other magic-focused students who were not interested in taking any swordsmanship classes. Then he called on Flora, Sebastian, and the other swordsmanship students like Lucas, who had never attended a single magic lecture. All the students were quite touched that the new rising star of the academy had remembered all of their names. These side characters are not essential to memorize. Curious Sophie asked why Rowan brought up the matter of classes so suddenly. He explained he was hoping everyone would join him in taking both courses. He was actually quite worried that he might be asking for too much from all of them. However, his unique charm had already won over the female students. They would gladly do whatever he asked of them. At this point the male students, however, were more skeptical about adding more to their schedules when they had already chosen the courses they wanted. Rowan understood their reluctance to agree, but all he was asking for was a small change in their perspective. Instead of just talking about it, he figured it would be more effective to show everyone why they should expand their horizon. He turned to his roommate Lucas, the last person you would expect in a magic lecture, and asked him to try basic magic studies for one day. With his sincerity and personal magnetism, Rowan succeeded in convincing his classmates. They simply found it very difficult to say no. To his face, the Dean of Magic Studies, Professor Arthur, entered the lecture hall and saw that there were no empty seats. For today's class, he had heard the rumors about how Rowan had encouraged everyone to attend the magic class today. In all honesty, Professor Arthur felt invigorated at the sight of a completely full lecture hall. Thanks to Rowan's efforts, Rowan simply wanted to show all of his classmates that magic is not something distant and foreign. Hearing Rowan talk about magic so optimistically, Professor Arthur became curious about his progress. He asked what Rowan had planned to show the class. Rowan asked for permission to step up onto the teaching platform for a moment. The professor chuckled and warmly invited him to the front. Lucas was sitting in the audience next to Sophie. He did not know whether he should feel embarrassed or happy about his roommate's complete fearlessness. While Rowan was preparing to take the stage, a different scene was unfolding. A conversation was taking place just outside of the main lecture hall. A very busy person from the union had come to a first-year class so early. Professor Daphne suspected the reason was Rowan. Director Lazarus admitted the boy was one reason. Besides his interest in Rowan, overseeing the school was also part of his bureau's official duties. In addition to the two union officers, Miss Sienna Runner had also come to visit. Since it was her day off, she may have been off duty, but Vice Captain Asura had given her another task to complete. More interesting than the Dark Elf's presence, Mr. Diego Sanchez had left his swordsmanship training field to attend a magic class. He heard that his top freshman swordsman had enrolled in the magic class today, so he wanted to see what the fuss was about. Beside him was the principal himself, who had just had to accompany Director Lazarus for the visit. Professor Daphne looked at the unusual group of highly ranked and respected members of the union gathered there. She reminded them that they must avoid doing anything that could possibly disrupt the class. They were told to observe quietly. As soon as she carefully pushed the lecture hall door open, she saw it. Daphne was immediately greeted by the intense, burning sensation of a blazing fire. A crimson flame danced in the air, consuming the room's oxygen. In contrast to the fire's destructive blaze, its creator was calm. The young man who had created the fire looked like the very picture of joy and wonder. Meanwhile, Professor Arthur had created a magical barrier to shield the other students, while Rowan impressed him with a perfect fireball. It does not matter how talented a student is. The fireball is not a spell that someone of Rowan's young age should be able to use for safety. Casting such a spell is outside the first-year curriculum. Even Fire Arrow at Tier below isn't expertly cast by students until their 5th year. Even at that point, only those students with true, natural talent can manage to accomplish such a feat. If that is the case, then how did this small, young boy figure out the secret of a spell he shouldn't attempt for 5 more years? All of the students were so captivated by the flames that none of them noticed the arrival of the important guests. The principal stared at the fireball. He had never seen a spell emit such a level of pure, refined energy. It was almost like watching holy magic. Diego Sanchez is a sword master, but even he could recognize the spell's abnormal density and perfect stability. Director Lazarus thought that it defied common sense. It is true that a first-year student should not be attempting such magic, but technically, the fireball spell is categorized as a simple spell. Overall, that does not make Rowan holding the fireball in midair any less impressive. Strangely, the fire maintained a consistent size and temperature without faltering. Logic suggests this is not an ordinary fireball, but a different kind of magic. Sienna had seen Rowan's incredible, natural sense of mana before. How could a boy who grew up in a corrupt shelter be capable of such beautiful and advanced magic utilization? Sienna was completely captivated by the dancing fire. In the middle of the crowded lecture hall, snapping out of her thoughts, she reminded the other faculty members about Rowan's recent collapse. She was worried that he might not be fully recovered yet, so he should not overdo such a difficult showcase. Perhaps it was time for someone to step in and ask Rowan to stop, but the adults were hesitant to interrupt such a beautiful performance. Inwardly, Rowan was constantly feeding a steady supply of mana to the flame. He was using his own method It is more important to focus on a stable mana supply, rather than on a spell's sheer size. He was risking the fire becoming unstable due to an uncontrolled supply of mana. But since this is the young prodigy we are talking about, that was not going to happen. Besides that, he was currently more fascinated by the powerful barrier spell that Professor Arthur had created to protect the other students. Rowan could sense some similarities in the shape of the barrier, in the endless dark pit from the ritual. They looked similar, but were different in purpose. His thoughts began to wander toward what would happen if his fireball were to hit the barrier. Instead of giving into his intrusive thoughts, he praised Professor Arthur and asked for the name of his defensive spell. The old professor forgot to respond because he was in shock. Maintaining a spell for so long requires intense focus. Yet this boy could hold a conversation while keeping perfect control. Before anything else that was completely ridiculous could possibly happen, Arthur acted. Professor Arthur manipulated his barrier to completely surround and extinguish the powerful flames. Instead of feeling like he was wrong, the only thing Rowan felt was awe at such a masterful display of pure skill. With the dean's final gesture, the fireball completely ceased to exist. Everyone in the room gasped. After holding their breath for the entire exhibition, looking at the young prodigy, Professor Arthur could not decide if he should scold or praise the child for breaking every known magic norm. Right at that moment, Director Lazarus walked confidently onto the stage. While applauding the young man, Lazarus answered his earlier question. He shared that the barrier was Dean Arthur's signature spell, the Azure Flame Barrier. Upon hearing this, Rowan turned to his professor and praised the cool name. Arthur deflected, saying he did not name it, which meant someone gave a wonderful name to his creation. Since they were on the topic of names, the dean asked Rowan if the fiery display from earlier also had a name. Confused, Rohan insisted that he had only demonstrated a simple fireball, nothing more and nothing less, but anyone with decent knowledge of magic would know that the spell from earlier was not just a simple fireball. And Rohan, more than anyone, should have known that. He averted his gaze and admitted he was pretending to be ignorant. He had not named his new technique yet, but Rowan was distracted by naming his new spell. Director Lazarus interrupted, saying as head of the bureau, he could not overlook what just happened. He asked why Rowan had done something so incredibly dangerous. Near the end of his performance, Rowan answered him honestly and concisely. He was confident he could control the fire and was sure Professor Arthur would back him up. No matter what, he had no other goal in mind except to share his spell with his friends. Rowan just wanted to give his friends some confidence in their own magical abilities. Perhaps some of his peers were interested in the subject but were too afraid to try it. The dean stated that casting a fireball before graduation is outstanding. What do you call a freshman who surpassed that? This was Rowan's way of showing his peers that nothing is impossible. He could only speak with such optimism because he was completely unaware of what a monstrous genius he truly is. Still, as an educator, Professor Arthur felt embarrassed. He wondered if he had been limiting the younger generation's potential with his conventional words. Now this young child had made him realize that his own viewpoint might not apply to every student. Then Rowan turned to the old dean and humbly asked for a little more time on the podium. There was still something else he wanted to show his friends. This time the young prodigy called his roommate Lucas up to the stage, much to Lucas's surprise. While wondering what he did to deserve being used as a guinea pig for everyone to stare at, he walked up toward the stage. Once he arrived at the podium, Rowan excitedly explained that he wanted to help the swordsman cast his first spell the way Rowan sees it. Magic and swordsmanship are both about manipulating mana in different ways. Lucas trains his body and mana daily, so he should be able to cross into magic. Still, the third time repeating, freshman had never studied even a little bit of magic theory before. How was he possibly going to cast a spell? Rowan suggested starting with an incantation. Since Lucas completely lacks magic training, an incantation should be more intuitive for him than a magic circle or a formula. So he slowly began to recite a fiery incantation in a tongue of the ancient language. Lucas tried to follow along, but he could not quite grasp the tricky pronunciation. Rowan attempted to stay patient while he taught Lucas with enthusiasm. However, they could not get through a single sentence. Rowan thought someone who repeated the first year 3 times would have some familiarity with the ancient language. Still, he was not giving up. Rohan translated the incantation to explain the meaning of what they were trying to create. He started reciting a poem-like passage with a strange rhythm. Lucas cringed at the thought of having to do it in such an old-fashioned way. Rohan continued to recite the translated version of the incantation while he watched his classmates in their seats. The longer that he continued with his recitation, the more dumbfounded they all looked. Suddenly the young prodigy was struck by a strong feeling of confusion and complete helplessness. He thought he could just go onto the stage and share what he knew, but no one seemed to understand what he was trying to do. If they are stuck at the beginning, what about that gruesome fate in 10 years? If they don't get stronger, Rowan won't know what to do. He started with the simplest incantation, something he thought even Lucas could grasp, yet not only the other students, but even Sophie looked completely lost. As if Rowan were speaking an alien language. The prodigy froze, worrying Lucas. Before things could worsen, Dean Arthur stepped in for damage control, praising Rowan for a good first day of his mini-lecture. That said, he asked Rowan if he could also learn the spell formula for the modified incantation. The request pulled Rowan back from his despair. He telekinetically picked up a piece of chalk and began writing a comprehensive formula on the board. Everyone was equally amazed and also amused by such an impressive display of telekinesis. It did not take Rowan very long to write down the complete blueprint of his spell. Dean Arthur summoned his reliable magical barrier one more time. This time it was protecting those on the stage. Instead of the students sitting in the audience, Director Lazarus and the Dean studied the fascinating writing on the board. When asked where he saw the formula, Rowan said he never copied it. He saw what Professor Arthur wrote and modified it. Those with well-trained eyes could tell. This was no simple modification. The boy had adjusted a few things to make a spell that worked better for him. He is not aware of the seriousness of his claim, but he is essentially saying that he created a completely new spell formula. The director and the dean shared a meaningful glance. They needed a long conversation about what to do next and would call a proper meeting elsewhere. Before leaving, Director Lazarus thanked the boy for demonstrating such an innovative spell formula. On the other hand, the dean turned to the dark elf and asked her name. Sienna, the Pillar of Faith, she said, saluting and formally introducing herself. Then the dean, unexpectedly, dumped the remaining hours of the lecture onto her. For her to manage, she could teach them anything. Tell them to self-study or train their swordsmanship. Anything was fine as long as the students remained safe. Professor Diego also had the audacity to leave his next class to poor Sienna, who was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Before he went away, there was one last thing. Professor Arthur dispelled the magical barrier that had isolated them from the rest of the students. The other adults had made their way out to discuss a matter of very grave importance. This left Sienna to deal with a classroom full of new students. The lecture hall was buzzing with quiet murmurs about what had just happened. Sienna quickly silenced all of them by forcefully slamming her hand down on the table. That single sudden action scared most of the students straight into silence. Sienna, runner of the Pillar of Faith, announced that she had been temporarily assigned to cover the remaining classes. She intends to treat this as an official class, and the students should too. Everyone must participate as if she were a real professor. Sienna might sound dignified, but she was nervous, but she felt out of her element. She was not built for teaching, as she was supposed to be a soldier on the ground. The faculty, including those who were present during Rowan's showcase, had all gathered for an important meeting. Some of the unaware faculty staff were alarmed by the call for an emergency committee, something not done in years. For some, this was the first time. Director Lazarus conducted himself in a professional manner as he always did. He calmly presented the main agenda regarding the Union Academy's education policy. First, he presented the case of Rowan, the boy who prompted the meeting. Professor Arthur took the floor and established all the known facts about the boy and his fireball. He had never seen anything like it. A freshman interpreted a complex spell differently. Its power was weak, but it was tweaked enough to be a unique spell. The ability to reconstruct and edit a formula so freely is unprecedented, of course. Some of the other professors were quite skeptical. But what could they do when the Dean of Magic Study had already verified all the facts? Director Lazarus also promised to use the Bureau's resources for further analysis. For now, they had to recognize the boy might have discovered a new conceptual approach to magic. Sure, Rowan sounds like an unparalleled genius, but as an academy, they must ensure he receives the appropriate education for his needs. Some wanted to use their trusted and true methods, but others believe such a genius should receive specialized education that fits his advanced level. However, personalized education goes against the principles of their public institution. They could not afford to lose such a capable individual through poor handling. Another professor suggested letting him join the union early. That idea immediately received a great deal of pushback from the others. Regardless, a shift of proper field education seemed necessary, but they needed to be thorough, which led the professors to ask if there were other concerns about the boy. Dean Arthur grew silent as he contemplated this. He finally spoke up and suggested that Rowan might have some potential personality issues. From what the other professors had heard, the boy was kind and polite, The dean was not denying those traits, but he feared Rowan needed to be more considerate of others' feelings. The union is a group that values ability and performance above all else. With Rowan's talent, he is certain to stand out immediately. As he is right now, the boy might have a difficult time being accepted. He could fail at the final stage of the admission exam. This would be a simple interview with the one person who values character above all else. Some professors quickly came to Rowan's defense. They saw his actions were based on good intentions. He had just unintentionally created discomfort due to his own cluelessness. For students, the level must be balanced for mutual growth. The gap between the prodigy and the other freshmen is too large. He is a child capable of inventing new magic, since the council was not getting anywhere by themselves. Director Lazarus proposed that they simply arrange an interview with the boy. It was considered a very good idea, so nobody was opposed to it. A few moments later, Ronan was escorted into the faculty room and was seated at the large meeting table. Professor Daphne tried her best to make him feel comfortable, and then asked him what he was feeling at the moment. She guessed that he felt bad about what happened with Lucas earlier. She was right. Rowan felt frustrated for not understanding his friend's capabilities. Dean Arthur jumped in to comfort him regarding the difficulties of teaching magic. Today's experience showed him that truth. So Rowan had been thinking and formed some hypotheses. He thought about his classmates. Perhaps Lucas didn't give magic a chance because he is not interested. Maybe he started with a sword too early, and his brain developed only for that skill. Maybe Rowan pressured his friend to focus on a different field without considering his personal circumstances. He felt regretful and ashamed about these thoughts. Besides those thoughts, he was also worried that Lucas and some of his other new friends might actually be sick. This prodigy considered his perfectly normal peers to be sick just because they possessed normal talents. Dean Arthur assured Rowan that there was absolutely no need to worry about any kind of sickness. Hearing the old professor's reassuring words helped to reduce the load on the eccentric prodigy's heart. Seeing Rowan smile, the director spoke. Director Lazarus then jumped in to ask why he was so eager to teach everyone magic. He explained that it did not have to involve magic. He just wanted to grow stronger together with his new friends. By doing so, they could all become official union members together in the future. Upon hearing the boy's completely innocent and sweet answer, the professors felt better. They felt their reservations about Rowan's personality disappear. In Professor Daphne's eyes, there were hints of pride and acknowledgement for him. With that, Rowan was dismissed. The important meeting had gone well, and he could finally rest. A few hours later, the new education policy for first years was written. They will match each student's overall pace. Academic abilities will align with top students, while social development aligns with the average. It seems that the Union Academy will be heading in a new direction in the coming years. Imagine being so gifted that you change your school's education system. The entire faculty worked through the night to figure out all of the finer details. The very next day, the plan to completely revamp the curriculum took effect immediately. Out on the training field, there was an announcement. Professor Diego Sanchez announced that swordsmanship and magic would now be mandatory subjects for all students. Lucas did not hear the announcement because he was yawning so loudly. Rowan was surprised by the speed of this change. Furthermore, it was announced that active union members would now join every class. As assistant instructors, every student should feel free to ask them questions and learn as much as possible from their real-world experience in the field. In addition, Rowan, Sophie and Lucas were to train exclusively among themselves, rotating sparring matches against each other. Lucas loved the sound of that new format. He had been eager to test his roommate's skills. Sophie was also equally excited. This would be a good chance for her to see how her sword skills compare against the best of the best. Lucas immediately stepped up to challenge Rowan to a sparring match. First, Sophie was waiting in line to be the one for the next round. When her turn finally came, it did not take very long before her wooden sword was knocked out of her hand. She thought that she would at least be able to put up a decent fight. But that now feels like wishful thinking. Rowan was a monster who could read her sword path like an open book. However, she was not one to give up. She saw a brief opening but failed to capitalize. With more training, maybe she can land good hits. Quickly recovering from her surprising loss, she respectfully shook Rowan's hand in sportsmanship. She also asked him if he could see any terrible flaws in her current sword technique. Rowan casually explained that her mana flow was slightly off. If she could learn how to adjust the flow's direction, she should see improvement right away. Lucas chimed in and simplified it by saying she should stop swinging wildly without control and focus on precision instead. Furthermore, her legs sometimes wobble, most likely from a lack of strength. Rowan agreed Lucas was a bit harsh, but he was making a good point still. While Lucas might have a point, his explanation did not paint the whole picture of the issue. At the moment Sophie is splitting her mana, with a 50-50 ratio between her upper and lower body. If she shifts more mana to her lower half, for better stabilization her stance will improve. While Rowan gave valuable advice, Lucas offered playful insults. Watching his top 3 students getting along with each other in their own unique way made Professor Diego smile. He couldn't believe Professor Arthur would say Rowan has personality issues. Seeing how innocent and kind-hearted the boy is, he thought the adults were worried for nothing. A few days later, Professor Daphne called Rowan to the faculty office for another conversation. She had been essential in making sure that the boy has everything he needs these days. Rowan no longer feels the burden in his heart regarding his friends. He got to know them much better and learn their strengths and weaknesses. Daphne was just glad that he had finally come to understand how to empathize with his peers. School life has been good for Rowan. His friends cheer him on, and they often give him some tasty snacks. However, there are also times when some of the girls make certain requests. These are requests that are very hard for him to understand. They keep asking him to go shopping or see flowers after class, which are things that do not seem to be related to his studies at all. Professor Daphne chuckled at the young man's dilemma. After all, they are at an age when romantic interests often begin to develop. Often Rowan's default response to all these invitations was to suggest that they all study together and instead a very nerdy reply. Exploring the topic of the opposite sex, Daphne asked if there are any girl that Rowan gets along with particularly well. The first person that comes to his mind is Sophie. She is a little different compared to the other girls. She is an excellent swordswoman, and the only other first year who can produce flames. Recently he has grown closer to her. After he learned about Sophie's personal circumstances, he could not help but feel drawn to the poor girl. Sophie is the illegitimate child of a renowned noble family. Her father enrolled her in the Union to strengthen diplomatic ties, so she is under constant pressure from her birth. For Rowan, Sophie is a dear friend from whom he feels he can learn a lot. Of course, there is also Lucas. Their group of 3 often hangs out together. Rowan greatly admires his friend's amazing physical strength. There's also a lot that he can learn from that guy, even though he is a bit of a blockhead. Over the past few days, Rowan formulated a theory about his roommate. He guessed Lucas trained so much, his brain filled with muscle, making him hate studying. Rowan's imagined brain structure for Lucas is diabolical but might be accurate. As a friend, Rowan has been guiding Lucas just to prevent him from failing his first year again. He believes this is what a good person should do. Professor Daphne was a little bit creeped out, but she had long ago accepted that genius often had a strange way of thinking about things. After his session with Daphne, he went to Dean Arthur's office to discuss his constitution problem. Considering his peerless talents, it's hard to feel sorry for his below-average constitution. He understands that it might seem a bit greedy, but Rowan has his own reasons for wanting to wield much more powerful magic. But there are a few ways one can improve their constitution. He could use special magic tools to amplify mana, or use items that store powerful spells. Both of those options sound great, but they are not very easy to get. If they were, anyone could become a mage. Magic tools bought with money are either single-use or crudely made. They would not be useful for the magic Rowan wants to obtain. The other way to improve one's constitution is by using elixirs. These can help recover mana, heal illness, increase the mana pool, and improve one's overall constitution. They come in a wide variety of shapes, forms, and sizes, and all of them are extremely rare. An example of this is the Reynolds fruit. It makes perfect sense why that powerful item is so highly sought after on the black markets. Even if Rowan happens to beat the odds and obtain one, there is no guarantee that it would provide him an effective boost. Still, it is too early for him to be disappointed, as he is still just a kid. Dean Arthur then removed his necklace. He then handed the necklace over to his star pupil. Inside of the locket was one of the rare elixirs that he owned. He received this pill from the governor as a reward for a past achievement. Perhaps it was fate that he would give it to his most talented student. Naturally, Rowan was reluctant to accept it. The dean assured him that it was no big deal, as he could not use it on himself. With some hesitation, Rowan accepted the white pill. Steeling his resolve, he took the pill. He gulped the small object down without even chasing it with any water. Immediately, he felt the pill begin to dissolve inside his body. He felt as though he were floating in a sea he created as the elixir spread through him. Just as he felt he was close to some kind of major breakthrough, he was suddenly yanked back to reality. he found himself back inside the dean's office, sitting in a chair again. Based on the boy's very disappointed expression, the dean figured that the pill must have been a dud, and Rowan then confirmed that it did nothing well. Arthur had not expected the elixir to be a miracle drug for the boy's constitution, but the total lack of improvement was still very disheartening. Rowan had already expected that this would be the likely outcome. Rather than trying to find ways to change his constitution, it would be a better use of his time to reinvent magic. As it is now, he will take apart magic formulas and master the manipulation of mana. He will create his own branch of magic that is perfectly suited for his personal use. This visit was not a complete waste of his time. At least now, he can focus completely on a single solution. 6 months have passed since Professor Arthur gave him that white pill. Do not worry, it was a wholesome act. Today is an important day. Today is the final exam for the first-year magic studies course. Rowan stood before the panelists, Dean Arthur and Director Lazarus, and silently produced 2 small fireballs in his hands. The 2 senior figures were clearly impressed and captivated by such a masterful display of pure skill. Then Rowan increased his power and made the small flames rage and grow much larger. They had seen it many times, but Rowan's way of handling mana directly is always a sight to behold. It's an incredible talent. At this rate, he might start combining other magic branches. Even though everyone praises his skill, Rowan is worried that such weak magic cannot be used in the Union. All Dean Arthur assured him the casting spells without an incantation is enough to prove his ability is on par with a 4th-class mage. No one can dispute he qualifies as a high-level mage. He must forget his worries about destructive power and focus on his strengths. Rowan just needs to continue going down the unique path that he has paved for himself. The Dean challenged him to analyze and recreate spells up to the 4th class based on his own understanding. To make this easier, he will be granted free access to ancient texts in the library regarding his constitutional issues. It would be best if they kept that information secret. For now, since there were only the 3 of them in the room, the dean and the director decided to form a mages pact. The 2 senior mages took each other's hands to begin the pact. They then began to chant a strange hymn together, in perfect unison, unaware of what was happening. Rowan just saw this as 2 old men doing strange old man things. In the middle of his exam, another full year has passed since the time of assessment. Rowan and his friends had just entered their 3rd year at the Union Academy. Today Professor Diego called his fellow faculty members for an urgent summons. While the issue was technically under his own discretion, he felt it was necessary to share it with his colleagues. From this point on, the school will no longer teach Rowan any movement techniques, martial arts, or swordsmanship that involve using mana. With a hint of concern, everyone present was curious about the reason for this very sudden announcement. Diego explained what they all knew. Rowan has a firm intention to join the Union. Now that he's a 3rd year, it's better for him to avoid high-risk combat courses. Diego was basically saying that Rowan should focus entirely on magic, above all else. That is what the boy needs and wants to do. Dean Arthur knew Rowan as a talent one would want to keep selfishly. Letting that talent go for the future's sake was the best thing Diego could do, though it was not an easy decision. Sienna Runner, who had taken a teaching role after filling in for classes a year and a half ago, asked Diego about Rowan's current physical level. In all honesty, Diego estimates the young man just needs to draw his sword to pass the first Union entrance test. He is that good a rare natural talent. His overall destructive power is a bit lacking, but that particular aspect can always improve over time. Since they were on the topic of power levels, Daphne turned to the dean and asked how strong Rowan had become as a mage. After a brief and thoughtful moment of silence, the dean answered her question. Dean Arthur simply declared that there was nothing more that he could possibly teach that child. He is already far beyond anything an old man like Professor Arthur could possibly mold. Right now, Rowan can freely apply 1st and 2nd class magic. He is also on his way to recreating the formulas for 3rd class spells. Because he is such an extraordinary child, he often treats complex formulas like they are simple toys. He is already a monster and only a 3rd year student. Now that he is starting to hit his growth spur, the young ladies cannot get enough of the golden boy. He could steal anyone's girl in a heartbeat. So he has been written to only care about his studies. The first magic studies lecture of the 3rd year concluded without any kind of fuss. Professor Arthur reminded everyone about their assignments and then called Rowan over to speak for a moment. Wanted the boy to stay after class so he could tell him about the magic scholarship exchange tournament that would be happening soon. There is no better representative for them to send than their own homegrown Union Academy genius. Admittedly, Rowan had never heard of this event, despite being at the academy for 3 years. It was once held occasionally to exchange opinions about magic. The event was discontinued many years ago as the era of magic slowly began to wane. The fact that it is happening again now is all thanks to Rowan's very existence. Hearing the dean say such a completely ridiculous thing truly shocked the young man. You see, Rowan's growing reputation and the tales of his accomplishments have finally reached Shuren. Shuren is an autonomous kingdom, the only one left among the 7 kingdoms. At its heart is the Magic Tower, an institution for developing the arcane. The tower master is the Duke, and they are isolated. Shuren is the heart of the magical world. In truth, Professor Arthur also came from that place. He trained there until he became a 3rd-class, high-level mage before he joined the Union. Since he was originally from there, he must know their general line of thinking. He figured those mages are motivated by curiosity. They are unsure how much information Shuren has, but they know surface details. The magic fanatics heard about a 4th-class mage at the Union Academy. Although that specific term is being thrown around, Rowan is still not entirely comfortable with calling himself a 4th-class mage. Regardless, this event is like an academic conference to verify these records firsthand. From a magic study perspective, Shuren wants an edge. They likely want to debate the Union's renowned Golden Boy. On the one hand, it might actually be better if Rowan just decided to pass on this challenge, but once he hears what the grand prize is, you might find it very hard to refuse. The Union will adjust the schedule and provide everything in exchange for a valuable elixir. Even after the disappointment from a year ago, the allure of obtaining an elixir is still very tempting. However, this might also mean that the people from Shuren have found out about his constitution, but the dean assured him there's no way they know. A scholarly debate is about interpreting magic formulas. The elixir will go to whoever shows the most mastery. Rowan could win an elixir just by arguing with someone. The dean assured him he will get the elixir as long as he wins for the Union, with the possibility of scoring big. How could he say no? A few days later, the day of the Great Magic Exchange had finally arrived. The Shuren side was made up of cloaked mages, an entire battalion of them. On the Union side stood Rowan and his professors. Dean Arthur mediated for both sides of the exchange, welcoming the foreign visitors very politely. One of the mages, Bert, lowered his hood and referred to the old professor as his senior. Imagine being a powerful mage named Bert. Meanwhile, Ron was quietly and carefully sizing up his competition. From the other side, Shuren's lineup was a bit older than the Union academies, and each one possessed powerful mammon. They were students hoping to learn from a success story. The Union side had made it perfectly clear that they only had Rowan as a participant, yet Schwarzen sent 3 students who were older than Rowan. Those petty mages never change and still want to show the world how capable they are. Actually, this situation is probably better for the Union and for Rowan himself in the long run. When he presented the sole representative of the Union Academy, Bert pretended to be very shocked. While the adults were busy exchanging their polite pleasantries, the competitors were silently watching each other. Rowan could feel the intense gaze of one of the Shuren students fixed upon him. So in response, he simply gave the guy a friendly smile. Feeling suddenly awkward and flustered, the other student quickly averted his gaze from Rowan. After a sportsmanlike handshake, the conference was set to begin in the competition hall. That afternoon, a few hours later, the spectators took their seats and enjoyed the intellectual battlefield the Union had arranged. Some junior students were worried that their senior, Rowan, was going to face 3 people by himself. They feared that their upperclassmen would get hurt. The girls then cheered as loud as they could, almost shattering the eardrums of Lucas, who was sitting nearby. He interrupted their conversation and asserted that this was only a magic debate, not a duel to the death. The girls argued that debates can be just as dangerous as physical combat. What if their senior Rowan got hurt by harsh words? Lucas was simply shocked that the junior female students even knew who he was. Well, it is hard not to recognize him when he is always by senior Rowan's side. Beside him sat Sophie. The two of them came to watch their friend dominate the competition. Using only words, finally, Professor Daphne walked up to the podium to announce the official star of the event. She announced the beginning of the magic scholarly exchange between the 2 factions. The junior girls from earlier raised a cloth with Rowan's name on it. It was a hardly inappropriate reaction for a scholarly debate. Finally, the star of the show, Rowan, walked and the 3 boys from Schwain also entered. With everyone now present, Professor Daphne explained the official procedure. In the debate structure, each representative would take turns presenting a topic, write spell formulas, and then continue to a question and answer session. The first debater for the event is Ali Marco, from the Kingdom of Schwainheim. He will be going up against Rowan from the Union Academy in this first round. Since Rowan was given the priority to pick the very first topic, He chose carefully. He chose a subject that was very near and dear to his own heart. He chose the subject of telekinesis. For the first round of the debate, the representatives from Shuren were completely taken aback to say the very least. In the opening round, it is common to seize momentum by boldly showcasing the highest achievements of one's own faction. Yet here was the Union's sole representative, deliberately presenting a simple Class 1 spell, like telekinesis. Some swearing mages thought it was a joke and the rumors were exaggerated. They did not travel all this way just to witness low-level intellectual nonsense. Dean Arthur and Director Lazarus both wisely held their tongues and said nothing. Ali Marco dismissively disregarded Rowan's proposal, saying the topic was beneath the level of this honored forum. Rohan asked if he was mocking Shuren. Rohan simply elaborated that even basic telekinesis holds deep complexity that are worth a serious and rigorous discussion. Ali Marco argued that diving deep into such a simple spell would be a waste of time, but art mages meant to devote time to exploring truth, no matter how small. Running out of patience, Ali Marco finally agreed to Rowan's proposal to debate about telekinesis, since he was unfamiliar with the format and did not want to be rude. Rowan asked Ali what topic he had prepared, severely underestimating the Union's sole representative. Ali Marco proposed the idea of debating the complexities of the fireball spell. He condescendingly explained the topic might be difficult for someone of Rowan's age, but he was fine with an easy opponent for this rare occasion. Arthur figured that Shuren must have heard the news about Rowan's fireball and was now trying to set a trap for him, but the young prodigy threw a curveball at everyone listening. He proposed that they should cover both telekinesis and fireball together as a single package deal. He thought it would be more meaningful and insightful if they cover combining two well-known spells at once. Instead of just talking, Rowan telekinetically picked up a piece of chalk and started writing his initial formula on the board. Ali was flustered at the blatant display of no chant casting. Ali Marco refused to be so easily overshadowed by his opponent. He also used his own telekinesis to write his arguments on the board. He did this while continuously chanting. In order to maintain the spell's effect, the eyes of the Shuren mages were glued to the board as they struggled to understand what Rowan was writing. Surely the boy was not trying to formulate a new spell, combining two different spells on the spot right. Once the board work was done, the debaters were asked to explain their work. First up was Ali. He wrote the complete, separate formulas for telekinesis and fireball. These spells were established by the Great Wizard. They are standardized with no room for recombination. Ali Marco made a very firm and clear statement. Now it was time for Rowan's interpretation. He stepped up to the podium. The young man gathered his thoughts. He explained that telekinesis is a basic spell that anyone with a little mana can perform. Originally, he had planned to argue that the spell is often misused because it overly depends on the user's raw magical power. But thanks to Ali Marco's interesting suggestion from earlier, he had a new idea. He was inspired to try a more exciting concept. Combining two established spells on his board was the rewritten form of two well-known formulas. The first part of his formula pertains to controlling an existing fireball using telekinesis, and the second, more fun version is better explained by a demonstration. The chalk he was manipulating with his mind spun faster, generating a spark of flame. Just a few minutes ago, he had formulated a method to transform an object controlled by telekinesis into a searing hot fireball. This boy had literally deconstructed the very essence of magic itself, just for fun. The mages from Shuren could not believe their eyes at all. This single demonstration challenges everything that they had ever been taught about magic. For anyone unfamiliar with Rowan's abilities, the complete shock must be disorienting. Thankfully, the senior faculty at the Union Academy had gotten used to it. The boy is not just overwhelmingly talented. His vast knowledge and analytical skills are also out of this world. While he was continuously spinning the chalk fire, he spoke. Rowan continued to shatter the visitors' collective minds by explaining high-level concepts related to the two supposedly basic spells. None of the Shuren seniors could keep up, let alone their younger representative, Ali Marco. As he listened to Rowan's lecture, he felt he had foolishly challenged a deity. After finishing his master class on eloquence and spell mastery, he asked Ali Marco if he had anything to add. He asked if his opponent could correct him if he missed a deeper truth. What was worse is that Rowan was being completely genuine in his stated desire to learn more. Ali could not replicate the feat, and he could not understand a single thing either. At this rate, he would be humiliated by magic incarnate, disguised as a child. His time to respond was running out, and the fear of humiliation was closing in. Ali felt suffocated by the pressure, unable to handle it for any longer. He suddenly coughed, and then began to bleed from his nose. He was literally knocked out by words. Even Rowan had not expected something like that to happen. He was rushed to the infirmary. Rowan continued his undefeated streak against the swearing debaters with facts and logic, eventually winning the coveted elixir. Bert the mage gladly gave the young man his prize, thanking him for the show despite their loss. He also recommended that Rowan wait a little longer before drinking the elixir. When consumed at too young an age, side effects can occur. He should be fine taking it around his graduation. He still has another 2 more years to wait before that time comes. Since we just finished seeing some mages get humiliated, let's see what some side characters are doing. This young woman right here is Rita. Just like our main character, she is a third-year student at the Union Academy. She has been secretly in love with Rowan for 3 entire years now. Rita knows there isn't a single student who doesn't like Rowan. He received countless confessions, and over half of the new students applied to the Union Academy just to follow him. Rita knows that she will likely not even register. In the young prodigy's eyes, for the past several years, she has been content just to watch and love him from a distance, but today she decided to be brave. The last day of the 3rd year would be the day she confesses. After gathering her courage and overcoming her fear, her heartfelt confession was unfortunately met with a very polite and apologetic rejection. For Rowan, love is about holding someone who has already left this world close to his heart and nothing more. Rita never knew that this boy possessed such a bleak and sorrowful view of love. He then asked if what she was feeling was truly love. People in love often show signs akin to mental illness. Experiencing joy, ecstasy, compassion, longing, fear, doubt, jealousy, and anger. He would bet that this girl doesn't feel that passion for him. Do not misunderstand Rowan. He is not invalidating her feelings. Perhaps she feels something for him, maybe stirred by his looks or status. She might have felt nervous or excited, but is that truly enough to be labeled as love? Would it not be more accurate to call it simple admiration? All that he is asking of Rita is for her to take a good look into her own heart. If she still believes that it is love, then he is open to talking with her more. Rowan is always open to constructive conversation. He mastered the art of letting people down intensely. Rita felt as though she had been hit over the head, and now her mind was strangely clear. So this is Rita today. She was rejected by the boy she had been in love with for the last 3 years. As painful and sobering as that entire experience was for her, she does not have any regrets. Confessing your feelings to someone you like is a brave and meaningful act. Rita's one-sided love ended on her 3rd year's last day, and she had never felt better. The lady informs that the director Lazarus from the administration joined for the lecture. He will be sharing valuable information, so stay tuned. The students started applauding. Then the man with Moon Knight features stood buck-eyed. He was his teacher, by the way, stating that's all for today, telling them to ask anything if there's some doubt. Suddenly a boy raised his hand. He questions that every year tons of people take the exam, yet the union is always short on people. He tells him that not everyone is capable of entering the union. It's a prestigious opportunity to enter. They can make fame, wealth. Another boy raised his hands. He questioned that. What's the salary and the benefits of joining union? The salary is good enough that they can focus on their mission solely, telling them that the union is kingdom's most privileged jobs, shocking them they are directly linked with His Majesty, regardless of their rank, because they follow the will of the kind. The students are amazed at this news. Another boy raised his question, saying they recruit only extremely talented people, but can they become strong by joining the unions? Saying with only graduation, he followed his teacher's advice and focused only on magic, but he still isn't strong enough yet. The teacher is impressed, saying he really thought what would happen after joining. He said definitely he can become strong. Puzzled, the boy, after hearing what the teacher said, he became more excited to join the union and continued his magic study. While reading, he recalled Senior Sienna told him that his ability was similar to ancient elves. While reading through books, he found that their abilities were more focused on calming spirits, rather than using their mana. Instead of controlling wind, they would summon wind spirit. They would control the spirits of the elements. But their question was how they did lose their powers. Overnight he found that during the Age of World Tree, the elves and dark elves were God and evil. But after the World Tree got wiped, they could not use their powers. Rather than that, the world got separated, and kept merging and sitting again like the timelines until humans became dominant. Until elves became a rare species. Looking sad, he thought there weren't any clue about his powers. In a story, He became certain that what flow he saw was mana, not the spirit. The scene shifts to the old man in the library, where he asked about dark magic. He only found a little information about it, telling him that since the grave group using dark magic became enemies of the Union. Looking worried, he told him that he only saw Little's magic technique. Seems like he was undoing ancient language, but he was not sure of the same result. The man told him the difference was in their mana. But amazed answered yes. He told him that he can't see his mana yet, but the group like dark used dark mana. He thought the mana he saw before was dark mana, asking further what was dark mana, telling him that, if mana makes up everything in the world, dark mana makes the world evil. He tells him that the demon works is made of dark mana, and demon use dark mana as their source of energy. Even the Seek group are using dark mana, similar to demons. He tells him that Rue sometimes he noticed sun cloudy mana. The teacher tells him that Rue dark emotions often tend to make the mana dark. He asked then, and what's the aim of dark groups? Teacher was also thinking of it, saying that they want to destroy the world. Few months later someone asked Rowan, isn't Tu about to go to the salon? He told them he was fine. They replied they knew he was fine, much better than anyone else. The man looked questioning. Rowan looked at both of them smiling, fighting like little kids. The girl told him come over when he was ready, having the man by his ear, waving them goodbye. He thought both of them were pretty good together. As he entered the room, he thought time passed much faster. Inside the box there was a red potion. He was told to drink the potion. When he was about to graduate, he thought his father would definitely say something about him during graduation ceremony, and his mother was worried about looking good in the ceremony. Not to shame him, he was tired just from the thoughts, but they were his family now. There he must protect. He was not alone as he got his family. That was something that Pauline's mother taught him before she passed, wandering in his room. He drank the potion, something within his changed, but now he could see mana more precise. He noticed the stone. Years have passed, but the stone was still the same. Holding the stone in his hands, sending prime mana. Because of the potion, he could see more mana detailing in it. At this point, he thought he could break the work on his own. Creating a magic circle, he cranked the egg. His eyes widened in disbelief as the egg starts. Still in the air, it released a powerful magic. He was stunned to see what was inside. A bird hatched from it, black in color with yellow hair. He thought, was it an owl? The bird became angry hearing an owl. Was it an rare owl? The owl cuddled him. He thought it was a good owl. When the owl hatched, the mana from before disappeared. With that he kept his name Owl. The scene shifted to the Union Nation front gate. A man noticed something unusual. It's been 5 years since he last came to school. He bought a gift for him. He never thought his son would graduate safely. He recalled the memory of Rowan saying, he'll head to the deputy and he'll see him at the Union. He noticed some familiar face. But why Sienna was among them? She was a counselor and tells them that an adult you can open heart is considered a good family. The man told them that he was a child who will open new frontier in magic, and even after graduation, they'll be researching together. The man thought, talking about family. Is he more qualified? Are they seriously arguing over his guardian? He didn't thought he should grow in such a short time. Rowan was called to the stage for the ceremony. With a smiling face, he stood in a podium, congratulating him and greeting him. Students murmured that maybe he got them top in class just for his looks, wondering what noble house he belongs to. Standing in front of them, he was the infamous child of the House of Fable. He opened his mouth. He was about to say, he finally told since the age of 3. He was about to be sacrificed to the dark group. The Union recused him after that. He joined the school where he learned so many things, and got his resolve to protect lives, declaring that his ability solely will be determined on protecting people, the people who helped him grow in this righteous character. He thanked them. He thanked all his teachers and classmates, to thank them while heatedly for this beautiful journey. His colleagues were impressed by his speech. His teacher was reassured that he was a kind boy. Even at this age he was still generous. The scene shifts to the town, where they were walking down the streets. His friend asked him, was he planning to take the entrance exam for the Union after the ceremony? Rowan smilingly said it was his plan from the beginning. Lucas told him that his father was looking for him. Rowan noticed the girl looked sad, saying her, is she okay? She was nervous in front of the crowd, then ended up running her speech walking. The boy told Rowan that will his exam be better, placing a hand and reassuring her, let's go the B Union and M even higher and they'll know her worth. The girl was flattered by his word. nodded and yes, he was confused by something. The union was bustling with people as they went. It went for the registration. He introduced himself as Rowan, graduate from the union school. People nearby started looking at. Was really from the union school. They started remembering, at the minimum age for the test required is 15. And even the younger kids are taking the exam. Informed that Rowan was the top graduate from the union school, and his registration was confirmed, and he had to take the ticket and proceeded to the testing area. One of the people behind him, hearing that he was a top graduate from the school, thinking that that might be different story, and they say he can use magic as well. He saw a friend and asked Lucas. Sophie, they informed, yes. Let's head towards the testing area. Lucas, the first round was about the demonstration of the skills. Sophie, yes. He to show his skills in front of the supervisor. Rowan with a smiling look said, just do as what you always do. And let's meet after the exam. They both look excited as the person announced next was the candidate from the union school top graduate. Rowan, get ready. As he reached the testing area, one golem suddenly appeared before him. As the test begins, Rohan raised his hand. Blue mana started to appear from his hand. Bystanders were shocked to see such mana. Golem began melting like a chocolate cake. As the golem melted completely, only his core remains in the air. As the finish of the golem, the core dropped on the floor. As he stood after defeating the golem, Examiner was shocked. He thought that you used some simple magic spells, like ice arrows and fireballs as a walk. Everyone was talking about the magic spells, telling that we never saw something like that. Everyone finally understood why he was the top student of the union. Lucas, hugging him, congratulated that he passed the exam. Lucas commented that he was amazing. Pointing towards something, he told that, can he see over there? The people were worried and they were afraid to compete with him. Jokingly said that if you go all out from the starting, what were all of us supposed to do? Watch him. Lucas laughingly said that, too bad for the people who went after him. Because the great Lucas Sharma hasn't even started his turn yet. Watching it, and Rowan noticed something. Sophie was sad. He called to Sophie, encouraging her that he was looking forward to her performance, telling them that let's get into the union together. She smiled and said thanks. Exam called out for Sophie, saying that she was the next and told her to get ready. She was traveling with fear and nervousness. As she forward, Lucas greeted her and told her that stay calm and do her best. Turning towards them, she smiled and went forward. As he went into the stage, Balon was waiting, drawing her sword. Everyone was watching. The spectator commented, "It looks like she was gonna use the Fable sword technique, but her stance was not looking great." The girl asked him how did he know that. The man said with Fable family a few times, so he knew the technique. It was a difficult technique, where strikes were continuous just like an illusion. Very difficult to counter. She knew that the Fable technique was heavy, because of the depth of a blade, become one with the body as a style, value that above all. But as he saw her drawing his sword, there was no depth in it. The girl asked what she do now. The man replied that at least she should learn the basics. They have knowledge, it's better. Sophie doesn't deserve any harsh comment like that. As the fight was about to begin, she got into her stance, rushing towards the golem with incredible speed. Yellow flame emerged from her, cutting the golem into pieces. Man who was speaking with girl. Both of them were astonished, but Rowan looked satisfied. As the golem turned into dust, she was happy that she could defeat in such a short time. Examiner, looking stunned, told her that she passed and can take her stamp. In return, spectators were amazed by the speed and extent touches. How could a golem be cut so easily? They couldn't believe what they saw. Lucas and Rowan looked happy, saying that 6 consecutive strikes, and she is the second best skill user from her family. As she came, both of them congratulated her for the victory. Lucas mockingly told her that she was looking a bit rusty. Maybe she was nervous as it was his turn. He told them that just watch and learn. As he went to the stage, turning towards them, he told that it's just a warm-up. As the battle began, he jumped toward the golem, cutting the monster into half, destroying his core. A single string defeated monster. As he stood there praising himself, he said that he might have went overboard. Examiner, who was horrified by the turn of events, say that this is the third one, which is a single strike defeating the monster. She shifted to Lucas's house, where I said to Rowan that make yourself at home and call him if you needed anything. He thanked him for the stay. Lucas told him it's not a big deal. Lucas told him that the dinner is ready, and he should just fresh up and come for the dinner. For the dinner there was carrot. Lucas's father told him that if it's not enough, he can give him more, but he told him that this is fine. Lucas told it wasn't there any meat, but his father hit him in the head. and told that he's too old to be picky for the food now. Rohan was stunned by their friendly act and behavior. Realizing the food was not tasty enough, he asked him about his gift, and Rohan told him that was exactly what he needed. The man told him that he knew Rohan was special, but he didn't thought that he would see such high level of magic. In the exam, the man told him that you were waiting for the second round. With a pleased smile, he told that he can expect good results. 1 week later, when a day finally came for the second round, two men watching their call that it's been a while since many applicants have passed. Among them there were so many good students, and they complimented Rohan that he was the brightest kid of the union. The man confirmed that he was Rohan, who was currently appealing the second test. He thought that it was a great leap. He doesn't have to fight Lucas or Sophie, but he thought who will be fighting him. His eyes widened as he saw someone. He saw the man from before. The man asked him how they met before. He recalled that he was the person who was analyzing Sophie's word technique. During the test, he complimented in the man's knowledge and say that he'd like to learn something from him. Man couldn't remember him. The man pulls out his word and say that as he is a graduate now, he'd like to teach him some lessons. As they stood before each other, as the examiner said, begin the fight. As the fight begins, within an instant, the sword fell from the man's hand. He was puzzled like what happened. A boy who was still using his magic raised up his hand. The man looked baffled, asked him to wait. Rohan used magic and the man's word flew above him. The examiner asks him, would you like to continue? The man couldn't believe what he saw. How could he be toyed by a boy? Confident in his skills, he said that he could handle such arrogant boy without a weapon, but Rohan used his magic. Lifting his finger up, the man soon realized that something was wrong. As he saw the sword flying towards him, he was defeated by his own sword. As a Rohan stand beside him, as the manly defeated in the floor, shocked by his utter defeat. The examiner was shocked at how is this boy even doing all this stuff. The examiner declared the winner and told him to prepare for the next match. Rohan, who was still unshocked at how he wants to easily, giving a pleased smile, he said that it was a good match. Few days later, when he read the letter, it was the final day of his test. Getting ready for the test, as you thought all his hard work and labor was something that he was able to enter the union now is so close to his dream. But in his past battles, he called that his pattern of attacks were the same. It didn't change much. He thought that he have to do something different. This time he always counterattack and let the opening attack first. He believes in turning the tides. As he recalled the clash from the past, he thought that he have to learn new things and able to act freely without relying on his subconscious mind. After joining the union, he have to learn new things and can't be this way forever. But for now he has to focus on the interview, as it's the final thing that remains. But he suddenly recalled about his owl. He thought, where was the owl? While he was thinking about the owl, suddenly the owl came flying towards him. He became happy that the thing he was searching for finally came. Both of them seemed happy, and he asked was he celebrating with him. After he hatched from the egg, he would vanish, suddenly disappearing, and reappear suddenly when he was alone. Was this some kind of strategy or technique? Placing the bird in his hand, and whenever the world vanished, neither his manic would be sensed or be traced. It's like he went to another world and came back, but he's still confused. That is that even an old or some other mysterious creature, which he doesn't know about. He tells that once you get into the union, he'll find a way to talk to him. The old seemed happy and raised its wings. He noticed someone that asked that was it an owl. Rohan told him that he'd been looking for him, and while we were talking, the birds of Eni disappeared again. The shocked Rohan, Sophie came there and told him that it's time for an interview. Let's go. The scene shifted to the union's building. Inside there were people waiting for their turn for the interview. Rohan told him that there were few people in the interview. She told him that only 50 students were selected for the interview. She thanked him that there were familiar faces. All thanks to him. He told that it's thanks to her that she was keeping up with him. Someone appeared there, stunning the girl. It was Lucas, who was acting weird because he was nervous, but he said that he was pretty normal now, but his face showed that he was feeling nervous. She gave me my handkerchief to rub his sweater, or he'll be looking bad in the interview. Rohan told him that he's never nervous unless it's adults he's talking to. Maybe it's because of the deputy director Oscar. We see another person who is acting low-key weird. Lucas said that while others come right back like they gave up halfway, but some people are taking a long time. That's real appalling. Told you that. Is there something to discuss about? Rohan told him that he attended to more years schooling than them. Angry Lucas replied that thank you for the information, Rowan told him that isn't this interview supposed to evaluate good characters, among them Lucas, hugging him in a playful manner, told that, does that mean he doesn't have a good character? Both of them were alerted when the examiner said. The next was Rowan, get ready as he stood before the gate. He noticed that the gates responded to the visitor's mana, and he'd like to examine it sometime, but not now. When he entered inside the room, he noticed that no one was around here, and thought maybe the interviews were not present, but suddenly he heard a voice from behind calling him. Come over here. As he followed the voice, he reached another door. As the door opened, he was stunned by the view inside. He sensed the overwhelming amount of mana calling him. A lady looking like an elf was calling him, covering her eyes. An elf was standing there welcoming him. Puzzled, he finally knew that the sound that he was hearing belonged to he. He was astonished that this was the most pure and solid manner he ever felt, and for some reason it was so warm and welcoming. This was the most highest level of magic and mana he ever knew, and this was his dream to reach one day. She told him to have a seat and have some tea. They finally sat and were having a cup of tea. He recalled that she is the governor of the union, the most powerful lady around. He was lost in his thought that could he reach that position someday. Suddenly he noticed the lady spoke and said, seems like the tea suits his taste, and he replied in a yes. It was very warm and refreshing, like it was just harvested from the tea estate. She told him that it was because of his unique body constitution, and his body couldn't store mana. She consoled him, saying that he must have been lonely all this time. It must have felt hard to reach that level. He was silent and couldn't reply a thing, realizing he never thought about it. He always felt like his heart was filled with his loved ones, and he was never lonely. She told him that despite his loneliness, he grew up and became a strong person. It was his first time hearing something like that. He has always been acknowledged for his efforts and skill, but someone never truly understood his past. This was his first time that someone saw him. In his loneliness, such word of kindness made him cry. He wiped his tears and thought, why was he crying? Was it because of the manner that she was emitting? The governor told him that though his body was lacking, his heart was pure and honest. He was a kind and generous kid. And she said that he was accompanied by his little, strange friend, pointing towards the bird. Even he was shocked at how could she see that. Looking upwards, he noticed something. This was the first time he saw the owl come. As the bird sat on the table, she said that it's a wonderful owl. Thought that she not only knew about his past, but also about his present. Was like she knew everything, and he was thinking about asking him. The vision that he saw earlier, let him know about that too. As he asked him that the vision he saw earlier was that the future, he was worried. Paused for a moment. She told him that there was nothing as a fixed future. If he saw something from the future, then there are chances that it might not happen. Everything depends on him and his will. He becomes what he believes in the future he wants. He too realized that what he saw was just one possibility of the future, but not exactly the future. He'd just have to work hard to prevent the possibility. That's what humans have been doing for a long time. The governor said, looks like he finally understood the path he must take and work for his future, smiling with happiness. Next day, the Oscar's house. Oscar has prepared a variety of dishes, but with carrot, saying that he had made them with extra effort so they should celebrate it. As they were eating, Sophie asked him that where will they be assigned. Oscar replied that it's hard to see. The governor probably made the arrangement. During the interview, he told them that only 10 people have passed, including the 3 of them, and only the 3 of them graduate from the union school. Rowan thought that there's a possibility that the 3 might end up together. While inside, they were just a family. He was Lucas's father and their uncle, but as soon as they step out, they are departed director and members. Lucas told them that as long as he's being benefited, he doesn't mind working anywhere. Sophie told that, does he really hate the idea of working under his father that much? He told them that that doesn't even matter, because they were distant, even as a father and son from the beginning. Rowan smiled and noticed that he'd grown a lot since he was keeping his personal and business life apart. Having a fun moment, they said that they're not even close enough to worry about separating and working. Lucas told that it doesn't matter. Let's establish a proper order for work-life balance. As the seeking shifted to the union administration entrance, they were being checked by the guard, as he confirmed their name. Rulian recalled that he visited the administration building before, but he was never treated with such respect. Now he feels like his status has really changed into someone special. As they walked forward, he thought that what would be needing. When they reached inside, They were shocked to see something. It was a blacksmith chamber filled with heat and metals, asked to be called the Book and Sword of the Union. They need their own weapon crafted that suits them, leaving them to Mr. Alec, who was blacksmith dwarf. He told them to pick a weapon they like and suits them. Lucas picked a longsword, while Sophie was still thinking. As the Rowan was searching for his weapon, the dwarf of blacksmith noticed him. As Lucas picked up his sword, they told him that confront and swing. That's what confident as he swung the sword. Mr. Alec about and noticed something's size. If they added more weight and sharpen the tip, it will be more destructive. And they can adjust the length so can train with ease. Next he called out for Sophie. As she slashed the air with multiple strikes. He told her dad as for Fable's styles of swordsmanship, she lacks power, but unbalanced and stability were excellent and top-notch, stating that she had trained her lower body very well. Mr. Alex says that now that she's in the Union, there is no need to restrict her into her sword style. She could use a shield with her sword as well. She said she'll think about it. He said that he will make both a sword and a shield for her next. He called up for Rowan while she was still confused. That what kind of process is this? As he walked forward he asked him was he a mage? Rowan stood silently. The master blacksmith finally turned to Rowan, asking if he was a mage with a quiet and simple confirmation. Rowan answered that he was. The blacksmith considered making a weapon for mage, but Rowan interrupted stating that he had a rather unusual request in mind for him. Rowan explained his preference for controlling floating sword shards, with his mind demonstrating by summoning a single, glowing blue fragment to hover beside him. The young mage then asked if the blacksmith could possibly repair his broken shards. The man simply held out his hand, requesting them. Upon inspecting the fragment, the blacksmith recognized it as part of a demonic sword infused with dark mana. Calling Rowan an interesting person, he explained that reforged, the single broken sword could be transformed into 12 separate blades. Rowan's face lit up with hopeful excitement. The blacksmith quickly tempered his enthusiasm, warning him that the reforging process was far more difficult and delicate than it sounded. In simple theory he explained that each piece must hold the exact same amount of mana, illustrating the delicate balance required for the dangerous task ahead. A single mistake could destroy the artifact forever, a task for a high-level mate. Rowan calmly asked if that level was all he needed. The blacksmith was stunned by his casual confidence. Rowan, completely serious, then announced that he would perform the delicate magical process himself. The blacksmith nervously wondered if this kid was just incredibly arrogant or if he actually had the skill to back up his very bold claim. Rowan offered a reassuring smile and promised to take full responsibility for any failure, convincing the intrigued blacksmith to let him at least try. The blacksmith gestured for him to begin, standing in the center of the workshop, but asked him to please try not to be too loud. Rowan raised his hand, his expression focused, as a brilliant aura of blue mana immediately enveloped the floating shard, ready to be reshaped. His fingers moved with delicate precision, carefully guiding the intricate streams of magical energy flowing directly from his hands into the ancient metal. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into a serene, cosmic space where he could feel the very essence of the sword's internal energy in his tranquil mindscape. Rowan recalled the lessons his beloved mother figure, Pauline, had taught him about perception, giving him newfound clarity. He visualized the energy within the shard as countless glowing branches gently guiding the flow and separating the intricate strands of magical power. Combining his memories of Pauline with the magic he learned from Director Lazarus, he looked peaceful, completely at one with his immense power. A flicker of strain crossed his face as he navigated the complex, magical formulas, realizing the difficult process was not yet complete. He focused on the key to success, evenly distributing the sword's embedded mana into 12 perfectly equal parts and locking it into place. With a final surge of will, Rowan unleashed his full power, creating a massive vortex of turquoise energy that exploded outward around him. The master blacksmith's eyes went wide, with utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the incredible display of magical power unfolding right before his eyes. He stared, completely dumbfounded by the sheer force on display, questioning how this young boy could possibly be using such advanced magic. Bright, sharp lines of light spider webbed across the shard's surface as the immense energy inside began to fracture the metal from within. The vortex of energy subsided, revealing Rowan standing calmly as 12 perfectly identical glowing shards now orbited him like loyal silent guardians. The newly formed blades floated gently through the air, their magical glow fading as they settled softly into the blacksmith's outstretched, waiting hands. He let out a laugh of pure disbelief, staring at the perfectly identical shards, each with the same shape, size, and mana capacity. The blacksmith was completely astonished that such a flawless feat was performed by a new 15-year-old recruit who stood by holding his weapon. A newfound respect filled the blacksmith's expression. he silently vowed to pour every ounce of his legendary skill into forging these perfect materials. New Union recruits sat in a grand hall as a stern instructor announced the official start of their full-fledged preliminary training program. The instructor reviewed the Union's 7 divisions, explaining that each recruit would be assigned to one and carry out missions under its banner. He outlined their future, starting at the lowest rank of Oz, with promotions earned only through great merit, impressive achievements, and proven skill. The instructor warned that the world would be harsh, and that simply bearing the Union's name would make them targets for countless enemies. He added that even the very people they swear to protect might disrespectfully refer to them as the kingdom's dogs. Behind their backs he encouraged them not to waver, reminding them that their sole purpose was to ensure the kingdom's peace and help build a better world. With an inspiring smile, the instructor concluded his speech and announced it was time to reveal the recruits' official division assignments for them a week later. On induction day, the blacksmith handed Rowan a heavy pouch, telling him he was sure he would like its contents. Mr. Alec explained that the 12 blades, now named Chavial, could be merged with mana. Rowan was immediately eager to try them out. Rowan told Lucas it was time to go, but his friend looked utterly miserable. After being assigned to his own father's division, Rowan playfully nudged his friend, asking why he looked so glum, and reminding him that they were going to be late for their interview. Lucas complained that fate had abandoned him, but Rowan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, suggesting it could be a good opportunity. They arrived at a vast ornate hall, where members of the Cree division were already engaged in intense, rigorous training sessions with each other. The sharp sounds of clashing steel echoed through the hall as 2 senior members were locked in a fierce and fast-paced sparring duel. A short distance away, the other group of senior members took a brief rest, their focused expressions showing their dedication and immense underlying power. Rowan and Lucas observed the bustling and disciplined atmosphere, noticing how focused every single member of their new division seemed to be. A nearby voice announced the arrival of the new recruits they had been waiting for, catching Rowan's immediate and curious attention. He instantly noticed the man's badge, which bore the symbol of the Cree division, but with a design signifying a very high rank. The man was Adrian, the division leader of the Cree division, a confident swordsman who held the prestigious and high rank of expert. A nearby senior member quietly confirmed to the newcomers that the man was indeed Adrian, the esteemed leader of their entire division. Rowan studied the man with his analytical gaze, immediately recognizing the authority and immense power belonging to the expert-ranked division leader before them. Rowan and Lucas bowed respectfully, introducing themselves Adrian, and welcomed them, remarking that he was bored and wanted Rowan to show him his skills. Both Rowan and Lucas were taken aback by the sudden request, confused as to why the commander wanted a demonstration of Rowan's abilities. Adrian casually gestured to the side, announcing that he had already chosen a suitable opponent for the new recruits' impromptu combat evaluation. A new figure stepped forward with a simple greeting, but the friendly introduction caused Lucas to recoil in absolute wide-eyed, comical shock. The opponent was none other than Oscar, the deputy director of the Cree division, and more importantly, Lucas's very own intimidating father. Lucas expressed his shock at the sudden duel, but Oscar calmly retorted, questioning if there is ever truly a right time for battle. Oscar turned to Rowan, stating his curiosity to see how much the boy's telekinetic sword skills had grown in the past 5 years. Rowan met his gaze with quiet determination, replying that he was also eager to see how much stronger he could become here. A small proud smile appeared on Oscar's face as he noted to himself that the young man was as confident as ever. Oscar drew his massive claymore, telling Rowan that a real match requires actions, not words, and challenged him to show his true abilities. Rowan calmly replied that his greatest strength was magic, as his 12 new mana-infused blades appeared and began orbiting him in a shimmering circle, crouching into a ready stance. Oscar noticed the new weapons, remarking that there were more blades than he remembered Rowan using before. Rowan explained they were an induction gift. Oscar immediately recognized the blacksmith's work and asked if the new weapon had been given a name. Surrounded by his floating arsenal of blades, Rowan stood with quiet confidence and told him the weapon's name was Shovel. Oscar pondered the name's meaning, wondering if the small blades could live up to it. Rowan admitted he was also curious about their power. Rowan then requested a favor from the deputy director. Oscar looked at him with interest and asked what it was he wanted. With unwavering confidence, Rowan asked to be allowed the first move, a bold request that greatly impressed the watching division leader. Adrian. Oscar's gaze sharpened as he realized Rowan's confidence was not arrogance but a sign that the sharp young man had a plan. Rowan stood ready at one end of the hall, his blades hovering while Oscar waited at the other, his own massive sword resting patiently. A powerful crimson aura erupted around Oscar. He warned Rowan that he would not tolerate a sloppy imitation of his family's fighting style. Rowan recalled his 5 years of sparring with Lucas, knowing the Paso family's powerful claymore swordsmanship style very well. From constant practice, however, he knew that the deputy director possessed the presence and level of power far beyond what his friend and rival could ever muster. With a steadying breath, Rowan announced that he would begin taking a step back. As his blades hummed with contained magical energy, he focused his mind, and a brilliant turquoise light flared within his eyes as he activated his enhanced mana perception to see everything in an instant. His 12 blades shot across the hall like a volley of arrows, leaving brilliant blue trails of mana behind him. Oscar reacted with incredible speed, swinging his massive claymore in a powerful arc that effortlessly knocked all the blades out of the air. He offered a quick critique of Rowan's technique, noting that while it was rough, it had the potential to become a powerful weapon. Before Rowan could react, Oscar unleashed a devastating downward strike that sent a shockwave across the floor, knocking him off his feet. Stunned by the raw power of the attack, Rowan realized he was still nowhere near strong enough to match Oscar's immense physical strength. As Oscar raised his sword for another strike, he suddenly found himself frozen in place by thin, glowing blue threads of restraining mana. Lucas and Adrian watched from the sidelines, with Lucas pointing out that something invisible seemed to be holding his father completely still. Oscar struggled against the magical bindings as Rowan, having already recovered his footing, stood ready for his next move on the battlefield. Rowan had used his precise minute control to manipulate physical forces like weight and friction to trap Oscar and guide his blades. Oscar looked at Rowan with the hint of an impressed smile, commenting that the boy had certainly learned some clever new tricks. However, he warned that simple tricks would not be enough to stop him, as the mana threads around him began to crack under pressure with a tremendous roar. Oscar unleashed his full power, shattering the magical restraints into nothingness and freeing himself from the magical trap. In a single explosive movement, Oscar's claymore came crashing down, but was stopped just inches from Rowan by his 12 interlocked blades. Straining under the immense pressure, Rowan held his ground. Oscar looked down, a single word of genuine admiration escaping his lips, impressive, gritting his teeth. Rowan pushed back with all his might, realizing his new weapon was far more capable than it initially appeared. The duel intensified as Oscar unleashed a furious barrage of strikes, pushing Rowan backward across the stone floor. With each powerful blow, Rowan knew his mana was still too weak to completely stop a seasoned warrior like the deputy director, a harsh but expected reality. Although he could easily reconfigure his 12 blades for defense, he was quickly realizing that he was running out of tactical options. With Oscar pressing his relentless assault, Rowan found himself backed into a corner with no more room left to dodge or retreat. Trapped, Rowan decided to break through directly. Gathering a swirling vortex of bright orange fire in his hand with a determined look, Oscar's eyes widened in surprise, sensing the immense magical power gathering before him. As a bead of sweat rolled down his temple, Rowan unleashed a roaring phoenix of flame, which exploded against Oscar's blade as he barely managed to raise it in time to defend. The other Kree division members watching from the side were stunned into silence, shocked by the rookie's unexpected and incredible display of power. The duel ended with Oscar slightly singed, a noticeable patch of his mustache completely burned away. A small, sheepish Rowan offered an apology. To everyone's surprise, Oscar let out a booming laugh, not with anger, but with clear amusement, leaving Rowan completely bewildered by his reaction. Adrian laughed heartily, clearly amused that the new rookie had managed to burn off half the deputy director's mustache. On his very first day, the other senior members joked that Oscar should now be called half-stash, admitting the impressive rumors about the new recruit were true. One member noted Rowan held back, but Adrian called him over for a private word, separating him from the rest of the group. Adrian studied the young man with a thoughtful and intrigued expression, his hand on his chin as he assessed his unique performance. He complimented Rowan on his interesting maneuvers, praising both his unique swordplay and his powerful magic. As his blades returned to him, Adrian asked for his thoughts on Oscar's swordsmanship. Rowan respectfully described it as a combination of intense force and graceful flowing movements. Adrian pointed out that Rowan had dodged those powerful attacks with surprising ease, but Rowan humbly admitted he felt rushed and unsatisfied. Adrian smiled, noting that regardless of his feelings, it was clear that the young man had learned a valuable lesson from the duel. He praised Rowan's good work, explaining that the Kree division values adaptability and that his creative style would fit in perfectly with them. He offered some final encouragement, telling Rowan not to rush his development, and that his former teacher, Diego, had prepared him well. Adrian then turned and called out to a dark-haired elf standing nearby, who turned and responded professionally to her commander's summons. He gave her a direct order. She was to personally help Rowan develop his skills and grow even stronger, an assignment she accepted. With Ron's evaluation complete, Adrian turned his attention to his friend's son Lucas, wondering who would be a suitable opponent for him. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he exclaimed that he had just thought of the perfect opponent for the next match. He cheerfully announced that Lucas's opponent would be none other than the deputy director of the Cree division, his own father Oscar. Lucas's face drained of all color as he stared in utter horror, silently pleading for someone to spare him from this terrible fate. Later, Rowan stood in the training hall with his new mentor, Sienna, who said they needed to review his match. Before beginning, the two of them stood facing each other on the training floor, ready to begin their first official session together as student and mentor. Sienna gave him a blunt assessment, stating that while his magic was excellent, he had a critical weakness in any form of close-quarters combat. She explained that if he could not maintain a safe distance from his opponents, he would always struggle to gain the upper hand. Rowan listened to Sienna's sharp critique, his expression turning serious as he clenched his fist, knowing that she was absolutely right. She emphasized that the larger the power gap, the more dangerous it becomes. To allow an opponent to get close, like he did, Sienna drew two short swords, telling Rowan to watch carefully and explaining that the key to close combat is mastering one's footwork. She moved it in a flash, becoming a blur of motion as trails of turquoise mana flowed gracefully from the tips of her blades. Rowan watched completely captivated by her incredible speed and agility, amazed that she did not even seem to be out of breath. He marveled at her light footwork, seeing how she moved naturally against the flow of mana, a feat that required immense skill. As her blade cut cleanly through the air, he understood that this level of mastery was the result of years of dedicated training. Sienna finished her demonstration, advising Rowan that it would take time for his body to learn, and that he must not rush. But before she could finish, her eyes widened in surprise as Rowan began to perfectly mimic the complex footwork she had just shown. Rowan closed his eyes, tapping into his perfect memory as he visualized every detail of Sienna's swift and impossibly graceful movements. He replayed his duel with Oscar in his mind, recalling every powerful swing of the deputy director's massive and intimidating claymore. In his mind palace, he practiced dodging a glowing replica of Oscar, perfectly gauging the distance needed to evade the wide, sweeping strikes. He then shifted his focus to a thrust, understanding that even the slightest change in the angle of his feet could be critical. He knew that when facing such a precise attack, a single misstep could mean the difference between life and his own certain death. He realized that this part of the training, analyzing and dodging, was something he had been practicing for years, a familiar mental exercise. However, he knew that using his magic to control an opponent depended entirely on his mana, which was still at his childhood level. He accepted the harsh reality that in the union, he must assume every opponent he faces would be much stronger than himself. He suddenly stopped moving, realizing that simply copying Sienna was meaningless, because their fundamental abilities were completely different and required different approaches. Sienna sensed his breakthrough, and Rowan confirmed her thought, admitting that he could not fight in the same way that she did. Confused, Sienna pointed out that he had just copied her moves perfectly, but Rowan insisted he could not become a fighter like her. She looked disappointed, asking if he was giving up so easily, and wondering if she had completely misjudged his character and his resolve. She reminded him of his immense potential as a mage, telling him that his self-doubt just sounded like complaining to her ears. Her words hit home, and he stood silently for a moment, the word mage echoing in his mind as he reconsidered his path. A wisp of blue flame appeared in his palm as he decided to focus on what he could do with his own magical abilities. An idea began to form in his mind. What if he could control the air currents around him to help him move faster? He took the idea even further, wondering if he could create a barrier to prevent an opponent from ever entering his personal space. He whispered the concept to himself, the idea solidifying in his mind as he imagined what such a defensive spell could do. The flame in his hand grew brighter as he realized he had finally found his own unique path forward. This would be his answer. The swirling blue flame reminded him of an advanced technique his mentor, Professor Arthur, had once shown him during his academy days. A vivid image of the legendary Azure flame barrier burned brightly in his mind, a powerful multi-layered sphere of protective fire. This was his goal. He acknowledged his current limitations, knowing he could only partially replicate the spell, but it was a start to keeping enemies out. He felt that this new method was the answer he had been searching for. As a brilliant explosion of blue light burst forth, he imagined a sphere of influence around him, where he could control enemy attacks and make his own strikes far more efficient. This would be his own personal domain, a space where he alone would dictate the flow and pace of the entire battle. He took a firm step forward, and a blue energy around him solidified, establishing his new territory on the training floor. With a confident smile, he felt his 12 blades floating around him, now perfectly in tune with his newly controlled magical environment. He visualized a glowing blue replica of a swordsman attacking him inside his new domain, the air shimmering around the ethereal figure. He realized that, by suddenly adjusting the speed and friction within his domain, he could effectively alter the path of an enemy's attack. His eyes, now glowing with mana, could perceive every subtle shift in his opponent's movements, giving him a clear view of their actions. With his enhanced perception, he easily dodged the blue replica's attack, the controlled environment giving him a clear and overwhelming tactical advantage. Sienna watched from a distance, stunned by the invisible barriers of energy that she could feel altering the very air around them. Within his domain, Rowan visualized an opponent made of pure ice. Knowing he had to train his body to dodge every possible attack, he continued his mental simulation, effortlessly dodging the Ice Warrior's swift and powerful strikes as if he could see the future itself. Suddenly, in the middle of his solo training, his eyes widened in surprise as he sensed something unexpected approaching from behind him. Before he could turn, Sienna appeared. Her twin blades crossed to block an unseen attack that had been aimed directly at him. She lowered her blades, admitting he had found a very interesting and unique method for his own personal training and development. Rowan turned to her, humbly crediting her with inspiring the idea, but she simply dismissed his smooth and flattering talk with a determined look. She raised her sword, suggesting that it was time for them to test his new technique for themselves. She declared that the lesson was not over yet as she lunged toward him, forcing Rowan to raise his hand in defense. Her fierce downward slash was stopped in midair by one of Rowan's floating blades, which he had maneuvered into place just in time. Sienna paused, her eyes narrowing, as she felt an unusual heaviness in the air, slowing her movements, wondering what spell he was using. Rowan calmly explained that her first move had been slightly off balance, a flaw that his new domain had allowed him to exploit. Her blade was perfectly deflected by the manipulated air currents, giving him the slight edge he needed to successfully counter her attack. She admitted his technique might work in a real fight, but noted he was still not fast enough to truly keep up with her. She landed gracefully with a sly smirk, telling him that true insight and growth only come from recognizing one's own flaws and weaknesses. She lunged at him again, explaining that true understanding is only gained through continuous effort and learning from one's own many mistakes. She praised his impressive speed and breathing, but advised him to be more forgiving of himself, pointing out that he seemed to be rushing. Rowan processed her words, asking if she meant that his movements had looked desperate during their exchange just a few moments ago. She confirmed his suspicion, and he then looked at her respectfully, asking if she would be willing to teach him one more thing. A soft, kind smile graced Sienna's lips as a warm, sparkling light surrounded her, and she gently agreed to his earnest request. Sometime later, a polite but firm knock sounded on the ornate wooden door of a very important and well-decorated office. A voice from within called to enter, and the door swung open to reveal Sienna, her expression calm and completely professional. In a lavishly decorated room, Adrian and Oscar sat enjoying tea. Sienna stood before them, asking formally if they had summoned her. Adrian began by stating that he had heard a great deal of praise about Rowan's recent progress, catching Sienna slightly by surprise. He continued with a smile, noting that Rowan seemed to have overcome the usual weaknesses of mages, and credited Sienna for her teaching. Oscar suggested that Rowan's talent had simply blossomed under the right guidance, but Sienna humbly insisted she had done nothing particularly special. Oscar praised her modesty, but then asked if she would be the one to handle all of Rowan's future training from now on. Adrian considered this, concluding that while he and Oscar should teach him too, Sienna's compatibility as a mentor was indeed the best. He then gave Sienna a new, unexpected order. She was to take Rowan with her on an upcoming and very important mission. Adrian reassured her that it was nothing too dangerous, just a simple reconnaissance mission. As Sienna asked for more specific details about it, he explained that since Oscar previously dismantled a rattle farm, the fucking cult was now starting a new business venture somewhere else. Adrian elaborated that intelligence suggested the cult was gathering mercenaries in a place called Allen to handle all their dirty operations for them. His instructions were simple. She and Rowan were to slip in unnoticed and observe the situation, a task that confused Sienna. With a cheerful smile, Adrian told her to think of it as a simple field trip. Though Sienna remained silent and unconvinced, later Rowan and Lucas met up with Sophie, and Rowan confirmed that her own mission was also scheduled for today's date. Sophie, now holding a new sword and shield, seemed downcast, remarking on how fortunate Rowan was to already be going on missions. The Honor Guard was described as a specialized combat unit of mages and magic swordsmen, whose main purpose is to protect other mages. Rowan silently reflected that while Sophie might not be happy with the assignment, her protective skills made her a perfect fit for the unit. Lucas playfully teased Sophie about looking clumsy with her new shield, but she angrily snapped back that she was trying her best. Rowan gently suggested that she could ask the senior members of the honor guard for help in getting used to her new equipment. He added with a friendly and reassuring smile that all the seniors he had met so far seemed to be very kind. Sophie asked Lucas if the seniors in their Creed division were also that nice, but he immediately scoffed at the very idea. Lucas wondered if Rowan was genuinely clueless that people were only so nice to him, while Rowan innocently encouraged him to spar more. Lucas complained that the seniors always called him a brat, then ironically proved his point by cheerfully shouting a challenge. Surprising Sophie, Sophie decided to ask her friends for help instead, and Rowan agreed, suggesting that a sparring match with Lucas would be best. Lucas hesitated, saying he was not good at giving advice, but Sophie retorted that she had not been asking him for any feedback. With a fierce battle cry, she charged forward, her shield raised and her sword held ready to strike her sparring partner. She leaped into the air, bringing her sword down in a powerful arc that Lucas met with his own massive claymore weapon with a single powerful swing. Lucas easily deflected her attack, his superior strength sending her spinning backward through the training hall air. Sophie landed skillfully, bracing herself with her new shield. As Rowan watched from the side, his expression focused and highly analytical. As she fought, Sophie realized that Mr. Alec must have designed her shield not just for defense but for offensive maneuvers as well. While watching them spar, Rowan took out a small notebook and began writing down his observations and helpful suggestions for his friend. He continued to scribble notes in a complex runic script analyzing her stance and the way she channeled her mana during combat. Suddenly a sharp voice called out their names from across the training grounds, pulling Rowan's attention away from the ongoing friendly spar. It was their senior Sienna. She stood some distance away and gestured with her hand, signaling for the two of them to come over. Lucas immediately broke off his spar and sprinted toward his senior, enthusiastically shouting her name as he ran across the training grounds. Rowan, however, waited a moment, turning back to Sophie and holding out the notebook. He had just been writing his notes, and he explained that he had made some notes on things she could improve, kindly offering the small green book to his friend. Sophie accepted the notebook, touched by his thoughtfulness, but Rowan just smiled, reminding her that they were friends and he would help more. Her spirits lifted. Sophie waved goodbye with a bright, cheerful smile, promising that she would be waiting for their safe and successful return. Rowan, Lucas, and Sienna departed on their mission, with Rowan waving back to his friend and wishing everyone well. As they left, after a long and arduous journey on horseback, the sound of a horse's hoof on stone signaled that they had finally arrived. The three of them rode their horses into the small, bustling northeastern city of Allen. Their very first official mission about to begin. Disguised in simple purple cloaks, Sienna instructed them to leave their horses and proceed on foot while Lucas looked visibly unwell. Rowan gently chided Lucas about not taking riding lessons, but Lucas insisted he was fine, just a bit queasy from the long journey. Sienna gave Lucas a stern look, telling him to practice as soon as they returned, as they could not afford any weaklings. She quickly corrected his formal address, reminding him that they were supposed to be ordinary mercenaries familiar with the local area. Sienna pulled up her hood, her expression turning serious as she reminded them once more that this was a covert reconnaissance mission. She began her briefing, explaining that Olin was a key transportation hub that had been neglected for political and various other reasons. Because of this neglect, immigrants from many different nations began to gather in the areas just outside of the main city walls. This uncontrolled and lawless settlement, she explained with a grim tone, naturally became a disgusting and dangerous haven for all kinds of crime. To solve the problem, the city of Olin built high walls, officially designating the area as the immigrant zone. To isolate it for a long time, the city authorities did not care what happened within that lawless zone, but now the danger is spilling over. She concluded by stating that Olin is not friendly to the Union, which is why they must disguise themselves as mercenaries to investigate. She decided it would be best for them to split up to gather information more effectively while maintaining their disguises and their cover. Sienna revealed that the quarantine zone is reportedly overrun with ghouls created by the Riddle cult. Stressing their safety was the top priority. She confirmed their plan was to pose as a ghoul hunting team to gain access, adding that they were free to improvise. Inside, Rohan asked a heavy question: is there any way to turn the ghouls back into human beings? Sienna's answer was grim and absolute. She looked directly at Rohan, sensing his internal conflict, and asked if he could handle the grim reality of their current situation. Sienna gave them one final reminder not to do anything reckless, and Rowan and Lucas replied in unison. Like two young child, Lucas looked at Sienna confused and playfully reminded her that she had told him not to call her senpai or senior anymore. Sienna looked away with a hint of a blush, sighing in defeat and muttering that she supposed it was fine for now. With their cover established, Sienna gave the order to move out, and the three of them walked toward the quarantine zone's gates. They entered a dimly lit, crowded mercenary guild hall, the air thick with the ominous, dark wisps of highly polluted and dangerous mana. Rowan observed the diverse crowd, noting that the atmosphere felt dark and rough, a stark contrast to the clean environment of the Union. He looked at the hardened and weathered faces of the mercenaries around them, his own youthful expression, hidden deep beneath his concealing hood. Sienna stepped up to the registration counter and informed the clerk that she was there to register for the ghoul subjugation team. The clerk asked for her mercenary papers, and Sienna presented the forged documents to him, without saying another single word about them. The man asked if she needed a team of 3 or 4, and Sienna confirmed that they were a party of 3. The clerk pointed toward a set of large wooden doors, telling her to go right and join the other waiting teams. As she turned away, he added a grim instruction: they would be paid per head, but they needed to bring back tons. Rowan waited his turn in the long line, while a man behind him yawned widely, showing how long they had all been waiting. Finally, Rowan handed his own forged papers to a different clerk, who looked at him with a bored and unimpressed facial expression. The clerk glanced at the papers, asking if he was a newbie fresh out of the Mage's Tower, which Rowan simply confirmed. The clerk smirked, remarking that mercenary work builds experience, before stamping his paper and changing their registration to a team of 4. Rowan walked away from the counter, breathing a quiet sigh of relief that he had not been questioned further about his young age. He looked ahead, his expression thoughtful, as he wondered who their new 4th member would be. Deciding to treat it as an opportunity, he entered the waiting area and saw a group of 3 rough-looking mercenaries who were clearly the team he had been assigned to. One of the mercenaries looked him over with disdain, dismissing him as a frail-looking brat who likely could not even protect himself. Another member sneered, complaining that Rowan would just be dead weight and would cut into their share of the mission's profits. The red-haired mercenary clapped Rowan on the shoulder, telling his companions to just assume that they did not have a 4th member. The leader of the group, a man with sharp eyes, watched Rowan silently before offering a cryptic and rather ominous reply. He added with a chilling smile that if they were lucky, the new kid might be kind enough to die very early. Rowan sighed, internally lamenting his truly terrible and unfortunate luck in getting stuck with such a group of unpleasant and selfish people. He knew that arguing with these assholes would just be a complete waste of his energy. As the leader told him to move, they left the guild hall and stepped out into the quarantine zone, which looked more like a lively market than a dangerous slum. Rowan walked through the crowded stalls, hearing the various vendors shouting about their wares, from fresh fruit to cheap rooms for rent. He observed the scene with a thoughtful expression, surprised that the outer area of a quarantine zone seemed so normal and peaceful. He deduced that because this area was closest to the main city gates, the high amount of foot traffic made it relatively safe. A soft blue glow emanated from his hand as he scanned the area, concluding that they probably would not run into Rettle. Here a soft wisp of turquoise mana curled around Rowan, as he suddenly used his magic to manipulate the air around all of them. He gathered the surrounding disturbances to create a pocket of sensory distortion, allowing him to naturally drift away from the group unnoticed, now separated from the mercenaries. Rowan believed that conducting his reconnaissance mission completely alone would be far more efficient and much safer. He sighed, closing his eyes in frustration, unable to believe his bad luck in getting stuck with such rude and unpleasant people. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, as he sensed a familiar and powerful magical presence, somewhere very close by in the immediate area. He looked up, his gaze drawn toward the rooftops of the nearby buildings, trying to pinpoint the source of the familiar energy. A figure stood silhouetted against the bright blue sky. It was Sienna, watching him from above, with her cloak billowing in the wind. From her high vantage point on the roof, she watched over him carefully, her presence a silent and reassuring promise of support. Rowan realized that Sienna was watching over him, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks as he understood that she was concerned. He remembered her earlier briefing, where she had warned him about the ghouls and stressed that his safety was the absolute top priority. He understood that she was watching over him and Lucas because it was their first mission, and felt a renewed sense of determination. His first objective was clear. He needed to find any traces of the ghouls. He began to walk deeper into the zone. He recalled what he knew about the creatures, remembering that a ghoul is a humanoid monster created from a still living human being. This dark transformation was the work of necromancers, or black mages, who used their forbidden rituals to create these very foul abominations. The resulting creatures possessed superhuman strength, sharp claws, and a long snake-like tongue, and were said to feed on human flesh. As he walked through the desolate streets, he admitted to himself that he had only ever read about them in his books. He turned a corner and stopped in his tracks, seeing a young woman huddled on the ground, shaking uncontrollably in a dark alley. The deeper he went, the more the atmosphere changed, with scenes of despair and sick, starving people lining the dirty city streets. Rowan's expression hardened with a grim resolve as he took in the horrifying and sad reality of the completely lawless place. He understood that in a place like this, if someone were to suddenly die or disappear, a memory of Pollen's kind face appeared. The memory twisted into a horrifying image of a soulless, decaying woman. He knew with chilling certainty that no one here would care. He looked at the desperate people, realizing this was why the Red cult targeted this place, seeing them as perfect ghoul material. A fierce, determined look filled his eyes as he vowed that he absolutely could not let that happen to these innocent people. He remembered the horrors of the shelter, where innocent children were sacrificed. Here, the ghouls served the same horrifying and evil purpose. He thought of the peaceful world he was fighting for, a world free from unjust deaths, where everyone could dream of a hope. He remembered Pollen's gentle smile, and the promise that he had made to her all those many, long and difficult years ago. Filled with renewed conviction, he clenched his fist, knowing that the time had finally come to fulfill the vow he had made. He continued his patrol, moving deeper into the desolate and forgotten streets of the dangerous and ever-expanding quarantine zone. On his own, suddenly he froze in place. He sensed something, a flicker of hostile energy, coming from somewhere very close by. In the immediate area, in an empty square, he saw a lone figure in a purple cloak, surrounded by the mangled bodies of several recently defeated ghouls. A horrifying creature with pale skin, glowing red eyes, and sharp claws lunged forward, which Rowan immediately recognized as a dangerous ghoul. He was surprised by the creature's incredible speed, reasoning that its unnatural quickness must be a result of powerful dark magic. Just as the ghoul was about to strike its target, a familiar voice rang out, and Rowan's eyes widened in recognition. It was Lucas, his massive claymore glowing with blue energy as he brought it down in a powerful strike against the ghoul. Rowan watched from a distance, sighing to himself that Lucas was as loud as ever, forgetting their mission was supposed to be stealthy. Still seeing his friend in action against the horde of monsters, Rowan felt compelled to move forward and offer his own assistance. He noticed Lucas had stopped moving, standing in a triumphant pose, but saw a fresh scrape on his friend's leg from the fight. Suddenly 2 more ghouls emerged from the shadows, their red eyes glowing with hunger. As they stared down the lone, isolated swordsman, the ghouls lunged, but one of them suddenly turned and fled down a narrow alley, causing Lucas to shout for it to stop. Seeing the creature gaining away from his friend, Rowan gritted his teeth and decided that he would chase after it himself. He realized that ghouls still possessed some level of intelligence as the creature sprinted through the deserted streets, desperate to make its escape. He deduced that, after seeing Lucas tear through its companions, the ghoul was terrified and fleeing to call for reinforcements from its leader. Rowan knew he had to catch the ghoul before he lost its trail completely, pushing himself to run even faster than before. A trail of turquoise mana flowed from his feet as he used his magic to enhance his speed, his face a mask of focus, but it was not enough. He knew he couldn't push his mana any harder and began to worry that this chase was a mistake. Just before the ghoul disappeared from his sight, Rowan summoned one of his trusted shovel blades from its pouch at his side. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the blade flying, striking the ghoul in the leg and leaving a trail of blood. He found the spot where the ghoul was hit. The blood trail was faint, but it was the only clue he had. He began to follow the dark stains on the cobblestone, his eyes scanning the path ahead for any other signs of his quarry. As he followed the trail, he regretted not learning a proper movement spell from his teacher, Mr. Diego, calling himself short-sighted for it. He recalled the swift and stealthy movement techniques of the Order of Conviction, remembering being carried as a child by Union agents. He remembered his enemy, the traitor Blake, using explosive mana, but recalled Sienna's more subtle and agile technique as she watched from above. He glanced up at the rooftop where he had last seen her, a quiet and subtle acknowledgement of her protective and watchful presence. He knew she was still nearby, watching over him from a distance, and it gave him a small, reassuring sense of comfort. A small, determined smile touched his lips. He understood that pairing him with Sienna had been a deliberate and thoughtful choice. He saw an image of Adrian in his mind now, believing this mission was designed to help him learn essential pursuit skills. He thought back to the first time he saw Sienna's movement technique, remembering how elusive and incredibly fluid it had seemed to him. Her movements were like water or wind, unpredictable, completely free, and seemingly impossible for any of her opponents to ever pin down. He analyzed her technique, realizing she diffused her mana to glide along its flow, a seamless and efficient sliding motion through space. He knew his mana was not as strong as hers, but he could feel the natural flow of energy all around him. Rowan remained silent, his expression unreadable as he processed the difficult and very dangerous situation that he now found himself in. He decided to focus on the immediate threat. He arrived at a large open square, only to find it teeming with ghouls. In the center of the square, he saw the unconscious bodies of the mercenaries, 3 of them bound with thick, sturdy rope, he observed the grim scene with a serious expression, noting that his former and very rude teammates had all been recently captured. Many of them were badly injured, but some were still alive. One of his blades materialized. Knowing he had to act fast before it was too late, he had to save them. He sent his blades flying forward, the sharp shards cutting through the air. A horde of ghouls shuffled forward, their jerky and unnatural movement slow, as they closed in on their helpless, captured victims. Before they could reach the mercenaries, Roland's blades intercepted them, slicing through the grotesque creatures with deadly precision and incredible, unerring accuracy. He raised his hand, a brilliant ball of turquoise mana gathering in his palm. As he prepared to unleash a very powerful spell, he cast his domain spell, and a massive, translucent blue dome of energy expanded outwards, enveloping the entire square and its inhabitants. A wave of roaring powerful fire swept through the area, engulfing some of the ghouls in a searing and all-consuming inferno. Inside the magical domain, time slowed. One ghoul burned away in the fire, while another was simultaneously frozen, completely solid by ice. The conscious mercenaries stared in utter disbelief at the incredible display of powerful and highly advanced magic that was unfolding right before them. Ron observed the devastating effects of his powerful magic, his expression calm and completely focused on the ongoing battle around all of them. He reflected on the power of his domain, its greatest strength being its unique ability to slow down time for his enemies. Additionally, the domain itself was incredibly sturdy, making it the perfect, isolated environment to test and refine his new magical abilities. He decided this was the perfect opportunity to try out a new spell. Apologizing to the ghouls in his thoughts for the experiment with a focused look, he prepared his first spell, an enhanced and very powerful heat exchange within the confines of his domain. His shovel blades began to glow with intense cold, flying through the air and freezing the remaining ghouls completely solid in their tracks. He realized with some annoyance that the ghouls' tongues, which he needed for proof, had shattered along with their frozen, fragile bodies. He looked at the remaining ghouls, recalling the clerk's instruction to cut out their tongues as proof of their successful monster kills. He realized a severed tongue was useless. His only option was to take the mercenaries with him, as living proof of his deeds. The mercenaries pleaded with him not to leave them, admitting they were captured while looking for him. After he had suddenly disappeared, they admitted their shock at his power, revealing they never expected him to be such a skilled and incredibly powerful young mage. He looked at them with a playful smirk, remarking that this was a prime example of having a loose tongue, terrifying them with a flash of incredible speed. A single shovel blade cut through the thick ropes, setting the terrified captive mercenaries completely free. The freed mercenaries gasped in relief, one of them thankful to be alive, stating they would have died a second later. Rowan asked how they were captured by ghouls, but the leader explained that a powerful dark priest had been with all of them. Rowan's expression darkened at the mention of a dark priest, his eyes narrowing with a deep and burning hatred for the foul cult. The mercenary, pointing over a nearby hill, confirmed the dark priest had subdued them and was now headed in that specific direction. The mercenaries, now freed and thoroughly humbled, told Rowan that they would be on their way. He watched them leave, his expression thoughtful. A moment later, his senior and mentor, Sienna, landed silently beside him, her own part of the battle having clearly concluded. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and told him that he had done very well in the fight against the ghouls. Rowan looked at her, a hint of a grateful smile on his face, as he thanked her for the compliment and her guidance. Sienna's expression turned serious. She told him that where there is a dark priest, there are more ghouls, so they must stick together. She told Rowan that they needed to move out immediately to pursue the priests, giving him no time to rest or recover. With a shared sense of purpose, they dashed forward, their cloaks billowing as they raced toward the hill. In perfect synchronized unison, Rowan realized that this was the perfect chance to practice the advanced movement technique he had been analyzing just a short while ago. He saw this as his opportunity to finally master the fluid, mana-driven movement style he had been so carefully and intently studying. He and Sienna leaped from a rooftop, soaring through the air as they chased after their target with incredible speed and agility. As he ran, Rowan focused on Sienna's movements, confirming his theory that she was using her mana to enhance her own speed. He realized that her technique only looked effortless because she was not forcing her mana, but moving in harmony with its flow. He understood the principle. She stepped on the circulating mana around her, pushing off from it to gain even more powerful momentum. It felt as though she was moving without any resistance, perfectly in tune with the mana's direction, stunning him with its elegance. In his moment of distraction, he misstepped, his foot slipping on the invisible and constantly moving flow of the ambient, magical energy. He nearly fell, but quickly regained his balance, reflecting on the incredible skill of his mentor. knowing it was natural for him to struggle. But he refused to be left behind by her. With renewed determination, he vowed to catch up to her no matter what it took. He focused his mind visualizing the technique. He would reduce the friction beneath his feet and step lightly on the circulating mana. He would follow her path, sliding over the streams of mana in a straight, focused dash. A trail of blue energy erupted. He was now running effortlessly alongside her, their movements perfectly synchronized. As they collided through the air with incredible and breathtaking speed, Sienna glanced at him surprised and impressed. She told him he kept up well and asked if he had a breakthrough. Rowan confirmed that he did, explaining the key was to move with the flow of mana. She was amazed he grasped it. He looked at her gratefully, admitting that he never could have figured it out without her excellent and very clear example to follow. They arrived at the top of the hill and saw a path lined with dozens of ghouls, with the dark priest waiting. He stepped forward, crossing his arms, as his 12 shovel blades materialized around him, glowing with an intense and powerful blue light. In an instant the blade shot forward, slicing through the horde of ghouls with brutal efficiency and leaving a trail of destruction. Rowan stood alone in the now silent clearing as the hand of the dark priest emerged, glowing with a sinister purple energy. He looked around at the carnage, a bead of sweat on his temple, as he realized that something was very wrong. He recalled Lucas's ghouls having intelligence. The cloaked figure with a twisted, smiling mask, the dark priest, was finally revealed to him. But these ghouls were different. They did not try to run away, but instead became more savage as they were attacked. Rowan realized the ghoul's mindless aggression must be the direct influence of the dark priest. The ghoul lunged at him from behind. Before the creature could reach him, Sienna appeared in a blur, her sword slicing cleanly through the ghouls that were about to attack. Rowan looked at her, stunned by her incredible speed and precision, and called out her name in surprise and immense gratitude for saving him. She landed gracefully, creating distance between herself and Rowan. As she prepared to face the remaining horde of mindless and aggressive ghouls, Rowan steeled himself, knowing he needed to stay focused, as a single mistake could put his senior in very grave danger. He crouched, gathering his mana. A glowing ball of turquoise energy formed in his hand as he prepared to cast his domain spell. That translucent, hexagonal barrier of pure mana expanded outwards, enveloping the entire area and all the combatants in a brilliant blue light. Within the dome, Rowan unleashed a barrage of fireballs, the streaks of orange light cutting through the slow time to strike the ghouls. The ghouls were engulfed in the roaring flames, their grotesque bodies writhing in silent agony as they were quickly burned to ash. As Rowan unleashed his magic, he felt the full power of his domain, a combination of fire and ice, creating a controlled storm. From the edge of the battle, the dark priest stood with his arms outstretched, his body shrouded in a sinister purple aura. Sienna's eyes widened in horror as she sensed the immense and foul power that was gathering around the evil dark priest. She shouted a desperate warning to Rowan, telling him to watch out for the priest's next powerful and very dangerous attack. Rowan turned, his expression one of pure shock, as he saw the dark priest beginning to transform into something completely monstrous. The priest's body contorted and twisted, his muscles bulging as he cast a powerful and forbidden spell directly on his own body. Rowan stared in horror, his mind flashing back to the apocalyptic vision he had seen. The priest's mana became murky and black, the transformation completed. The priest's face was now a monstrous visage of sharp teeth and pure hatred, his body radiating a red aura. Rowan's eyes were wide with terror. He knew the creature was about to attack him, and he braced himself for the impact. The transformed priest charged forward, and Rowan sent his shovel blades to intercept, but the creature effortlessly deflected them with its bare hands. Rowan was stunned. The creature was far tougher and more powerful than he could have ever possibly imagined it to be. The monster's feet cracked the stone ground as it landed, its monstrous, clawed appendages digging deep into the solid, unyielding rock with a guttural roar. The creature lunged at him, its movements now unnaturally and terrifyingly fast, closing the distance in an instant. Rowan knew that within his domain, the creature's movements should be restricted, but it was still moving with an incredible and frightening speed. He quickly formulated a plan. If he could just hit the creature with a powerful fireball, he might be able to stop it. But before he could act, Sienna dashed past him, her own sword drawn, as she bravely intercepted the monster, causing him to shout. Rowan watched in horror, the desperate cry escaping his lips as his mentor engaged the powerful, transformed beast head-on in close combat. He knew that even with her incredible skill, her blades were far too small to do any significant damage to the creature. He knew they would not be able to pierce the monster's thick hide, watching helplessly as the creature's immense strength threw her backward. But Sienna, a master of movement, righted herself in midair, her expression one of fierce determination. As she launched another attack, in a flash of steel she cast the monster, and a spray of dark blood erupted As the Dark Priest's head was severed, the Dark Priest's severed head flew through the air, trailing wisps of dark purple energy. As it tumbled through the night sky, Sienna landed gracefully on the decapitated body, her twin swords held ready. As she stood victorious over the fallen and defeated monster, Rowan stared in wide-eyed amazement, recognizing the legendary aura sword technique for the very first time in his entire young life. He understood now how she did it, coating her blades in magic. He looked at the fallen priest, amazed by his senior. Sienna complimented Rowan on his good work, and told him that the trail should now lead them directly to the enemy's main base. They moved through the dark, dilapidated streets of the quarantine zone, the silence broken only by the sound of their soft footsteps. As they walked, Rowan scanned the area with his senses, and thought to himself that he could not feel any trace of life. The streets were littered with the bodies of the sick and starving, abandoned and left to die. A truly horrific and saddening sight. Sienna suddenly stopped, her hand raised, as she announced to Rowan that they had finally arrived at their intended destination. They stood before a large, ominous building. Rowan asked if this was the Retell's main base, but Sienna clarified it was not. With a determined look, Rowan said they should go inside, and the two of them approached the massive, ornate wooden doors. As they stepped through the entrance of the building, they were immediately hit with the overwhelming and disgusting metallic stench of old blood. Rowan's expression darkened, as he wondered if the cult had been conducting human experiments. Sienna announced that they had finally found it. She led him to a solid stone wall where a large, complex magic circle was glowing faintly. Surprising the young Rowan, he realized with a jolt that the cult had used a powerful and very complex spell to conceal the entrance to their base. He began to analyze the runes, thinking that he could break the spell, but before he could, Sienna raised her leg high. With a single powerful kick, she shattered the stone wall, revealing a brightly lit and very large room on the other side. Rowan stared at her, baffled. When she asked why he was looking at her, he simply said it would have hurt her. She dismissed his odd comment and stepped through the newly created opening, gesturing for him to follow her into the hidden room. They entered a vast hidden library, filled with magical books and unknown magic circles, leaving Rowan completely and utterly amazed by it all. His attention was immediately drawn to a single old, leather-bound book that was lying on a table in the center of the room. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. Could this book be made from human skin? He used his magic to levitate it toward him. He opened the book, and was stunned by what he saw inside, a complex magic circle, glowing brightly from the strange, ancient page. He recognized the design instantly. It was the Stone of Gaia, named that held a very deep and personal meaning for him. The magic circle was less precise, but it was undeniably similar to the one he had seen on the magical egg long ago. Sienna asked him if he had found something important. He explained that the book contained many variations of a single magic circle. She asked if this was the spell to create ghouls, but Rowan explained it was more like a summoning or awakening spell. He compared it to the way the Dark Priest had invited a demon into his own body to transform into a monster. Suddenly, a familiar black bird with a tuft of yellow hair swooped into the room, and Rowan's face lit up with joy. He called out his familiar's name, and the bird landed on his shoulder, nuzzling him affectionately while Sienna watched, completely bewildered by the scene. Ignoring Sienna's question for a moment, Rowan asked his familiar if he was a demon. Given the connection between the two items, Rowan quickly explained to his bewildered senior that he had bought a magical stone as a child, and that was where all hatched. He pointed to the book, explaining the magic circle inside was similar to the one on the stone. Wondering about the connection, as he ran his fingers over the strange text, he noted the letters were infused with murky mana, radiating a powerful malevolent intent. He realized the text was written in a language that shouldn't exist. Wondering what would happen if someone used these forbidden spells, Sienna suggested they head back, holding up a document ordering an increase in ghoul production, confirming more Retell branches existed nearby. She tapped her union badge, stating they needed to report their findings to the Allen City Hall and organize a large-scale move. Meanwhile, Lucas was still fighting his way through the city, cutting down ghouls with powerful swings of his massive, heavy claymore. He wiped the sweat from his brow, catching his breath and muttering to himself about how persistent the disgusting bastards were. He counted his 30th kill, just as he heard his name being called, and turned to see Rowan and Sienna approaching him. A wide, cheerful grin spread across his face, as he saw his friends were safe and sound. After splitting up in the zone, he sprinted over to them, shouting Sienna's name in relief. She praised his good work, saying his distraction helped their investigation greatly. Lucas brushed off the compliment, asking if their investigation was finished. Sienna confirmed it was and told him to join them now. Lucas proudly stated that he must have caught around 30 ghouls, Sienna praised his work before he asked Rowan for his count. Rowan casually replied that he had gotten about 50, leaving Lucas completely speechless as a disembodied ghoul head floated by as proof. Rowan explained that he had brought the head of a dark priest and the tongues of ghouls as evidence for their mission. Lucas looked on horrified by the gruesome trophy, telling Rowan that people might faint if they were to see something so grotesque. As they approached the city proper, Sienna told Rowan to put the disturbing evidence away, and he immediately complied with her order. The trio arrived at the imposing iron gates of the large and very official-looking Olin City Hall to make their report. A guard at the entrance stopped them, asking what business a group of mere mercenaries could possibly have at the city hall. Sienna stepped forward, her gaze firm and unwavering, as she calmly stated that they were there to see the city's mayor. The guards laughed at her request, telling her the mayor was too busy for them, and that they should go hunt ghouls. One guard sneered, noting they were empty-handed and couldn't even catch a rat. Sienna's hand clenched into a tight, angry fist. Her expression turned cold as she held up her union badge, repeating her demand to be taken to the mayor. Immediately the guard's arrogant expression instantly turned to one of pure, wide-eyed terror as he recognized the symbol of the powerful union. The trio removed their hoods, revealing their official union uniforms and radiating an aura of authority that left the guards completely speechless. They were quickly escorted to a meeting room where the severed head of the dark priest sat. On the table between them, a nervous official stammered an apology and promised to bring the mayor immediately, scurrying away from the intimidating group of union members. While they waited, Rowan noticed that Sienna was writing with a nibbleless pen, using only her mana to form the letters. He watched fascinated as glowing blue runes flowed from the tip of her pen, arranging themselves into elegant script on the blank pages. Rowan watched Sienna write. He noticed that the glowing runes she created disappeared from the page just moments after she wrote them. He wondered if her pen was a special kind of magic tool and started to ask her about it, but stopped himself. He saw that she was deep in meditation, likely recovering her mana, and decided it was best not to disturb her now. With some time to spare, he decided to question his familiar, calling out to Owl, who appeared on his hand instantly. Rowan held a small bird in his hands, asking him directly what he was, and if he was truly a powerful demon. He continued his questioning, asking Owl if he recognized the spell formula or knew anything about the red occult. Receiving no answers, Rowan sighed, realizing he wouldn't get any information this way, as Owl probably didn't even have any memory of its own past. He gently stroked Owl's head, reassuring the little bird that it was okay, and that he was not disappointed in him. Suddenly Owl began to chirp excitedly, flapping its wings. Sienna opened her eyes, remarking on the bird's strange and special ability, but then a new piece of information from Owl made Rowan mutter in disbelief. Completely stunned by what he had just learned, he now understood in order for Owl to use his power, he needed to eat the severed head of the dark priest. Rowan looked at his small, innocent-looking familiar and asked for confirmation about his strange and very grotesque dietary requirement for his power. Owl looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes, clearly eager to regain his strength, leaving Rowan feeling conflicted about the request. He felt strange about feeding the gruesome trophy to his companion, but Sienna told him firmly that he should just do it. Rowan was surprised, explaining that the head was a great achievement for her, but she insisted it didn't matter if Owl needed it. With the decision made, the severed head of the dark priest was placed on the table before the small and eager bird. In a flash of light, Owl opened its beak impossibly wide and swallowed the entire gruesome trophy, which disappeared completely from sight. Rowan stared in stunned silence, his mouth agape as he tried to process the impossible and very bizarre scene he had just witnessed. Lucas was equally shocked, his arms crossed, as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. With the bird and the severed head, he recoiled in horror, letting out a choked gasp as a terrifying vision appeared before his eyes. After the strange event, a horrifying skeletal face with sharp fangs appeared, superimposed over Owl, a terrifying glimpse of the familiar's true and monstrous nature. Lucas panicked, scrambling to find his sword, but Rowan quickly grabbed him, telling him to calm down and explaining the situation. Rowan reminded him of the Stone of Geesh, explaining that Owl had hatched from it after he broke the magic formula. He explained that the grimoire they found had a similar magic circle, and he suspected that the two were somehow connected. Lucas expressed his concern about the bird's connection to the Riddell cult, but Rowan reassured him that it had been completely purified. Lucas then asked about the head-eating incident, and Rowan simply explained that Owl needed to eat it to use its unique power. He clarified that Owl's special power was its ability to learn an opponent's secrets. The bird then let out a contented burp. Lucas was blown away by the incredible ability, but Rowan admitted that he did not know the full extent of it yet. Just then, the door to the room opened and city officials entered. announcing that the mayor had finally arrived for their meeting. Rowan looked toward the door with a sharp, knowing smile, thinking that they might be able to test out Owl's new power. A pair of polished shoes stepped into the room. As a man's voice apologized for making the important union members wait, the mayor, a nervous-looking man flanked by 2 guards, chided them, saying they should have contacted the city beforehand about their visit. Wiping sweat from his brow, he introduced himself as Mayor Bruce Volen and offered a very tense and awkward greeting. He took a seat, asking, with feigned concern, if anything had happened to them during their visit to the dangerous quarantine zone. The mayor's eyes suddenly landed on Owl, who was sitting puffed up and grumpy on the table, clearly confused by the bird. He recoiled in shock, exclaiming in surprise at the sight of what he called a strange and very giant owl. Stuttering, he nervously asked if the Union was known for keeping such strange and unusual creatures as their official animal companions. Before anyone could answer, Owl took flight and landed directly on top of the mayor's head, gripping his hair tightly. The mayor's guards reacted in panic, shouting his name as they moved to intervene and protect him from the strange bird. Rohan calmly said, "Stop," as a single glowing shovel blade appeared, stopping just inches from one of the guards' frightened eyes. The guards frozen in place, their eyes wide with fear, as they found themselves surrounded by Rowan's floating blades, each one poised with the guards neutralized. Rowan calmly held up a hand, his expression serene, as he focused his mana to control the situation. Rowan lay casually on the table, while Lucas stood guard with his sword drawn, and the guards were frozen by his magic. Lucas held his sword to the mayor's back, warning him not to even think about moving a single inch. From his seat, the mayor let out a choked gasp, completely terrified, as Owl sat firmly on his head, covering his eyes from a light. A dark, resentful expression crossed his face, as he muttered to himself, annoyed at how the situation had gotten so complicated. As Owl's power took hold, he confessed that with more time, the cleanup of the slums would have been complete. Horrifying Sienna, he confessed his twisted plan: turn the slum dwellers into ghouls, then hire mercenaries to kill the remaining monsters. For him, Sienna immediately found a flaw in his logic, asking what the real cult would possibly gain from such a strange arrangement. The mayor explained it was an experiment, and the cult plans to use the mercenaries as live test subjects to create stronger ghouls. He sighed, lamenting what a shame it was that they were interrupted, as both he and the cult would have achieved their goals. Sienna asked him if this was all his plan, but the mayor denied it, stating that everything was proceeding according to her will. Sienna repeated her in confusion, while the mayor looked up with pure devotion, calling the woman he served his one true goddess. He finally revealed her name to the group: Priestess Amy. A name that sent a shockwave through the room and into Rowan's heart. The name hit Rowan like a lightning bolt, and his eyes widened in shock as he remembered the woman who had betrayed him. Owl's power receded, and the bird flew off the mayor's head, leaving the man dazed and confused, wondering what had just happened. Sienna stood over him, her expression ice cold, as she informed him that she had heard his entire, disgusting, and treasonous story. She held a dagger to his throat, her eyes filled with cold fury, as she prepared to deliver the Union's swift and final justice. She listed his crimes: conspiring with the Rattle cult, conducting human experiments, and trying to clean up the city's impoverished slums. The mayor stared back, his face a mask of feigned innocence, as he stammered, asking what she was talking about in confusion. Sienna's voice was like ice as she passed judgment, stripping the mayor of his rank and ordering his execution for his crimes. The mayor, still dazed and confused by the events, stammered in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening to him. Right now, with a swift, clean strike, Sienna executed the corrupt mayor. His blood splattered across the floor, and his glasses fell from his face. Following the execution, Sienna took command of the city hall, ordering it to be shut down, and all personnel to be apprehended. She identified a few individuals with tainted mana among the staff and interrogated them relentlessly, while Rowan stood by and watched her. While no new information was gained from them, the interrogations did confirm that everything the mayor had confessed was indeed the truth. With the situation in Allen under control, Sienna told them they both did well, and that they would take a short break. Rowan turned to Sienna, a question on his mind, and asked if he could speak with her for just a single moment. He asked her about the special and very unique pen she had been using earlier to write her official report to the Union. She explained it was a messenger pen, a magic tool given to Union members who reached the high rank of runner. Lucas asked Sienna if it was really okay to execute the mayor so decisively, but she replied that it depends on one's judgment. She continued explaining that while arresting is always the preferable option, they had to be decisive and firm this time around. She elaborated that any hesitation on their part would have given their enemies an opportunity to question Rowan's and Owl's unique abilities. She looked at Rowan with unwavering trust, explaining that their actions must carry the same level of conviction. This is their creed, As night fell and they prepared to leave the city hall, Lucas seemed to have one more question on his mind. While they walked through the quiet streets, Lucas brought up the one piece of information the mayor had tried to hide. He asked who exactly Priestess Amy is, a question that struck Rowan deeply as he knew the name all too well. The three of them walked in silence for a moment, the weight of Lucas's very important and heavy question hanging in the air. Sienna glanced over at Rowan, sensing that he knew something about the name and the mysterious woman they were now looking for. She called out his name, asking if he had someone in mind, and Lucas also asked if he suspected a particular person. Rowan touched his neck, a gesture of deep thought and discomfort, before admitting that he was not entirely sure about his suspicions. He explained that 5 years ago at the Tungton shelter, the woman who taught him how to read had the very same name. Sienna placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression serious as she gently reminded him of the Union's strict and important policy. She told him that now that he was a member of the Union, he must let go of any personal grudges. Rowan looked down, understanding her meaning. He quietly agreed to keep her wise and important words in his mind moving forward. He then turned to her with a new question, asking if she had suspected the mayor from the very beginning of it all. He pointed out that she had gone to the trouble of disguising them, even though they could have likely gathered enough information openly. She explained that her decision was to prepare for the future, as an open conflict with the city of Allen would be troublesome. A memory flashed to remind of giving orders 5 years ago at the same time as the incident at the Tungton shelter. Rowan's eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. He realized reports on Rettel were always sent directly to Deputy Chief Oscar. Rowan stared into the distance, his mind filled with grim thoughts about the endless atrocities committed by the foul Rettel cult. The recent events had reminded him of his core purpose, the very reason he had decided to join the Union in the first place. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. He knew that, unless the Rettel cult was completely eradicated, these horrors would keep repeating. To protect the future he envisions and the people he cares for, he knew that he must keep moving forward. With his friends he looked up at the massive gates of the quarantine zone, a symbol of the challenge that lay ahead of them all. Sienna stood before the remaining city guards, introducing herself as a runner of the Union and asserting her high-ranking authority over them. She announced that for his collusion with the Rettel cult, the mayor of Olin had been sentenced to execution by a beheading, holding up an official Union document. She declared that the city of Olin would now be temporarily managed by the Union. Her first order was clear: the quarantine zone would be fully open and anyone who obstructed their operation would be considered an enemy. She commanded that all residents near the entrance and the walls of the zone be evacuated immediately. For their own safety, one of the guards panicked, asking how they were supposed to handle the paupers and ghouls that were still left inside the zone. Sienna looked at him with a cold, piercing gaze and asked if he was a member of Rettel or a city guard. She told him that it was his responsibility to stop anyone who gets in the way. The guard clenched his jaw, accepting. The evacuation began as the city guard started to guide the residents out of the dangerous and crumbling quarantine zone to safety. Rowan and Sienna watched the slow evacuation proceed, and Rowan noted that the dawn was already beginning to break over the horizon. Suddenly a commotion was heard in the distance, and Rowan commented on how fast the newcomers were approaching the now open area. He asked Sienna if it could be the Rettel cult, but she dismissed the idea, stating they would never make such a ruckus. The sound of galloping hoofs grew louder, signaling the arrival of a large group on horseback. Their approach swift and very direct. A contingent of Union members arrived, led by Commander Magda of the Honor Council and Commander Adrian of the Conviction Council. Adrian greeted them with a warm, cheerful smile, acknowledging that they had been waiting for his arrival for quite some time. Sienna greeted him formally, thanking him for coming and mentioning that they could have prepared if he had sent word ahead. Adrian held up her report, explaining they were following her instructions. Sienna, surprised, noted she hadn't known Commander Magda would also come. Adrian mentioned Magda rarely comes to the field, but the junior's deeds must have piqued her interest. Honoring Rowan and Lucas, Rowan looked at the imposing woman on horseback, immediately recognizing her as Commander Magda of the highly esteemed Honor Council. He bowed respectfully before the commander, introducing himself as an Oz-rank member of the Conviction Council. Under her command, Magda looked down at him, her expression cold and dismissive, as she acknowledged that he must be the Rowan. From the rumors, she stated plainly that she was only interested in the Rettel cult's magic book, leaving Rowan completely speechless by her bluntness. Hearing her request, Rowan used his telekinesis, and the grimoire floated out from his belongings, enveloped in his turquoise and powerful mana book, hovered in the air before him, held aloft by his magic. As Magda looked on with keen and focused interest, she glanced back at Rowan with surprise, complimenting his mana control as being as natural as flowing water, beyond her high expectations. Commander Magda muttered to herself in frustration, realizing she was too complacent and should have questioned the governor about Rowan's unique ability. She dismissed her own thoughts with a wave of her hand, Clearly annoyed with herself for her previous and very short-sighted oversight, she addressed the others, confirming that the main problem was the massive barrier wall separating the city from the quarantine zone. With casual authority, Commander Adrian stated that if the wall was a problem, then they should simply remove it from their path. The two commanders Mada and Adrian walked toward the wall while their subordinates, including Rowan and Lucas, stood back to watch Adrian turn to the junior members with a confident smile, calmly telling them to stay back and watch the show unfold. Rowan and Lucas watched, completely bewildered by the scene, and asked what the two powerful commanders were planning to do. Now, the two commanders stood before the towering stone wall that separated the city from a lawless and sprawling quarantine zone. They shared a look, and Adrian suggested that they'd put on a flashy show, remarking that it had been a while. Commander Mada floated into the air as intricate, massive red magic circles materialized around her, crackling with an immense and terrifying power. Rowan and Lucas stared in absolute shock, their mouths agape at the sheer scale of the magic being summoned by the commander. The sky turned a fiery red as Mada unleashed her spell. A controlled storm of meteors raining down from the heavens. The meteors crashed into the massive wall, creating devastating explosions that rocked the city, leaving Rowan speechless at the two commanders' power. He was in complete awe of the destructive display, realizing that this was far beyond any of the simple magic. He knew this was true Class 4 magic, the very highest tier of power, a massive magic circle covering the entire sky. Rowan internalized the incredible sigh, understanding that this was the true power of Class 4 magic, beyond anything he had ever imagined. Sienna walked over to him, reminding him that, as a member of the Conviction Council, his role in the battle was decided. She told him to focus on what he must do, and to not get distracted by the impressive display of overwhelming magical power inspired by the commander's power. Rowan saw a vision of himself running forward, ready to break through his own mental limits. He understood that even a powerful warrior like Commander Mada must have once faced walls she struggled to overcome. On her journey, he clenched his fists, his resolve renewed. He told himself to focus, knowing that this was the first step on his path. He knew that Commander Mada was watching him. At that very moment, her gaze a silent and very powerful unspoken challenge. A brilliant blue aura exploded around him as he prepared to fight to the very end, without a single regret holding him back. With a look of fierce determination, he declared to himself that he would give this fight his absolute all and hold nothing back. The bombardment continued, the fiery explosions completely demolishing the massive wall and clearing the way for the Union forces to finally advance. Rowan knelt, placing his hand on the ground. He could feel the vibrations but sensed no lingering magical reaction from the spell. He realized that the mana that once permeated the area had vanished in an instant, a sign of total and complete annihilation. He understood the terrifying power of Adrian's white light, swordsmanship which could extinguish even the very essence of mana itself from existence. The Union members leaped down from the destroyed wall as Sienna announced that she would join the commander's side in the attack. Rowan took command of his own small group, telling Lucas that he would take one side while the rest held the center. With the plan set, Sienna told Rowan she would leave the center to him before she leaped into action. Charging forward, Rowan watched her go, impressed by her incredible speed and knowing that even the rebel cult would feel pressured by her assault. He looked at a map of the quarantine zone, understanding the strategy was to drive the enemies into the center gap. As they prepared to move, a familiar voice called out Rowan's name, causing him and Lucas to stop in their tracks. He turned to see Sophie running toward them, her shield on her arm and her expression determined. As she joined their group, Sophie asked where they were all going, and Rowan explained that the plan was to herd the enemies into the central space. Lucas complained that there was no time for anything, but Rowan reminded him that they needed to hurry to get into position. Rowan's eyes widened as he saw their destination, just ahead, the open space where the final battle would take place. They arrived at the designated open space, where a large contingent of Honor Guard members were already assembled and waiting for them. The members of the Honor Guard stood ready for the fight, their shields held firm. As they formed a solid defensive line, the air crackled with dark energy as wisps of red and purple mana snaked across the sky, heralding the enemy's imminent arrival. A storm was coming. Rowan looked on, his expression grim and focused as he sensed the massive and very powerful approaching enemy. He could feel their presence, their dark energy, a palpable wave of malice. He announced to the others that they were coming now. A massive horde of ghouls and robed cultists stormed into the open square, their red eyes glowing as lightning crashed around them. Sophie, taking her position as a leader in the Honor Guard, shouted for her unit to form up and prepare for battle. A senior member of the Honor Guard turned to his comrades, telling the lower-ranked Oz members to stay alert and be ready. Rowan scanned the approaching horde. His eyes narrowed in concentration. He could feel it in the air. There was no mistaking immense Swirling vortex of dark purple energy dominated the battlefield, the source of the enemy's foul and very evil power. He saw the one leading the charge from the front, a cloaked figure with a commanding and oddly familiar, unsettling presence. The figure's face was revealed, and his blood ran cold as a memory of the kind woman, Amy, flashed through his mind. The figure spoke, her voice echoing in his mind with a condescending tone, acknowledging how much he had grown over the years. A storm of pure unadulterated rage erupted within Rowan, his eyes wide with fury, as he confronted the woman who betrayed him. As Sophie bravely held the front line, several of Rowan's chival shards streaked past her, heading directly for the enemy leader, Amy. The shards flew fiercely through the air toward their target, but Amy stood perfectly still, a calm and arrogant look on her face. Just as the blades were about to strike her, one of her roped subordinates suddenly leaped in front of her to protect her. The loyal cultist took the full force of the attack, the glowing blue shards embedding themselves deep in its back. As a shield watching from a distance, Rowan's expression twisted with contempt, thinking what a scumbag she was for using her own subordinates as shields. He knew the distance between him and the enemy leader was too great for his blades to be fully effective on their own. Rowan clutched his chest, breathing heavily as the strain of using so much mana at once began to show on his face. But despite the fatigue, his mind felt sharper and clearer than ever before, a strange and unexpected side effect of his exertion. He realized that his ability to launch his shovel blades without hesitation meant that a part of his own mental barriers had broken. A ghoul suddenly lunged at him from the side, and someone shouted a desperate and loud warning for him to look out before the creature could reach him. His best friend Lucas leaped in, his sword raised high to defend him from the attack. Lucas was caught off guard by a strange, invisible force that seemed to pull on his sword, throwing him completely off balance. The mysterious force sent him spinning through the air, but his momentum allowed him to slice cleanly through the attacking ghoul. Lucas landed, looking at his blood-stained sword in confusion, and wondering why it had felt so unnaturally light. For just a moment, suddenly another voice shouted his name in warning, pulling his attention away from his own confused and very puzzling thoughts. A second ghoul, its claw sharp and ready, leaped down from above, aiming a deadly strike directly at the distracted Lucas. Lucas was frozen in shock, his eyes wide with terror, as he found himself completely unable to react to the attack in time. But before the ghoul could land its fatal blow, Sophie dashed in, blocking the attack with her sturdy and reliable new shield. She looked back at Lucas, who had dropped his sword in surprise, and scolded him, asking him to get it together. She told him to save his apologies for later, reminding him that they all needed to make it back alive from this fight. Lucas grabbed his sword from the ground, shouting back at her that he had no intention of dying here. On this day, with a powerful roar, he declared that he still had not been properly acknowledged by his father, a brilliant aura surrounding him. His attack was so powerful that it completely obliterated the ghoul, sending its severed head flying high into the clear blue sky. Sophie called out to Rowan, her voice pulling him back to the present moment in the ongoing chaotic battle all around them. He saw his two best friends standing back to back, ready to face the enemy, with a glowing blue path connecting them to Amy. Rowan's mind was filled with images of his past, the kindness of the woman who taught him, and the cold betrayal that followed. He and Amy stared at each other from across the battlefield, the source of his trauma now standing right before his eyes. He thought to himself that the person he must defeat was right in front of him, and he had to act now on one side. Amy stood atop her pile of defeated ghouls. On the other, Rowan prepared his magic, a ball of energy forming. He began to run straight toward Amy, his focus entirely on her, as he ignored all the other chaos of the battle. He laid down a path of pure mana leading to her, but saw the horde of ghouls as mere obstacles in his way. Facing this situation, he summoned a shovel blade to his hand, a brilliant and deadly idea forming in his clever, strategic mind. He declared that he would simply cut them all down. He sent his blade flying forward, and it became a destructive blur. As his shovel blades cleared a path for him, Rowan dashed into the heart of the fighting zone, getting closer to Amy as he ran. He noted that thanks to the Union members, the battle was under control and the remaining ghouls were weak. The other Union soldiers were efficiently cutting down the last of the ghouls, their disciplined movements a stark contrast to the chaos. Seeing the main battle handled, Rowan knew this was his chance, and sent his blades flying toward his main target, Amy. But his eyes widened in shock, as he saw something completely unexpected happen right before his attack could possibly land on its target. A rogue cultist leaped in front of Amy, taking the full force of Rowan's shovel blades to protect his evil manipulative leader. The blades pierced the cultist's body, but Rowan gritted his teeth, His expression strained as his powerful attack was completely stopped. He realized with fury that his path was blocked and declared that the cultist was in his way as he prepared another attack. But before he could act, Amy simply stated, "Not yet," as she stood calmly, her sword held ready for the fight. Rowan suddenly felt a sense of unease. He looked around the battlefield, realizing that something was very, very wrong with this situation. He looked at the figure of Amy, standing on the pile of body, but he could not sense any mana flow from her. From a distance, Commander Magda watched, a knowing smirk on her face as she asked if the situation was not strange. Rowan was completely bewildered by the sudden lack of mana from his target, leaving him confused and very much on edge. Magda floated down from above, explaining that the Amy on the battlefield was not real, but merely a sorcerer's puppet minion. Rowan looked at the fake Amy on the battlefield, the new and very shocking piece of information finally sinking into his mind. He clenched his fist in frustration, realizing that this had been just another one of the enemy's cruel and elaborate traps. The fake Amy was revealed for what it was, a lifeless puppet controlled by magical strings. He knew this was their magic. If the figure was just a puppet, then there must be someone behind the scenes, controlling it from a safe distance. Magda told him not to be discouraged, explaining that the magic used to control the puppet was incredibly subtle and hard to detect. As they spoke, the Amy puppet unsheathed the sword. Magda noted how it acted just like a real commander of the ghouls. She turned away from Rowan, her expression serious as she prepared to take matters into her own very capable and powerful hands. She looked out at the battlefield where the bodies of the defeated ghouls were scattered and stated it was time to sort this out. A powerful red aura surrounded her as she began to chant a complex incantation in ancient, powerful, and very magical language. A massive, glowing red magic circle spread across the sky, its intricate runes pulsing with immense power. As the ghouls looked up, flames began to rain down from the magic circle, the fiery embers igniting the very air itself with their intense magical heat. Magda continued her chant, her eyes glowing with power as she looked up at the sky, her spell reaching its absolute zenith. A massive pillar of fire descended from the heavens, engulfing the entire battlefield in a cleansing and all-consuming destructive inferno of flames. Ghouls were instantly incinerated by the attack, their bodies turning to ash in the overwhelming and unstoppable heat of the spell. Rowan stood amidst the flames, realizing that both the ghouls and the fake Amy were nothing more than empty, disposable vessels. He looked at the puppet of Amy as it burned, its form twisted in torment, wondering why it looked so pained. As the fake Amy was completely consumed by the fire, he was left with a single burning question that filled his entire mind. If the one before him was a fake, then where was the real Amy? The scene shifted to a Union flag fluttering. The view transitioned to the grand, imposing tower of the Union's very own, highly respected and powerful Conviction Council headquarters building. Some time later, Rowan walked alone down a long, ornate hallway, his footsteps echoing in the silent, sunlit and completely empty space. He arrived at a large, intricately carved door and raised his hand to knock. A voice from within called for him to enter. Rowan entered a grand office and was greeted by Commander Adrian, who welcomed him and commended him for all of his hard work. The room was filled with the key figures from the mission. Adrian praised Rowan for his excellent results, saying this treatment was natural. Rowan looked down, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considered the results before offering a simple and polite thank you. He asked why he had been summoned. Adrian leaned forward, explaining there was something he wanted to ask the young man. Adrian specified that his question was about the owl that is always by Rowan's side. Catching the boy slightly off guard, Adrian explained the report. Only, said Rowan, discovered the treason with unique magic and that the higher-ups would not pry too much. Oscar asked if that was alright, explaining that while tracing swordsmanship is hard, tracing unique magic is even more difficult for them. Rowan felt a wave of relief, realizing that if they had investigated Owl's strange and very unusual nature, would have been exposed, but his relief was very short-lived. As the conversation continued and his commander revealed his true and somewhat selfish intentions, Adrian leaned forward with a curious smile, admitting that, to be honest, he was a bit intrigued by the unique magic himself. He told Rowan that he needed his help, leaving the young man to wonder what kind of assistance he could possibly provide. Oscar stood up and retrieved a large dark bundle. As Adrian asked Rowan if he could show them his special ability, Oscar held up the heavy sack, its contents clearly grim and related to the recent and very difficult ghoul subjugation mission. The sack was open, revealing the severed heads of several ghouls, their faces frozen in grotesque expressions of rage and undeath. Rowan stared, his mouth slightly agape, as he realized with a jolt what the commander was asking of him now. Adrian confirmed his unspoken suspicion with a simple, direct and very casual statement, telling him that his assumption was completely correct. With a twinkle in his eye and a cheerful smile, Adrian suggested that they should feed Ron's familiar owl at least once. Rowan was completely flustered by the unexpected and very bizarre request from his high-ranking and very powerful commanding officer. He stammered, asking why. Adrian gestured casually, telling him that it was nothing serious but simply a matter of pure curiosity. Adrian asked if Rowan was familiar with the concept of a possessed vessel, which Rowan confirmed he had seen in the past. Adrian explained the old saying, holy spirits reside in the heart, while the foul and evil demons reside in the head. He clarified that the ghouls could simply be monsters, but they also might hold traces of a demon, which explains Owl's power. Rowan looked at him, his expression serious, and asked if the commander was suggesting that his dear friend, Owl, is a demon. Rowan's gaze became sharp and direct. He looked at his commander and posed a crucial question about Owl's fate. If it were one, Adrian answered with a single word, telling Rowan that he would do absolutely nothing about it if it were true. Rowan was taken aback, confused by his commander's surprisingly lenient stance. Adrian simply asked why he should hate a quiet demon. Rowan let out a breath of relief, a small smile on his face, glad that the commander intended to just leave it be. Adrian clarified that normally they could not just ignore a potential demonic presence, but Al had helped resolve the mission so quickly. He told Rowan to think of it as a special reward for his good work and to do whatever he feels is right. Rowan bowed his head respectfully, thanking the commander for his consideration, and saying that he would summon his familiar now for them with the look of quiet determination. Rowan prepared to summon his familiar, Owl, for the demonstration his commander had just requested. A bright light shone in the room, and Owl appeared in a flash, spreading his majestic and powerful wings wide for all. Commander Adrian looked on with a bright, curious smile, remarking that the bird was much bigger than he had initially thought. He continued his appraisal, noting Owl's sturdy legs and splendid head feathers, which caused the bird to chirp proudly. In quick response, Rowan translated for the commander, explaining that Owl was agreeing with his assessment. Adrian laughed, amused by the bird's charming personality. Owl hopped over to one of the severed ghoul heads and chirped, as Rowan confirmed he was asking for permission to eat. Rowan gently scolded his eager familiar, telling him to wait, as they were not finished with their discussion yet. Much to Owl's dismay, Rowan took a steadying breath, preparing to make a surprising and very bold offer to the room full of his superiors. He announced that he would demonstrate Owl's power by revealing someone's secret, and asked for a willing volunteer from the group. Adrian and Oscar looked at each other, considering the offer, while Cien and the man beside her immediately declined the strange proposal. Lucas waved his hands frantically, shouting that he would pass and insisting that he did not even have any secrets to hide. Adrian crossed his arms, thinking aloud that using Rowan or himself as a subject for the demonstration would be completely pointless. Lucas suggested bringing in a prisoner, but Adrian explained that riddle cultists do not share information, making the idea entirely useless. He elaborated that all important information is transmitted mentally, so extracting it from a low-level grunt would be completely and utterly pointless. Rowan looked up in shock, asking if they were controlled mentally. Adrian confirmed they were just following orders and were already dead. Adrian's eyes narrowed as he came to a final and very decisive decision about what to do in the current situation. He told Rowan to let Al have his meal, noting that the bird's drool was about to flood the entire room. Rowan knelt down to speak with his familiar. After a moment of quiet communication, he looked up, surprised by what he heard. Lucas, curious about the sudden change in the atmosphere, asked what the bird was saying to his friend just now. Rowan explained that since there were no secrets to see, Owl would demonstrate another of its very special abilities for them instead. Owl puffed out its chest proudly. Rowan clarified that the bird was offering to lend its own powerful mana to him. Lucas and Oscar looked at each other, intrigued by the fascinating and very rare magical concept of a familiar sharing its own mana. A wide, hopeful smile spread across Rowan's face as he realized that a whole new path of magical possibilities had opened. He gently stroked Owl's head and told him to begin the demonstration, eager to see what would happen with this new power. Lucas groaned, clearly dreading having to witness the gruesome and very bizarre scene of the bird eating a head all over again. Owl faced the ghoul head, its expression fierce and determined as it prepared to consume its meal and activate its unique power. In a single swift motion, Owl opened its beak impossibly wide and swallowed the entire head in one very large gulp. Oscar and Adrian stared in utter shock, their jaws dropping as they witnessed the incredible and seemingly impossible magical feat right before them. Owl let out a contented burp, a small cloud of smoke puffing from its beak as it finished digesting its strange meal. The familiar sat on the table, looking plump and satisfied. Rowan praised him for his good work, and wondered what to do now. Owl opened its beak impossibly wide, revealing a dark empty void within as it chirped, expecting something to be put inside. Lucas asked what the bird was saying now, and Rowan explained that Owl was telling him to put something inside its mouth. Rowan clarified that Owl wanted him to put his hand inside its mouth, a dark and mysterious void that seemed to lead nowhere. He hesitantly held his hand over the dark void, unable to see anything inside, and wondered if there was really something there. He disliked the strange and unsettling idea, but knew he had no other choice, and slowly lowered his hand toward the opening. He plunged his entire arm into Owl's mouth. Lucas and Sienna watched in stunned silence as his arm disappeared into the bird. Suddenly Rowan's eyes widened in surprise. He could feel something inside the void, a strange object that he immediately grabbed onto. He pulled his arm back out of the void, his hand now closed around the mysterious object he had just retrieved from within. Resting in the palm of his hand was a smooth, translucent blob-like object made of pure, highly condensed and powerful magical mana. Lucas pointed, asking if it was some kind of egg, while Sienna remarked that it looked like a strange sea creature. Rowan examined the object. It was a clump of tightly compressed water, the mana within it tangled in a very familiar way. He admitted that he could not think of a way to use it, and wished he had a wizard to help him. Still, he knew that with this much condensed mana, he should be able to cast a very powerful and impressive magical spell. Sometime later, 2 members of the Honor Council, Sarah and Miguel, questioned the decision to bring in a 50-year-old as an advisor. One of them remarked that, while the new recruits stood out as students, they questioned if they were really worth consulting. Now, they recalled the memory of a young Rowan, impressively rewriting spells for telekinesis and fireball during his early and impressive academy days. Despite his past achievements, they were still skeptical about asking a kid for advice. Though they admitted the recruits were exceptional, the 2 of them walked down a set of stone stairs, heading toward a training ground to meet with the young genius. Suddenly, an immense wave of blue, watery energy erupted from the training area, stopping them in their tracks. As they stared, they admitted that this was completely unexpected. Rowan stood calmly in the middle of a massive vortex of pure water magic. Rowan held a glowing mana egg, feeling its immense power. His preparations were complete, leaving just one crucial question. What awesome thing should he do? He remembered the golem's mana core from his exam. This new power source felt strangely similar, giving him a brilliant golem-smashing idea for practice. Rowan treated the orb like a magical magnet, pulling in surrounding energy. He began shaping the power, ready to build something truly spectacular and probably destructive. He realized bigger was better, and started compressing the water magic. His goal was to make it smaller, faster and dense enough to punch holes. His mind flashed to Commander Magda's fiery meteor spell. He aimed to create something just as impressive, but hopefully with a lot more water involved. A blush crept onto his face as he felt the overwhelming power. He was a bit shocked that a rookie was controlling this much energy. He looked up in absolute awe at the massive water vortex. This was way beyond his usual magic, and he was thoroughly enjoying the upgrade. A huge thrilled grin spread across his face. This incredible new strength felt amazing, and he was loving every second of his wild power trip. Rowan began chanting in a formal ancient language. He carefully focused the swirling energy, trying very hard not to mess up the complicated spell. The massive orb of water churned violently above him. The spell was growing more powerful, responding perfectly to his every command like an obedient water puppy. With the final words of the chant, the magical runes glowed brightly. The spell was complete, holding its shape. Just before he planned to unleash it, an unexpected wave of water suddenly drenched the 2 senior agents. They were completely soaked, looking less like elite runners and more like surprised cats. Ron looked around at the now devastated training yard. In confusion, he had a sneaking suspicion that he might have overdone it. Just a little. Commander Adrian appeared, looking over the watery chaos with an impressed smile. He commented that the magical display was far more incredible than he expected. Adrian cheekily pointed out that Miguel seemed to have gotten the worst of it. The poor man was completely soaked from head to toe in magical water. Miguel trembled with absolute fury, his face a mask of pure rage. Being drenched by a rookie's out-of-control spell was not on his agenda today. He furiously pointed at the group, yelling that they were dangerously reckless. He insisted that if they had been hit, they'd be flatter than pancakes. Sienna calmly stepped in with a very unimpressed stare. She reminded them that training yards were for training, and they probably shouldn't wander in blindly. Miguel was still shaking with rage, while Sarah tried to argue back. She stammered out a weak defense, but was quickly interrupted. Before she could finish, Adrian stepped between them, holding up a hand to stop the fight. He declared that was quite enough bickering for one magical disaster. He turned to the 2 drenched agents from the honor division. He calmly asked, What important business had brought them to his side of campus? A flustered Sarah quickly pulled a document from her coat. She explained it was an official dispatch for him, sent directly from Commander Magda. She held out the soggy ruined paper. Unfortunately, the important, official message now looked more like a piece of abstract art made of smeared ink. Adrian stared at the dripping mess, stating the obvious: he couldn't read it. Sarah looked mortified, clearly wishing the ground would swallow her whole. Adrian asked what the message was about. Miguel vaguely recalled it was a request from Manga for some kind of magical consultation, though details were fuzzy. The commander noted that a magic question wouldn't be for him after all. His main skills involve swords, not complicated spells and flashy lights. He then turned to Rowan, guessing the request was for him. Rowan looked back with a confused expression, wondering what the commander wanted with him. Miguel confirmed it was for Rowan, then sneered about the situation. He couldn't believe the notoriously proud Commander Magda was asking a rookie for help. Miguel secretly admitted he had thought Rowan was just an overrated kid. He had been completely prepared to be unimpressed by the famous young agent, but the memory of Adenomus, powerful water spell, changed his mind. That was no rookie magic. It was the work of a true magical powerhouse. Commander Adrian cheerfully handed the soggy, unreadable letter back to Rowan. He seemed to find the whole messy situation rather amusing. Much to Sarah's dismay, Miguel realized Rowan's magic was on par with Adrian's skill. Adrian wondered aloud if Magda was targeting Rowan, and Oscar agreed it was likely. Adrian decided that if Magda was acknowledging his rookie, there was no reason to refuse. It was a good opportunity for Rowan to shine. Adrian put a hand on Rowan's shoulder, telling him to go ahead. He promised they would chat later, sending the young agent off on his mission. Rowan paused. The feeling of that incredible magic still fresh in his mind. The immense power had left him feeling a little breathless and slightly flushed. He thought about the mana egg from Owl. That made it all possible. It hadn't solved his core problem, but it sure was a fun temporary fix. Filled with gratitude, Rowan clenched his fists with newfound determination. He knew this amazing power-up was all thanks to his mysterious little feather friend. The scene changed to the impressive main building of the Honor Division. Its tall grand tower looked both beautiful and incredibly intimidating to any visitor. Rowan entered a large fancy office filled with books. A stern voice immediately called him out, noting that he was running a bit behind schedule. Commander Magda sat at her desk with her arms crossed, looking severe. She mentioned hearing about some kind of mess at the training yard. Rowan apologized, explaining his new spell got a bit out of hand. Magda seemed intrigued by the idea of him practicing a new magic. He admitted her powerful magic had inspired him to try creating a downpour. Magda looked pleased by this and graciously invited him to take a seat. She asked if his new spell had a name yet. We said no. She suggested, quote, Fallen Fury, which sounded both poetic and very destructive. Rowan's eyes lit up, and he happily agreed to the cool new name. He thought Fallen Fury sounded incredibly powerful and suited the spell perfectly. A rare genuine smile appeared on Magda's face. She praised his good taste, complimenting his surprisingly artistic sense for naming powerful, dangerous things. Rowan then asked if she also named the famous Barrier of Blue Flame. She confirmed she had. Back when she was still a vice commander, he excitedly told her how much he admired her naming skills. She noted his interest in languages would be useful for their real business today. Rowan's happy mood vanished, replaced by confusion. He looked up, wondering what sort of business the commander could possibly have with a rookie like him. Magda leaned forward, her expression suddenly serious and intense. She changed the subject to the dark and forbidden language spoken by the demons themselves. The room felt heavy as she asked a chilling question. Could he, a young Union agent, actually understand and interpret the demonic language? Infernal. Rowan was stunned, but admitted he could understand it a little. Magda immediately demanded to know where on earth he had learned such a thing. He explained he learned it from the books at the Rebel base in Allen. Commander Magda was left completely speechless by his incredible, unbelievable claim. She couldn't believe he learned a demonic language in a few days. He confidently added that with more books, he could definitely translate them for her. Without another word, she pushed a tall stack of old, ominous-looking books across the desk. It was time to put his bold claim to the test. She placed her hand on the books, her voice grim and urgent. They needed to understand these formulas quickly to stop those vile riddle cultists. Rowan saw the books were bound in human skin, just like the one before. The grim task ahead settled over the quiet, sunlit room. Rowan began deciphering the demonic texts, while Magda watched him patiently. She sipped her wine, observing the rookies. Surprisingly focused and efficient, the hours passed in studious silence, broken only by the quiet sips of wine. Magda continued to watch Rowan, waiting for him to uncover something useful. Magda finally broke the silence, asking what he knew about demons. Rowan admitted he knew very little, other than that evil cults worship them. She explained that demons only appeared about a century ago. She added that so far they had only seen the weak ones. The real nightmares hadn't shown up. Rowan questioned the idea of ordinary demons. Magda explained that while it was just a theory, she believed there were countless demons out there. While pouring more wine, she compared demons to humans. Just as there are normal people, she reasoned there must also be normal, everyday demons. She pointed out that there are special humans with powers like him. Therefore, it only made sense that there were special demons with powers too. Magda finished her thought with a chilling conclusion. There had to be powerful special demons out there, far beyond what they had ever encountered before. Ron realized with horror that if Riddle kept improving their summoning spell, they might accidentally call one of those special demons, which would be very bad. Magda took a sip of wine, her focus clear before worrying about super demons. She said they first needed to crush the Rao faction. Completely. Rowan decided it was probably best to keep Owl's demonic origins a secret for now. The commanders didn't seem ready to hear about that just yet. He bravely changed the subject, suggesting they also needed a plan for the ghouls. Magda looked at him, surprised by his concern for the monsters. She dismissed ghouls as a threat only to regular people, not to them. He argued back. Innocent people were still the ones who suffer. He confessed his true goal. He wanted to find a way to turn ghouls back into humans. He couldn't forget the sight of those tragic creatures. Magda stared at him with a cold, unreadable expression. His idealistic hopes seemed to hang in the air between them, completely unspoken and uncertain. Her expression softened into one of grim finality. She looked at him with a hint of pity and stated that his goal was utterly impossible. She explained the ghoul transformation was an irreversible, divine power. While some things could be purified, ghouls were unfortunately a one-way trip to monsterhood. Rowan refused to give up, arguing that they had to try. He believed finding a cure would also help them understand and break demonic formulas. With passionate resolve, he promised to find a way. He then formally requested the full strength and support of her powerful honor division. The next day, Rowan walked through a sunlit corridor. After a long and intense night of work, he was ready for the next step. He let out a huge yawn, feeling completely exhausted. He had been up all night translating those creepy, skin-bound books without a single break. Despite his tiredness, his eyes were sharp with determination. The long night of work had only strengthened his resolve to see his mission through. He recalled his passionate plea to Commander Magda. He had been nervous asking for help, but he knew it was a necessary step to succeed. He remembered her answer with a feeling of relief. After a moment of consideration, the powerful commander had agreed to cooperate with his ambitious plan. Now that he had a powerful commander on his side, his mind was racing. He walked with purpose, already beginning to form a new plan. He wished he could go to Sion to study holy magic. Unfortunately, as a low-ranking rookie, he couldn't just ask for such a huge mission. Feeling a bit stuck, he decided to start with what he knew. His first step would be to return to his division and review everything back in Adrian's office. Rowan reported his findings from the grimoires. He explained the dark magic he had managed to decipher. Throughout the long night, Commander Adrian listened carefully, absorbing all the complicated new information. He seemed impressed by the sheer amount of work Rowan had accomplished so quickly. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, processing the dark implications of the demonic texts. The information was valuable, but it also painted a very grim picture. Adrian smiled, asking if his meeting with Magda went well. Rowan confirmed that it had, much to the commander's visible relief and amusement. Adrian leaned back, joking that he could finally face his anti-Magda now. He admitted he would never understand magic, but he appreciated the effort. His playful mood shifted, and he asked Rowan for one last thing. Rowan looked up, wondering what else the commander could possibly need from him. Adrian revealed a large map covered in chess pieces. He explained that this was his current project, tracking the Redel faction's main headquarters. Rowan asked what the markings on the map meant. Adrian explained they were Union strongholds, built right on top of Redel's destroyed human farms. Rowan realized this meant there were likely no other Redel bases. Adrian was intrigued and asked the clever rookie to explain his strategic thinking. Rowan explained his theory about the bases. The older ones were on the outside, while the newer ones were closer in, forming a clear pattern. He concluded it was a slow encirclement, just like an Owen may were tightening the net to trap those awful cultists in their main base. A proud, knowing smile touched Adrian's lips. He was clearly very impressed by his rookie's sharp mind and excellent strategic assessment of the situation. Adrian agreed, confirming they were very close to finding the main base. He picked up a chess piece, the final victory feeling closer than ever before. He placed the piece back down with purpose, his eyes fixed on Rowan. He told him to use the time they had to become even stronger. Rowan met his commander's serious gaze with his own look of determination. He nodded, understanding the heavy responsibility that now rested on his shoulders. He promised to do his best, and Adrian gave him a cheerful pat. He told him to keep up the great work he was already doing. Rowan hesitated for a moment before asking his commander for some advice. He looked a bit nervous about bringing up his personal request now. He awkwardly touched the back of his neck. Feeling a little shy, he gathered his courage to ask the commander for a very big favor. He finally asked for a mission to the holy city of San. He knew it was a long shot, but he had to at least try. Adrian gently explained that he wasn't a high enough rank for a solo mission, yet Rowan looked down, his disappointment clear on his face. Adrian then offered a clever alternative to cheer him up. He suggested Rowan visit the academy if he wanted to learn more about Sion. He reminded Rowan that his old principal Gregor was the former archbishop. The man was a direct link to the very information Rowan was seeking. Rowan's face lit up with renewed hope. He had completely forgotten about his principal's past, and now a new path was open to him. Adrian dismissed him, telling him to go rest after his hard work. Rowan gratefully accepted and turned to leave the commander's grand office. Just as he was about to depart, Adrian stopped him one last time. There was one more piece of important news he needed to share. He told Rowan a manager was coming tomorrow to evaluate their mission. He also gave him a few days off, which was a nice bonus. Rowan left the office, thinking about the upcoming evaluation. While recognition would be nice, his mind was already focused on his next important task. He clenched his fist with renewed determination. Tomorrow he would go to the academy and get the answers he so desperately needed from the principal. The next day, Rowan walked through the familiar grounds of the Union Academy. It felt strange to be back at his old school so soon. Principal Gregor stood behind his desk and offered a warm, welcoming smile. He seemed genuinely happy to see his former star pupil visiting him. The principal shook Rowan's hand firmly, congratulating him on his work. He said he had heard great things about his role in the Halon mission. The principal's friendly demeanor became more serious. He cut to the chase, asking Rowan the real reason for his unexpected but welcome visit. Rowan was a little flustered by the principal's directness. He hadn't expected to be put on the spot so quickly by his old mentor. He answered honestly, explaining he wanted to learn about the church's power. He knew the principal was the only one who could give him answers. The principal understood immediately, guessing he wanted to gauge Rel's strength. He seemed to know exactly what was on his former student's troubled mind. The principal adopted a teacher's tone, ready to give a new lesson. He explained that to understand the church, Rowan first needed to understand power. He explained that the priest's power was essentially divine magic. However, it wasn't the spell itself, but the difficult conditions required to use it. He described the power as a mysterious miracle, or blind faith. The strange, incomprehensible force was the true source of all their divine abilities. The principal wished he could show Rowan directly, but explained he was banned. He seemed frustrated by the restriction that held him back now. He gave Rowan an archbishop's brooch, urging him to visit Sion someday. He apologized for not having a better answer for the young Egypt. Rowan accepted the beautiful brooch, his new goal now a physical object. The principal offered a final blessing, wishing him well on his difficult journey. Later at the Union Great Stadium, formally dressed agents gathered. The air was filled with a quiet, nervous energy before the merit ceremony began. Rowan looked for his seniors while hearing gossip about the Crown Prince. The news that royalty was attending made the event feel much more important. Other agents whispered that the prince was a nitpicky troublemaker. They said he liked to test people's strength by making bets with them. This gave Rowan an idea. As he walked alone through the courtyard, a bet with the prince might be just the opportunity he was looking for. Holding the brooch, his expression turned determined. This ceremony could be his one and only chance to earn a direct mission to the city of San. Lucas suddenly appeared, startling Rowan from his strategic plotting. He greeted his friend, surprised to see him standing alone and lost in thought. Lucas excitedly reminded him about the Crown Prince's surprise appearance. He noted the prince was second in rank, making this a very big deal. They took their seats together among the other agents from their division. The stadium buzzed with quiet conversation. As everyone waited for the ceremony to start, Lucas asked where Rowan had been all morning. Rowan simply replied that he had made a quick stop at the academy for a little chat. An announcer's voice boomed, calling for the Crown Prince to take his seat. In perfect unison, every single agent in the stadium stood up. A tall man, in a magnificent royal uniform, walked onto the stage. His commanding presence was felt even from behind. As he approached his seat, the Crown Prince turned, revealing a handsome and serious face. He carried an air of nobility and power that immediately captivated the entire audience. Rowan bowed his head low in a sign of deep respect. He, like everyone else, showed proper deference to the powerful royal. Before them he sneaked a peek at the prince, immediately impressed by his powerful aura. This was clearly a man who was accustomed to being in charge. The prince scanned the crowd, his sharp eyes noticing something odd. He sensed a mana that was bright but also strangely dull and unusual. The prince's intense gaze swept over the crowd. His eyes seemed to narrow slightly, as if he was searching for the source of that strange energy for a split second. The prince's sharp eyes locked directly with Rowan's. The unexpected connection was intense, and Rowan felt a jolt of surprise. Rowan quickly looked away, his attention drawn to a figure on a balcony. He was momentarily confused by the strange man watching from high above as the governor was announced. Rowan wondered if he imagined the eye contact. It felt real, but the prince was already looking away from him. A blindfolded elf-like woman was escorted to the stage. This was the governor, the highest authority in the land, and she commanded immediate respect. The moment the governor entered, a calming energy settled over the stadium. Her serene presence was so powerful it seemed to silence the entire crowd. Her tattooed escorts stepped to the podium. To begin the ceremony, he announced it was time to reveal the names of the award recipients. He first praised the kingdom's sword for defeating Olin, corrupt mayor. Rowan was amazed, wondering what it took to earn such a title. He dreamed of one day being recognized by the governor herself. Just then the announcer called his name. Faith Division's Oz Rowan to the stage. Rowan and the agents around him stared in stunned silence. He was completely shocked to hear his own name called out for the prestigious award. Rowan walks up the stairs to the stage, looking completely out of place at a ceremony that's suddenly all about him. He keeps a straight face but internally wonders why he was called. Convinced this whole award show was not on his schedule, he glances back at his clapping seniors, still utterly baffled as to why his name was announced. Instead of a real hero's, Rowan respectfully bows before the blindfolded governor general, trying his best to look like he belonged in such esteemed company. A pair of polished boots appears from above, signaling the grand entrance of someone who clearly loves a dramatic reveal. The crown prince descends to the stage, instantly making the formal event feel much more like an impending interrogation. The prince stares at Rowan with an intense gaze, looking less like royalty and more like a predator sizing up its meal. Rowan realizes the creepy feeling of being watched earlier was just the prince doing his homework on the new guy. The prince officially presents an award to Rowan for his heroics, though his tone suggests he doesn't believe a word of it. He announces Rowan will get cash prize in a top-tier item, handing over the plaque like it's a court summons. Rowan is completely bewildered by the honor, wondering if this is all just an elaborate and very confusing practical joke. The prince leans in and skeptically asks if Rowan is even a sorcerer. Clearly unimpressed by the supposed hero before him, Rowan confirms his credentials. The prince says he's more familiar with the dead mayor, a man he apparently liked very much. The prince fondly recalls how the mayor always brought him excellent snacks, a truly important quality for a loyal subject to have. He pointedly asks if it's not suspicious for such a great snack bringer to suddenly commit treason, which is a fair question. The prince scoffs that the merit was for some vague magic, making it clear he thinks this whole award is a sham. The governor calmly states she approved the award, but the prince argues that giving a rookie a prize for nothing is unacceptable. He complains about being sent to this boring place, clearly believing his royal time could be better spent doing anything else. The arrogant prince declares he will personally test Rowan's merit, leaving Rowan to wonder what fresh hell this test will be. The prince says he's curious whether Rowan is a valuable asset or just useless garbage, showing his delightful bedside manner. They move to a training yard where the prince announces a friendly sparring match, which will be strictly hand-to-hand combat. Onlookers worry for Rowan, a known magic user who is about to fight a combat expert with only his bare hands. Even the commanders look concerned, unsure how their promising rookie will handle a fist fight with a famously difficult royal. An official calls it a guidance spar, a fancy term Rowan knows is just code for a royally sanctioned beatdown. Rowan understands this isn't about training, it's just the prince's favorite hobby of bullying someone to feel better about himself. The prince cracks his knuckles and invites Rowan to attack, looking far too excited to start the guidance. A flash of blue light shines from Rowan's eye as he prepares to show the prince what a rookie can do. Rowan closes the distance in a blur of motion, leaving a streak of light behind. As he rushes the startled prince, the prince is visibly surprised by the rookie's speed, his arrogant expression faltering for just a brief, satisfying moment. He dismisses the impressive burst of speed, planting his feet firmly to stop Rowan's charge as if it were nothing. The prince's confidence evaporates when he realizes his feet are mysteriously stuck to the floor. Courtesy of some clever magic, Rowan uses the prince's immobility to land a solid blow, proving that a little magic can go a long way in a fist fight. The hit sends the prince stumbling back, his royal composure completely shattered by that surprisingly effective opening move from the rookie. The prince smirks, admitting that Rowan's little trick was amusing, though he still seems determined to pulverize him for it. Enraged, the prince lunges with a wild punch, yelling that Rowan is still just an inexperienced brat who got lucky. Rowan calmly watches the sloppy attack coming, his expression suggesting he's already calculated 10 ways to counter the telegraphed punch. The prince grunts in frustration as his punch misses, his anger making his movements increasingly clumsy and easy to predict. Rowan looks down on the flailing prince with an almost bored expression, thinking that royalty isn't what it used to be. He observes the prince's lack of grace and intelligence, silently judging him for being such a tactless and unrefined fighter. The prince lets out a furious scream, his frustration boiling over after being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by a mere rookie. Rowan effortlessly dodges a flurry of angry punches, making the enraged prince look like he's fighting a very agile ghost. Deciding to end the farce, Rowan gathers a ball of energy, preparing to give the prince a taste of real power. The prince is thrown off balance by a wave of unseen force, stumbling around the yard completely disoriented by the attack. He furiously yells at Rowan for daring to use such a cheap trick to mock him in front of everyone. The desperate prince unleashes a powerful blast of his own, determined to show the rookie what real royal magic looks like. Rowan stands completely unharmed inside a shimmering blue shield, having anticipated the prince's panic and very predictable counter-attack. The immense power output causes Rowan to wince in pain, as his mana flow is momentarily disrupted by the strain. He notices the prince is also struggling, realizing that his opponent must have foolishly used up too much mana at once. Rowan admits to himself that he is also running on empty, making this a battle of who passes out first. He knows the fight must end now, so he closes his eyes to focus his remaining energy for one final attack. The exhausted prince looks up in disbelief, shocked that the rookie still has enough energy to hear another spell. Utterly humiliated, the prince screams in rage, calling Rowan a bastard for pushing him to his absolute limit. Like this, swirls of dust and energy create a chaotic tornado between them. As the training yard becomes a battleground of wills, the prince shamelessly calls for a sword, proving he has no problem cheating in a fistfight. He is clearly about to lose. The governor general turns her head slightly, her subtle movement indicating that she has finally decided this royal temper tantrum is over. Her calm voice rings out across the stadium as she officially declares that this ridiculous sparring match has finally been concluded. A powerful gust of wind separates the two fighters, a gentle but firm display of the governor's overwhelming authority. The governor dismisses everyone, leaving the prince standing alone in the dust, his face a perfect mask of utter humiliation. Rowan watches the scene unfold quietly, surprised that his public shaming was interrupted by such a powerful and timely intervention. The prince is left speechless, his royal pride completely shattered. After being defeated and then dismissed like a misbehaving child, defeated and utterly humiliated, the prince walks away while Rowan remains standing as the unexpected victor of the quote guidance bar. Rowan glances back with a subtle, satisfied smirk, having won the fight without even throwing a proper punch. Later that night at a tavern, union members celebrate loudly, the perfect background noise for a post-brawl meal with friends. Rowan advises his friend Lucas to slow down, gently warning that he might get sick from eating with such gusto. His friends are eating as if they've been starved for weeks, making the most of the free celebratory dinner. Lucas argues with a full mouth that he's honoring Rowan's victory, so Rowan tells him to swallow before talking. Sophie asks Rowan if he's serious about his quest to Xiang, find a cure for the ghouls. Rowan confirms his plan, hoping that the divine magic of Xiang might hold the answer he is desperately looking for. Lucas notes that Xiang is hard to reach before playfully asking how Rowan managed to get into a fight with the prince. Sophie dismisses the prince as a twisted person for trying to humiliate Rowan in front of so many important people. Lucas finds the prince's behavior odd, wondering why someone who has everything would act with such petty and insecure aggression. Rowan realizes the prince's erratic behavior is likely tied to a traumatic incident from his past. Connecting the dots, he explains the kingdom's history, revealing that the current king took the throne after his older brother, the former king. The previous king was a great ruler who kept the world peaceful, but his reign was cut tragically short by betrayal. The former king's own son plotted treason, and the current king, his uncle, failed to stop the bloody coup. The rebellion ended with the king's assassination, leaving a blood-stained crown as a symbol of the kingdom's dark past. This all happened over a decade ago, but the emotional scars of that day clearly still linger within the royal family. Rowan explains that the current prince was just a child who witnessed it all, making his trauma completely understandable. Lucas listens sympathetically, admitting that he would probably be just as messed up if he had experienced such a horror. Rowan reflects that childhood wounds often worsen with time, drawing a silent parallel to his own painful, unspoken past. Sophie gently taps Rowan's arm, pulling him from his somber thoughts and back to the present conversation. At the table, she warns him that after his very public confrontation, the entire royal family will definitely be keeping a close eye on him. She advises him to be cautious because getting involved with royalty usually leads to trouble, not just a simple promotion. The next morning, Bright sunlight shines into Rowan's room, signaling the start of a new, hopefully less dramatic day. Rowan decides it's finally time to talk with this familiar. All after being too busy with missions and royal brawls, all happily flies toward Rowan with his wings spread wide, excited to finally have his master's undivided attention. Rowan affectionately cuddles his small familiar, glad to have a quiet moment with his loyal and surprisingly powerful companion. He curiously pokes All's belly, observing that it no longer stretches like it did when swallowing the whole demon head. Rowan asks his little bird where he went, half joking if he took a quick vacation back to the demon world. He remembers that Al can't return to the demon world anymore, since his mana was purified by Rowan himself. Rowan sadly realizes that, without his memories or a home, Owl has nowhere to go, making him feel more responsible. He asks Owl if he can produce another one of those handy water mana clumps, hoping for a repeat performance. Owl shakes his head with a pout, letting Rowan know that the next mana clump is a total magical mystery box. Rowan reassures Owl that it's fine, boasting that his academy studies prepared him for any elemental surprise that comes out. He cheerfully suggests they grab a snack before the big experiment, an idea that Owl enthusiastically agrees with. After knocking on an ornate office door at Union headquarters, a voice from inside tells them to come on in. Rowan enters with All on his shoulder, apologizing to his commander for showing up so unexpectedly and interrupting his work. Commander Adrian, looking utterly exhausted, is surprised to see them. Asking what brings the duo to his humble office, Rowan asks for the priest's head back, explaining he wants to study its magic without draining his own mana reserves. Adrian remembers the grotesque artifact, snapping his fingers as he recalls where he stashed the unusual magical research material. He searches his office, explaining that the head was so ugly he had to hide it somewhere out of sight. He triumphantly produces a heavy bag, asking if one head is enough for Rowan's very strange magical experiments. Rowan politely thanks his commander for keeping the severed head safe for him. Taking the rather morbid-looking package, Adrian offers to supervise the experiment, suggesting that commander's oversight would surely be helpful for such dangerous magic. The commander's eyes sparkle with excitement as he insists on coming along, looking more like a kid than a superior. Rowan reluctantly agrees, feeling like he's just been railroaded into a much bigger event than he had originally planned. They arrive at Adrian's private training yard, which is fully equipped with an impressive collection of swords, shields, and armor. Owl gives a big yawn, clearly unimpressed by the fancy training grounds and the impending display of powerful magic. Owl spits the priest's head onto a stand while Adrian watches, amazed that it doesn't smell bad at all. Rowan focuses intently, excited to see what elemental power he will be able to wield from the head. This time he remembers All's warning that the mana attribute is random, but decides to keep that little detail to himself. For now he decides to just watch and see what happens. His eye glowing as the mysterious mana begins to take form. He looks up completely surprised by the result. As the unpredictable magic finally reveals its true nature to him, the mana forms into the exact same water clump as before, making all of Rowan's worries seem completely unnecessary. Rowan announces he'll practice water magic, so Adrian steps back, promising to watch from a very safe distance. Adrian jokes that if he dies, Rowan gets a promotion to commander, a comment that Rowan does not find fun. The commander assures him it's a joke and his shield will hold, but Rowan knows his frivolous boss is serious. Adrian stands ready with his arms crossed, so Rowan sets a new goal to actually break the commander's legendary aura shield. Rowan releases a massive torrent of water, letting the powerful mana flow freely throughout the entire training yard. Around him, he skillfully controls the swirling vortex of water, gathering its immense power. As his commander watches with keen interest, Adrian nervously adjusts his glasses, admitting that the massive, swirling vortex of water looks much scarier from down below. Rowan decides to make the water harder, absorbing its heat to transform the liquid into a much more solid projectile. The water instantly freezes into a gigantic, jagged ice pillar, a deadly weapon, now aimed directly at his unflinching commander. Adrian's eyes widen with genuine shock as he realizes Rowan has just created a weapon far more dangerous than simple water. The massive ice spear shoots across the yard, heading straight for the commander's glowing shield like an unstoppable magical missile. Rowan struggles to control the immense weight of the ice with his powers, finding it much more difficult than he anticipated. Realizing he can't maintain control, he decides to convert the ice back into water. For one massive final attack, he unleashes the full force of the water in a single, explosive blast, pouring all of his remaining energy into it. The impact creates a huge cloud of steam and mist, forcing Rowan to shield his face from the powerful backlash. As the mist clears, Mon's confident expression melts away into one of absolute horror. At the scene before him, he screams his commander's name in panic, his eyes fixed on the sight of Adrian's broken glasses. On the floor, Adrian emerges from the mist, admitting the attack was startling, but thankfully, his powerful shield held up against the blast. Rowan rushes over to check on him, while Adrian jokes that he was worried Rowan was making a play for his job. Rowan insists he only meant to graze the shield, Completely confused as to why his attack landed a direct hit, Adrian calmly picks up his glasses, confessing that he deliberately stepped into the path of the incredibly dangerous attack himself. He explains that he simply couldn't stand by when such a unique and powerful projectile was flying right at him. Adrian playfully pats Rowan's head, assuring the worried rookie that he is perfectly fine. Despite the massive magical explosion, Rowan is still in awe, realizing that he had put all of his effort into that spell. Even if it was practice, they decide to get food, and Rowan realizes his commander is a true monster for taking that hit without a scratch.